Naruto, corrupted by the omnipresent sage link in the description. Chapter 1, Team 7. Naruto had both his legs hooked around a tree branch, hanging outside down. He had his eyes closed, seemingly focused and ignorant to the world around him. The bliss and calmness of meditation. Sasuke could never chill like that. Not with the raging thoughts that wreaked havoc within his mind. Though he'd admit it to anyone, he was envious of how Naruto could be calm at times. It wasn't that the blonde didn't have his own demons tormenting him from within. But despite it all, he was normal. Infuriatingly, the blonde used this to gloat that he was a more mature and controlled compared to him. It irked him at times. He disliked it when Naruto lorded his superior emotional intelligence over him. Sasuke glanced at Sakura. She sat under the same tree, reading a book. Most likely a romantic story. She should be reading useful things, like ninjutsu, but there she was, reading useless things and then depended on her teammates to save her life. How she was even in their team mystified him at times. As smart as he was dumb to the question of what kind of balance she brought to the team. Kakashi was sitting on the tree behind them. He had his back pressed against the trunk of tree, a curious mood around him. In all truth, Sasuke was bored. Frustratingly so. This break was long. Whenever they were done with their missions, their pace in returning home was always tortoise. It got to him. There was nothing to do than just talk. And everyone else always had something to do when they took breaks, aside from him. At this rate, he was even going to miss Sakura to sweet-talk his pride. An idea came to him and he did a swift lunge into the air, his body twisting clockwise, while he stretched his right foot. Naruto opened his eyes in a snap when he sensed an attack. Sasuke was in front of him in midair, twisting. Naruto immediately crossed both his hands across his face, predicating a kick from the Uchiha. Sasuke did indeed attempt to kick him with his right foot, on his face. The kick slammed into his defense. It managed to hold on, but the force made him lose his grip on the tree branch, and he was pushed backward. Once he let go of the tree, Naruto flipped twice, trying to balance himself to land graciously. "What the hell, team?" Naruto shouted before he could even land on the weedless ground. He sent a glare toward his teammate, standing a couple of feet away from him. Sasuke shrugged his right shoulder carelessly. "You were wide open. Doesn't give you the right to attack me like that. You know how hard it was to finally close out all the voices. You shouldn't grow too comfortable. We are not yet home." Naruto was a little incensed that Sasuke was being nonchalant about this whole thing. But meditating was a difficult process for him. Especially when he had to shut out the damn nine-tailed bijou within him. It took joy in tormenting him with whispers of hatred and so forth. He still had to shut out the horrors of Orochimaru's bone-chilling laughter. The many fears he had about being captured by that snake and stripped onto a table while Kabuto poked his body with needles and scissors. It took much inner prowess to climb those barriers for Sasuke pull him out simply because he was bored. You could have just asked. Well, there is no fun in that. Sasuke smirked. You're taking competition way too far, team. If you're bored, take a nap. Sakura released a tired sigh, shutting her book. She glanced between her teammates. Naruto was still glaring at Sasuke. The whisker mark seemed to sharpen whenever he was angry. Gone was the orange, replaced by a crimson long-sleeve t-shirt, short dark blue pants and shinobi boots of the same color. A pouch was tied around his right thigh. Sasuke wore his usual blue and white. For some reason, he seemed to enjoy making Naruto angry. They usually argued. Sometimes, over who was the better shinobi. It was all good-natured, most of the time. She glanced at their sensei. He was sitting pretty, giggling perversely while he read his book. It was like he was ignorant that his students were going to end up in blows once more. It was harmless, but the two lacked timing. They would even start it in front of the Sandaime Hokage. She shook her head. Be nice you too. Naruto, you don't have to get angry. She lectured, shooting a threatening glare at Naruto. Sasuke would just toss that look to the side and ignore her. But Naruto's response caught her a little off guard. Not because of how harsh it was. He was at times stone cold in his treatment when she did something stupid. What caught her off guard was the delicious word he used, boyfriend. Tell your boyfriend to stop attacking me whenever he sees an opportunity. I know his mighty pride was wounded after I won, but he needs to get over it. Sakura only heard boyfriend. She blushed deeply, trying not to steal a glance at Sasuke, but she did it anyway. The Uchiha looked stone-faced. Any thought she was having was quickly crushed, and the look on his eyes stabbed her on the chest. Her deep shade was quickly replaced by anger. Perhaps trying to reflect Sasuke's thoughts. Or maybe anger that he seemed indifferent to the broad of being her boyfriend. Either way, she could only look at Naruto. Stop teasing Sasuke like that. She yelled at Naruto. The blonde blinked, while staring at her. He grinned and then burst out in a loud annoying laugh that echoed through the trees, causing even the resting birds to flee. He was laughing, pointing a finger at her. It caused all sorts of emotions to twitch within her. This sight was a little familiar and the reasons usually varied. You were actually thinking about Sasuke being your boyfriend, weren't you? He laughed once more, settling on his butt. Sakura grew angry. That kind laugh she'd heard before. It frustrated her. It crushed any dreams she had with Sasuke. Just you watch, Naruto. Sasuke will belong to me one day. She wanted to say, but she bit her lip. I wasn't. Naruto's eyes flashed. The blue seemed to radiate with mischief as he held out both his hands. Of course not. You'd never have such thoughts. You don't love Sasuke after all. Those baiting words, Naruto said them in a slow and purposeful tone before turning to Sasuke. Hear that, team? Sakura doesn't love you. She does not love you. He's lying, Sasuke? Sakura halted, slapping both her hands across her mouth to stop herself from saying what she nearly uttered. Once more, Naruto's laughter disturbed the peace, making her red. In anger, she hurled her book toward him. If he was closer, she'd just punched him on his gut. If he didn't decide to dodge anyway. Seeing the incoming book, Naruto waved his right hand and caught it. Before he could pass off another comment, he sensed movement from behind. Kakashi landed soundlessly behind him, still holding his book. All right, you have rested enough. Let's move. The Jonin announced, lone eye still staring at the pages of his book. Just when it was getting fun. Naruto mumbled, getting up. He looked around for his bag and then walked over to get it. He smiled, handing Sakura her book. She girl just snatched it from him. Just when it was getting fun. Naruto mumbled, getting up. He looked around for his bag and then walked over to get it. He smiled, handing Sakura her book. She girl just snatched it from him. Naruto shook his head, placed his hands inside his pockets and looked ahead. They were within the Fire Country, returning from another C-class mission. He considered them mightily easy these days. But Sakura would never agree with his assessment. And for Kakashi, it would just be meh. The Jonin could look indifferent to any situation. Though, it was not as it looked. The only one who had his back was the brooding bastard who was now in the lead. Kakashi glanced at Naruto who was walking by his right side and then his eyes fell on the back of Sasuke. Sometimes, you'd think this team was dysfunctional. Naruto and Sakura could be like water and oil at times. Then again with her disappointing attitude, she was at times at odds with the boy she was evidently obsessed with. It reminded him of Obito, but the dynamics were different in this team. But the Uchiha was still the jealous type. And unlike Obito, Sasuke had deep hatred that at times scared him. Naruto was the only other person who seemed to be able to handle it. Unsurprisingly, Naruto's whole life couldn't be defined without hatred taking a large chunk of the explanation. A lonely life that has found some tonic in this team life. At least, he thought that way. Can we not request another mission when we get home? Naruto asked, staring at Sasuke's back. Did Sasuke-kun hit you hard? Sakura asked, apparently genuinely worried for him. She was mocking him, he knew. Naruto had to hold himself from laughing. She had these eyes of concern. It would be something if she wasn't mocking his thirst for missions. He'd never rejected any. As long as they were not those damn chores they called D-rank missions. But he wasn't the only one, was he? Of course, the devoted Sakura would never put him in the same bracket as her future husband. Am I that bad? Sakura stared at him, unblinking. You'd remove bandages and flee the hospital if we were going out on a mission without you. Even if you had clutches, you'd stumble all the way into a mission. I always flee the hospital. Naruto shrugged. My point exactly. But I'm considerate to my condition. B paused, digesting things over. You speak facts. Kakashi wanted to flip a page, but Naruto's request was strange. Naruto abstaining from a mission was the same as an Akimichi rejecting roasted meat, dipped in hot sauces. He closed his book, with much protest from his love for the seduction Jiraiya always wrote. He then pocketed the book and glanced at Sasuke. He didn't seem to have any interest, but he could see the Uchiha had both ears working overtime, so not to miss anything. After all, the first thing he was willing to openly agree on with Naruto was the demand for a better mission. Sasuke had his reasons. Naruto had his reasons. Both wanted to be stronger, for different ambitions. Sasuke was walking toward the path of hatred while Naruto was trying to conquer the hate that has threatened to drown his very existence since the day he was born. At least for the blonde, he could assume that much. Nobody in this village could claim to know what Naruto was thinking. Not even the best intelligence collectors could observe Naruto and form a conclusive report on his thoughts based on his behavior. He wasn't predictable. Sometimes, it appeared to be by design. Why? Naruto looked up. The sun was out in full force, just above their heads. but the shades of the leaves at times stood between it and them. After a moment, he shook his head, clearing his thoughts and looked ahead. Ever since the wave mission, we've done a handful of missions. Each time we seem to face stronger opponents. I have long realized that the shinobi world is not all fun and throwing cool jutsu around as we thought. We need to constantly reflect and improve ourselves. The only person who seemed to still live within a bright world augmented by delusions was Sakura. Even till this day, she didn't appear to take things seriously. Then again, why did she have to worry about pulling her weight when her beloved Sasuke was always at her corner to defend her? Their sensei exacerbated the issue by not voicing his displeasure over her progress as a kunoichi. But who was he to judge? She'd probably tell him off if he tried. Best to just put his hands inside his pockets and keep his mouth shut. Continuing, Naruto added. I realize that anything can happen. We saw deaths in our first mission. We haven't been forced into that path, but eventually we will. I want to take some time to improve. Each mission always shows you where you lack. Kakashi, I smiled. He didn't need to even confirm with Sasuke if he agreed with his teammate. Naruto made sense. Perhaps better than the rest of his teammates, he understood that one day, it was going to be kill or be killed. He didn't wish for them to live this kind of life. But the more they were exposed to dangerous missions, the more they saw the ugly truth of the shinobi world. I'll speak to the Sandaime Hokage when we arrive. The Jonin replied and turned his eyes to the back of Sasuke. But did not address the Uchiha. You should also take the time to train as well, Sakura. But if you need any help, I'll be around to help. Naruto rolled his eyes, knowing full well the moment they got home Sakura was going to take a long bubble bath and then spend the rest of her time colluding with her sinister personality of ways to seduce Sasuke. The rest of the journey was quiet and peaceful. By the time they reached the hidden leaf, the sun was already starting to color the sky a bit bloody. The large gates welcomed them. Looking at them, Naruto wondered just how much effort it took for anyone to build them. Then again, with Mokuton and how proficient the Shodai Hokage was with it, it would not be surprising if even putting up the walls didn't make him break a sweat. He glanced outside and each time he returned to the village, he felt a little bit of relief. The outside world was brutal, merciless, and unforgiving. Konoha was hell, but it was the lesser evil. He could block out the stares and laugh with the few he knew. But outside, it was a life of the haunted. Danger always lurked at every shade. You never knew if your meal would be your last before those who pursued you finally caught up to you. The Eternal Guards marked their registers as Kakashi addressed them. Another return from a successful mission. A few complaints that they remained stuck being Chunin and on this duty while the kids showed progress to surpass them soon enough. Go rest. I'll report to the Sandaime Hokage. We will meet tomorrow at 4 p.m. to discuss how we go for the next couple of days. At least be on time tomorrow. Kakashi merely I smiled and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I really need to learn how to do that. Probably too much for you to understand. Naruto turned his eyes toward the raven-haired Uchiha. His voice was so cold that a person unfamiliar with it would find it bone-chilling. Humph, says the bastard who stole my moves. Naruto took joy in seeing Sasuke's face twist. But after a moment, he settled. Yours was sloppy. I perfected it. My move nevertheless. Naruto waved his right hand, dismissively. I'll see you tomorrow. Gotta go home and rest. And then go for ramen later on. Why don't we all go for something to eat? Naruto raised an eyebrow. They did still need to collect their pay for this mission. But Sakura didn't have to worry about that. She had parents. They would be standing at the door, ready to welcome her back home. But both he and Sasuke were alone. They had no one. Yet, neither of them made such a fuss about keeping the team together and doing more things together. Sasuke did not grace this with response, he just walked away, like the lone wolf he was. Naruto sighed. A couple of months ago, or maybe weeks, he would be offering to go with her, even when knowing she'd reject him and then put a knife through his heart. He'd do it. Just to puff her up a bit. But he was no macho. And so, he smiled, and then waved his right hand, leaving the girl alone. Instead of walking through the streets, Naruto jumped into the rooftops. For a moment, he stared at the Hokage monument. A mask of indifference settled for a couple of seconds before being replaced by a smile. He had to endure this. After jumping around, Naruto finally arrived home. His damned apartment. The place he has lived since the orphanage became so toxic even the Sandaime thought it best he live alone, even when he couldn't even take care of himself. Even a sadist like Orochimaru would have found it too difficult for a child to live there. Pulling out his key from his pouch, Naruto stuffed it inside the keyhole and unlocked the door. He stepped in and then shut it behind him. He removed his boots right at the welcome mat. Loneliness welcomed him. The cold den that often made him miserable when he reminded himself that others were probably laughing and maybe even arguing with their parents. He didn't have that. He never had it to begin with. It was nonetheless much better than being stripped onto a bed, with needles poking over his body. That torment was both physical and emotional. At least, he had now learned to live with the bitter loneliness. Kyuubi brat, huh? Naruto smiled sadly as he walked away from the door. He shook his head, walking over to his bedroom. He threw himself onto his bed, and faced the ceiling, both hands stretched out. He smiled. Things would change. He would change them. He was going to conquer this. He was Naruto Uzumaki after all. And even with the curses and bad fortune it brought, he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. And he took pride in it. It was his badge of honor. He couldn't run from it. When you have failed in your futile attempts to win them over, come to me and I will take over your body, show these village true hatred. Naruto shut off this discouraging voice. Nothing would keep him from his dreams. Not even a mountain-sized bijou that honestly frightened the nerves out of him. But the Kyuubi was wrong about something. Did Naruto care to win over the village? The wealthy question. Naruto was just never going to correct it or anyone who presumed to know his motives. It was fine that way. It was much easier for people to ruin you when they knew the roadmap. Hokage office. Hiruzen looked up from the stack of papers on his desk, glancing at Kakashi. He wearily smiled as the Jonin moved closer to his desk before dropping a scroll. Back so soon? We managed to do this one a bit quickly. Hiruzen nodded and then leaned back on his chair. He glanced at the scroll Kakashi placed and then back at the Jonin. Anything I should know? He was supposed to read the mission report but there was much to do. He couldn't always read every little report on this desk. Sasuke's Sharingan has matured farther. In a couple of more months, it may be fully matured if we continue on the same path. One person who'd rejoice on the progress was Danzo. Although out of character, if Danzo suddenly burst into the office with a bottle of alcohol, calling for a celebration, Hiruzen wouldn't be shocked. But more than any, the one person who would jump was Itachi. It was good news. Hiruzen should be happy that Sasuke was becoming an asset to the village. But the Uchiha had issues. He was major red flag, a flight risk. With each day, the danger was more and more clear. He hadn't done anything to make them wary, but his contempt for Itachi and seemingly unquenchable desire to kill his brother was evident with each passing day. There was nevertheless some good news in all this mess. The bonds he was making, especially with Naruto, would maybe persuade him to be grounded. I trust you're paying attention to the situation. I am. Kakashi replied with a nod of his head. The last Uchiha business didn't hold that much value to him. But Sasuke was still an important asset to the village and he had to take care of him, and so was Naruto. Good, and Naruto-kun? 13 long years since the Kyuubi incident and the greatest blunders of his tenure as Hokage. And still, Hiruzen could never quite climb over the bitterness he felt over how things have turned out with Minato's son. If not handled with care, it may have blown up on them and the village would have suffered massively. Likely, it would have given the villagers ammunition and the comfort to say they'd been right all along. Naive, Danzo was right about him. Ideals were good. Even at times, to hope was the only thing you could muster. But he had been naive and maybe childish to actually think the villagers would accept Naruto. When had he even seen it? In his dreams maybe. He should have known better. But he wanted to hope. For what exactly, Hiruzen couldn't tell. As a result of his naivety, Naruto has suffered greatly. And try as he might, Hiruzen couldn't repair the damage. He could only swallow his bitterness and hope that he didn't make the same mistakes. Nonetheless, Naruto was strong, both mentally and in the heart. He had his weak days. He was a child after all. So, he too cried. But the fact that he's held on, hopeful and still dreaming just meant he truly was strong. Perhaps more than him and how he was willing to give him credit. No issues. Kakashi replied with a thoughtful look. His capacity to learn and willingness to admit that others are better give him the edge. He sighed just thinking about Sasuke. He has always been willing to better himself. Indeed. But unlike him, Sasuke's pride gets the better of him. Most Uchiha were prideful, but you're his sensei. I put you there to handle it. Nobody matches the potential of those two in their generation. We could be looking at future Hokage. The Sandaime Hokage said in a stern tone. You need to ensure that they remain close and kill any thought that may not align with that of the village. Hi? Kakashi paused. But I struggle with Sasuke. He doesn't open to anyone. While he sometimes seems to be willing to give everything for the team, there are times the thought of revenge seemed to overtake him. Admittedly, even when he took Sasuke to his wing when teaching him Chidori, they hadn't exactly bonded. The one person who seemed capable of pressing the right buttons with the Uchiha was Naruto. And the blonde was smart about it, at times. There were days Naruto pressed Sasuke just for his amusement. It astonished him just how much Naruto had analyzed his teammates. And him. He hadn't seen the sheet. It was just in the way that Naruto handled both his teammates that made him realize the blonde knew when and how to press them. He is on the right path. It is only true bonds and companionship that will ease his heart. Return later to collect the pay, Hiruzen smiled, thinking about Naruto. But I'm sure Naruto is going to come and demand his before the day ends. Or maybe he was just being hopeful. He always was. And what has that yielded for him till so far? Hiruzen took comfort in that despite many failures, Naruto was still around. Konoha had yet to be knocked off its pole position as the mightiest hidden village. This has come under threat nonetheless. And owing to his ideals. When Kumo had threatened, he'd bowed to the pressure. Danzo may have been right, if they had continued to battle with IWA, they would have won and dealt a massive blow to it. Yet he quit the war and now Iwa's strength now made him nervous. He hoped, one day, nobody would take advantage of such choices. To his disappointment, the blonde did not come. The following day. The creeping atmosphere of the Forest of Death no longer bothered Naruto as it did first time around. Even as he sat under a tree, surrounded by dark shadows, the cries of insects, the stench of predators and mournful moans, he could afford to close his eyes and try to meditate. It was of importance for him. Especially with the Kyuubi always trying to push its hatred of humans after him. He amused himself by thinking that perhaps if he was able to conquer the hatred of this village, he would also deal with that of the Kyuubi. It would probably do its chilling laugh if it heard him say those words. Naruto's eyes snapped open when he sensed movement. He glanced behind through the corner of his eyes and then sighed. You have a bad timing, team. Sasuke stared. Asking Naruto for something was a problem. The words always got stuck on his throat and he usually just resorted to just attacking. These days though, the result was not always pleasant. How did you even know I was here? Kakashi-sensei told me. Sasuke shrugged. I need a training partner. Training alone is different compared to training with someone who exposes weaknesses. Naruto smiled, as he stood up and then faced the Uchiha. Are you acknowledging my greatness, Sasuke? HNN. Naruto shook his head. Then? What do you mean then? I want a training partner. Naruto sighed. Sasuke was not asking but demanding. Arrogant prick. Even when he was asking for help he had that stick up his behind. Naruto sat down. He had time, he could fool around. He knew, it would probably just boil his teammate, but that was the target. It was always a laugh when the Uchiha was all red and blowing steam through his nose and ears. Ask someone? I'm busy. But if you really want to do it with me, ask nicely. Sasuke glared. I can just attack you. Oh? Naruto did hand seals. You think I'd permit you to do that? But if you want to play it like that and refuse to ask, let's do this. He grinned. Taju Hokage Bunshin no Jutsu. About 100 clones appeared, some standing behind him, some standing on the trees. Basically, they surrounded them. Defeat the clones and you get to spar with me. Sasuke gritted his teeth, seeing the hundreds of clones lunging at him all at once. How was he supposed to even fight them all when they were attacking like that? They were clones, but still copies of the original. Whatever Naruto could do, they could do. He leapt backwards, inhaling oxygen while doing hand seals. Katan, Great Fireball no Jutsu. Sasuke released intense flames from his mouth. The huge ball of flames charged toward the incoming horde of clones. To give it range, he kept releasing the flames while spinning. However, before the jutsu could collide with the clones, they all dispersed, creating a huge cloud of smokescreen. He was forced to cancel his jutsu as he couldn't even see Naruto or sense him. Sasuke jumped backwards, trying to escape the trap he'd created for himself. He landed gracefully, but on alert. Naruto touched down behind the Uchiha like a leaf. Even though he made no attempt to attack, Sasuke spun around in a flash, and then leapt away from him. He frowned when landing a couple of feet away. What made him frown was the smirk on Naruto's lips. Only Naruto could use hundreds of clones just to make a smokescreen. And he had once tried to make those damn clones and nearly kicked the bucket. Hell, even Kakashi couldn't even create as much as Naruto with the same ease and nonchalance. And that was even Naruto's greatest asset. You were open? Sasuchan. I knew you were going to do that, Dobe. You enjoy sparring with me as much as I do. Okay, let's do this. I've been itching to remove that chip off your shoulder anyway. Sasuke scoffed. It isn't like you can do it. Naruto grinned. By that, you admit you got a chip on your shoulder? Damn, Sasuke. I didn't think you'd admit it like that. When the Uchiha only glared at him, Naruto only laughed. Let's do this, he said before disappearing in a blur. Sasuke looked around the trees. Despite the massive chakra amounts that even he envied, Naruto had gotten rather good at hiding. But this was just a revision of their first training session with Kakashi. Hide first before making a move. Yet, with Naruto, it was different. Only on occasions was he the first to strike. He jumped onto a tree, landing on a strong branch and then extended his senses. He smirked, sensing the blonde hiding behind a tree, just behind him. Naruto had his back pressed against the trunk of a tree, standing on a branch while watching Sasuke. When the Uchiha suddenly vanished, his senses went on overdrive as he tried to locate him. Sasuke materialized in midair, facing him with an arrogant smirk. Sasuke didn't give Naruto the chance to even lift his hands to attempt to block an attack. He attacked swiftly, sending his right foot toward his temple. The kick connected, but instead of Naruto being pummeled to the tree, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. A clone? Sasuke tried twisting while still in midair, but he was only welcomed by Naruto's right foot. It slammed into his face. Sasuke cursed at the pain. But it was nothing compared to the throbbing ache he felt when his body slammed into the trunk of the tree. Naruto didn't stop there. He landed on the branch of the tree, and then lunged at Sasuke, who had yet to recover. He raised his knee, hitting the Uchiha across his chest. Grr. Sasuke gritted his teeth, holding himself. Naruto hit hard, always. The knee to the chest made him feel like a brick had been slammed right into his ribcage. He ignored the pain, the momentarily loss of the ability to breath, and took a swung toward Naruto. The blonde saw it and jumped away. Smirking, Sasuke took out a small shuriken and then swiftly hurled it toward the airborne blonde. While airborne, still facing Sasuke, Naruto tried to shift his legs to the sides to avoid the shuriken. It missed him, giving him a second of relief. But then it turned around, wrapping around his right leg around the ankle. He glared at the smirking Sasuke. Sasuke grabbed the thread with both hands and then yanked it back. The sudden pull forced Naruto to change directions and he was sent crashing to the ground on his back. Ouch! Naruto cried as he crashed into the ground on his back, getting buried there. Naruto's eyes widened slightly when Sasuke came crashing toward him. He waited for the right moment to act. He raised his right leg, aiming at the Uchiha's chest when Sasuke got closer to him. Sasuke responded by lifting his right knee. His knee collided with Naruto's foot, suspending him in the air. But he quickly grabbed Naruto's leg as he landed on the ground. Using all his strength, he took a step back, lifting the blonde into the air. He then did a 360-degree twist, before hurling Naruto toward a tree. While airborne, Naruto glanced behind for a second and then toward Sasuke, who was dashing toward him. He flipped twice, forcing his body to the ground. He landed on one knee, skidding backwards under the momentum. The back of his right foot hit a tree as he came to a halt. He stood up, ready to defend himself as Sasuke's right foot stomped to the ground in front of him, his left cleaving through the air for a high kick. Naruto lifted both his hands, only using his left as shield and his right with its palm open. He winced slightly when the kick hit his wrist, but quickly ignored the pain to grab Sasuke's leg. Once he grabbed the leg firmly, he pushed the Uchiha back slightly, just to put him off balance. His right foot swept through the ground, hitting Sasuke's grounded leg. The action caused the Uchiha to fall backwards. While falling on his back, off balance with no way to balance himself, Sasuke quickly folded his hands across his chest the moment Naruto let go off his foot. But the blonde didn't leap into the air. Instead, he flashed below him, and then wrapped his hands around his waist and then dragged them both to the ground. Boom! Sasuke cursed when Naruto slammed him to the ground, head first. Naruto didn't need to channel chakra into his hands. He had enough strength and he could act before Sasuke could recover his bearings. His hand slid from Sasuke, and then pushed the Uchiha into the air. There was enough space between them for him to knee the Uchiha on his back. Sasuke gritted his teeth when the knee collided with his back. He tried getting away from Naruto, but a thread wrapped around him, binding his arms with his body. He glared below, as the blonde pulled him to the ground and then slammed him hard. Arg! Naruto stood up, holding the thread firmly with Sasuke tied up. He smirked. You shouldn't leave your things on me, things like this happen. Sasuke glared at Naruto. To be brought to this level. Disappointing. He couldn't allow Naruto to get the best of him. But he hadn't used the Sharingan yet. Still that worried him. His arms were still mobile. He quickly clapped them, needing chakra before inhaling chakra amounts of air. Katan, Fireball no Jutsu. It was a small ball of intense flames that spread out toward him. Naruto quickly let go of the thread and leapt backward to avoid the flames. He stood, watching the flames disperse knowing that Sasuke was still on the ground. After the flames dispersed, he watched Sasuke get up, grinning in an infuriating manner. I entertained you enough. Come back next time when you can win without the Sharingan. He said, waving his hand in a dismissive manner. Sasuke glared at him. That was just the first round. Naruto released a long breath, knowing that Sasuke wasn't going to go away unless he entertained him. Well, it was not like he didn't gain anything from him, and he always did enjoy fighting with Sasuke. "You're going to buy me lunch after this." A proud look and the arrogant smirk, Naruto wanted nothing more than to slap Sasuke across his face. But he did not. He just held out his right hand while sitting on the ground. Sasuke took it and then pulled him up. Both their clothes were torn, but there were no deep wounds. They just had to eat, go home and then change before waiting for the meeting with their sensei later on. Naruto dusted himself and then faced Sasuke with an expressionless look. "Using genjutsu is cheating." Sasuke shrugged. "It is not my fault that you haven't mastered the art of escaping it. It was Naruto's glaring weakness and Sasuke didn't mind taking advantage of it. I ought to get this done, learn genjutsu at least." Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. "I know you just need to disrupt the chakra, but it is still difficult." Especially when he didn't understand much about genjutsu. They were now slowly heading back to the village. "It was enough for training today. Your taijutsu has improved. I can't even confidently say I can beat you without using the Sharingan." Naruto stopped walking and stared at Sasuke, a shocked look on his face. "Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I heard you correctly." Sasuke didn't bother responding to this. It had been enough that he actually said those words. Still, there was no denying that Naruto was a rival. There was no one else he saw as competition in their age group aside from Naruto. Naruto looked ahead, walking slowly. His relationship with Sasuke was brutal. They understood each other. But there was no mixing of words. The Uchiha told him exactly what he thought of him, and he didn't shy away from telling him that he was an arrogant prick with a superior complex. Yet, as they reached the village streets, the fact that they walked in opposite sides became quite clear. Sasuke was the beloved Uchiha and he was the outcast. The loathsome demon brat. There were days they didn't seem to know how to react to him walking around with Sasuke. Perhaps for some villagers, it was fine. The Sharingan could control the Kyuubi. It was sad. But he had to fight this. To earn his place in this village. Looking ahead, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Sakura and Ino were walking toward them. How he loved this convenient meetings. He glanced at Sasuke, he seemed to want nothing more than to flee. At least, it wasn't like the academy days where fangirls would be chasing after him. How he envied that love and obsession. It was annoying, but Naruto didn't have anyone chasing after him. Not unless it was Umbu or Irika. "Sasuke-kun." Ino waved her hand, her speed increasing. Sakura kept up with Ino and then pushed the girl away from Sasuke when she stopped in front of him. Sasuke was her teammate. "He beloved. Were you two training?" Sasuke looked to the side, but did stop walking. He was just not going to entertain this. It was pointless. He glanced at Naruto through the corner of his eyes. The blonde openly enjoyed talking and teasing. He did it with either him or Sakura. Neither of them found it amusing. "Well, some of us do take the shinobi life seriously," Naruto said carelessly. He then grinned, ignoring the look Sakura was giving him. "Besides, I need to get stronger. No weak person becomes Hokage." Sakura rolled her eyes. "Keep on dreaming. You are never going to make it. Not with Sasuke with around." Naruto smiled. Sometimes, he didn't stop himself from responding in kind to Sakura's jibes. She deserved at times. Even though he did pity her. "I have more chances of becoming Hokage than you actually dating Sasuke." He shot back, his tone a little cold. Ino whistled. "That's just cold." Naruto shrugged. He wanted to say Sakura irked him at times. "My dear, Ino-chan. Sakura is going to take the lead here. You know, she gets to spend time with Sasuke in missions. Did I tell you that he even acts as Prince Charming at times by rescuing her from danger?" That foxy grin on Naruto's lips. He was baiting her. Ino glanced at the uninterested Uchiha and then swallowed hard. She had stopped feeling the obsession long ago. But she would never stop acting like she wasn't interested, not when it would give Sakura a free run. Or maybe she still held some interest. She folded her hands across her chest, looking defiant. "I highly doubt it." Naruto shook his head. "Just the other day, they were doing the night watch. And you know, I don't sleep at all, so, I'm in my tent, and I hear Sakura's voice." He changed his voice, imitating Sakura. "No, Sasuke-kun, we are not yet married." "Sasuke-kun, don't touch there. Kia!" Sakura shouted, her face all red. She lunged at him, trying to punch him. Naruto quickly hid behind Sasuke to avoid getting hit. "You were actually thinking about it, weren't you?" Sakura faced Sasuke for a moment and then looked away. Why did Naruto have to be like this? He was always trying to make her look like a fool in front of Sasuke. "You truly are a pervert," Ino remarked of Naruto. Now," Naruto said, his tone a little serious. He stepped away from Sasuke, walking over to Ino. He stopped in front of her, smiling slyly. But not as much as you, ain't it, my dear Ino-chan? Don't put me in the same bracket as you. Ino puffed her cheeks. We are not in the same bracket. You exist at a higher level. And I admire you for it. Should I call you master? Naruto, Sasuke's cold voice halted any thoughts. If you're going to continue with this, I will go home. Naruto let loose of a long breath. Such a bore, he said. Well, ladies. We will be on our way. He walked past Ino, waved his hand. Where are you going? To eat. We can join you. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged looks and then ran off without responding. Sakura glared at the dust. That was Naruto's fault. The way Sasuke seemed to agree with Naruto and even go along with him bothered her, as she could never get to that level. She shook her head. She just had to do her best. You know they are going to Ikaraku Ramen, right? Sakura blinked. Of course, Naruto probably even had dreams eating ramen. She wouldn't be surprised if his fridge was empty and there was nothing but instant ramen in his cupboards. Let's just go. To their surprise, the two weren't there. It was about an hour before Naruto was supposed to be at the training ground for the team meeting. He didn't immediately head there but went to the Hokage tower. The third wanted to speak to him. The steps and the passages were all too familiar. Who didn't he know inside the tower? For as long as he has known to walk, Naruto has often found himself drawn to this place. The main reason being that the old man was the only person who'd shown him kindness, aside from the good Samaritans at Ikaraku Ramen who even allowed him to eat for free. The office was usually busy. Even as he stepped in, the third was busy with some people. Naruto minded his business and settled on the couch within the office. He glanced at the frame of the Yondaime Hokage, the greatest Hokage as far as Konoha was concerned. And also the man who sealed the Kyuubi within him. And most recently, as he'd come to find out, the man was his father. It was laughable that he'd heard it from the Kyuubi. The Bijou had been taunting him, trying to get him angry. It had told him he was the son of the Minato Namikaze, and yet the village hated him. When he denied this, the Bijou had remarked it would know best since it had been sealed within his mother and had nearly come close to killing both parents. The latter had been said in passing, but Naruto had observed the watchful gaze. The Bijou had said it purposefully. A test of some sort. If there was any doubt, that hateful snake had smugly broke the news, simply to watch his face twist in anger. Naruto. He turned to face the third Hokage. The people he'd been speaking with were now gone. Naruto blinked. Had time just flown away while he fought with his thoughts? He stood up and walked over to the Sandaime's desk and sat on a chair. The old man was a little hidden under the stack of papers on the desk. It was always work. Even his dream became a reality, he would end up getting drowned in that kind of work. How are you, Naruto-kun? Warmly, Naruto responded. Fine. Despite the lies and the secrets. There was no doubt. This was the person who had loved him more than anyone else. Good. Hiruzen stared at him. Kakashi tells me that you still don't use Mokuton. It was not that he didn't want to use it, it was just that there has never been a need to use the extravagant jutsus. He was also still learning. Sakura didn't even know he could do wonders with it. She'd seen him do small things. But if he did big things, she would be forced to accept that he could use the bloodline to the same heights as the Shodai Hokage. She would probably faint when she is forced to accept it. For now, they all treated it as if it was normal. He smiled, amused at the image he painted of her trying to rationalize how he could use it. There were some undeniable psychological issues that he refused to think about even when the Sandaime Hokage tried to lead him to it. It isn't that I don't use it. I only use the minimal efforts. The ridiculous jutsu have not been perfected. When there is a need, I will use them. Besides, it was better to keep his cards to his chest. Mokuton was highly coveted. There was the danger. And for him, it was just double-fold because added to it, he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. It doesn't have anything to do with how you came to use it? Hiruzen was careful with the question. He was gentle, so not to trigger anything. Naruto had gone through worse. When the villagers had been busy with him, Orochimaru had found him as a perfect human for his experiments. He was a Jinchuriki with regenerative abilities, and above all, an Uzumaki. For more than a year, Naruto had disappeared and they had searched for him. Had Naruto not exploded in anger with the Kyuubi wreaking havoc in Orochimaru's base, they most likely wouldn't have found him. How Orochimaru got him was still something they couldn't solve. Either way, that Naruto had been angered enough to permit the Kyuubi's chakra to influence him and go after Orochimaru had been a blessing to them. It also provided them evidence that Naruto was indeed being held hostage. There had been some disturbing thought that he had fled from the village to escape the horrors he faced every day. Naruto's lips turned upside down, just thinking about Orochimaru. The loathsome snake that terrorized many yet winning the hearts of many of its followers. Even he had been defiled and cut open by that slithering snake. The Sannin was perhaps the only person who made him bristle with contempt. And he had tried to recruit him, saying it was better with him than with the village. Maybe he had considered it. But he could never admit that to anyone. He'd have Umbu watching his every move every day and night because of it. While Konoha was bad, Orochimaru was worse. The outside world was worse. For him, he could never be safe. He would always be hunted for the power in him. If he could not be loyal, he would be killed. He'd done his math. Those who survived the outside world were those with power. The weak got devoured. At this stage, even with Mokuton, Naruto was weak. There would be nights someone could get him while he was asleep. Or when he wasn't expecting it. Konoha provided him safety. And he wasn't going to let it go. No, that does give me a bit of nightmares, but it has nothing to do with it. I worried that may be the case. Hiruzen released a sigh of relief. Naruto's life was just tragic. A tragedy that Kushina would not have wanted for her son and would not have stood for. But this was on him as Hokage. Still, things looked better now. There has been days he found Naruto holed up in his apartment, a miserable look on his face. But now, he smiled. He had friends and got along with his team. It made him happy that Naruto was finding that happiness. Yet, a part of him worried that as Sasuke was lonely, the loneliness within Naruto may not be solved that easily. After all, after team sessions, back in his apartment, he was all alone. I told you about Yamato, right? Naruto nodded. If you ever need help with anything, please come to me. I'll arrange for him to help you. It would be good for the village if Naruto used Mokuton in outstanding levels. It was not that his use of it was not already good. Maybe he could even do more than Yamato. The problem was that Naruto was secretive about it. Even at missions, he did the minimal things and used his other skills to get ahead. When I need the help, I'll ask. He'd never been the one to deny himself that opportunity to grow because he refused to ask help. Maybe then some people would have refused to help or even try to sabotage him, but things were different now. Of course. How Hiruzen wished things were like the old days. There was something different. Ever since Naruto was found in Orochimaru's bases, there seemed to be a line he was not willing to cross, a line he'd crossed on well back then. Maybe there was something Naruto knew. It hadn't been a pleasant talk when it came to the Kyuubi and the fact that he had decided to keep it from Naruto, even lying when asked. But he hoped Naruto would eventually speak to him. The Sandaime opened a drawer and then took out a scroll. He had never even given this to Yamato. But Naruto could do with it. This contains some jutsu used by the Shodai Hokage. I cannot stress its importance to the village. I'm entrusting it with you, Naruto. Accepting the scroll, Naruto beamed. He had begged the third for some scrolls because he wanted to learn by himself, but the old man kept him away from it. I'll take good care of it, Gigi. You're never to take it with you outside the village. If possible, study it within your apartment using Kage Bunshin. Once you have memorized what you need, bring it back, he then smiled. And of course, I'll want to see your progress. That was something he couldn't deny the old man. He grinned, he could offer that much and he was sure the third would be impressed. Training Ground 7. Where were you? Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking at Sakura. She was the captain already. She took note of everyone's time. He wouldn't be surprised if she even had time register. At any environment, she would be rather good. She had excellent chakra control, but hardly a feat worth noting since she had just a tiny bit that was pitiful in his eyes. Aside from taking registers, what good was his teammate for if not obsessing over Sasuke? A waste of talents, but she was still his teammate. If only she wasn't completely irrational when it came to her beloved, then she could be reasoned with. Talking to the Sandaime, Naruto said, pushing past the girl. He laid on his back under a tree, resting his head on his hands while facing up. Sakura settled beside him, stealing a glance. Her relationship with Naruto was complicated. Sometimes he was nice and sometimes, he was just cold. His words could sting like a bee at times. He was mean, wasn't he? But to others, it was all jelly. Where is Sasuke-kun? Sitting on the tree behind us. Sakura immediately jumped and tried to look for her beloved. Once she saw him, she spoke. Why didn't you tell me you were here? It would not have made any difference. Naruto wanted to tell her but he decided against it. He wasted his efforts at times by trying to push the hard reality into Sakura about her mad love for their teammate, but she has never responded in kind. You gon' ignore your future wife like that? Sakura turned to him. I don't need your help to get his attention. Really? Sakura registered the sarcastic tone. She realized, given the look in Naruto's eyes, he'd make a snappy comment if she responded harshly. She glanced at Sasuke for a moment and then sat down beside Naruto once more. Why do you have to be like that? She asked in a quiet tone. Naruto shrugged. Trying to save you. Sakura rolled her eyes. And I deserve a cold response when I try to save you from your dream of becoming Hokage? Naruto glanced at the girl. She was in that mood now. Speaking to him like he was her teammate and the one who has saved her life more than once while her beloved Sasuke chased after their target. What makes you think Naruto Uzumaki cannot achieve his dream? He refers to himself in third person. Sakura smiled. But what was the reason? Nothing really. Just that he wasn't Sasuke Uchiha. The Hokage was someone loved by the village and Naruto wasn't by any stretch. After a couple of moments, Kakashi arrived. The Jonin called Sasuke to be closer. The Uchiha appeared, leaning against the trunk of the tree, hands folded across his chest. I've decided that we can take 2 weeks rest. But I expect all of you to continue training. Just know that if we are wanted for a mission, we will have to go. We must always be ready to serve. Hi. Naruto responded, getting up. We missed the last Chunin exams, when are we going to join? While still Genin, we cannot do higher-ranked missions. The exams are held every 6 months. Each village holds own exams. We will discuss that at a later date. Kakashi stared at Sasuke. I didn't think you were in a hurry to become a Chunin. I just want to get stronger. That response should have been predictable, but Kakashi had hoped for something else. He shook his head. If you need anything, find me. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. Well, Naruto could use with some reading. And he needed to find a genjutsu master in this village to better learn the style, or else he would continue to fall for Sasuke's tricks. Allowing the team to get one over was nothing more than a boost to his bloated pride and Uchiha superior complex. I'm going to the library to read some books. Are you going to be there tomorrow? Naruto glanced at Sasuke through the corner of his eyes. A hateful bastard whose hatred for his elder brother would only make the bijou within him giggle with pleasure. The only debate would only be whether the Kyuubi's hatred for humans and especially Konoha is more than the hatred Sasuke harbored for Itachi. Thinking of the elder Uchiha, Naruto shook his head. The mention of the name was the only thing one needed to trigger Sasuke's anger. He lacked control over his emotions. Sometimes he truly looked like an unstable person who could blow up at any moment. But he was a friend and the only person who could understand his pain and loneliness. Naruto thought he needed to indulge the Uchiha a bit, just until he was able to twist him a little. A work in progress, but he would soon need to dip his fangs into the Uchiha's neck. Sure. Sasuke was gone the moment he finished talking. Naruto just rolled his eyes and then started to walk away. Wait, Naruto. Sakura called, rushing over to him. Let me join you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What is with that look? I'm just surprised you'd willingly join me for a round in the library. I've gone to the library more than you. And your newfound love for knowledge has only started since we became Genin. Change is inevitable. Chapter 2, Different Faces. Oh great, here comes a problem. Kiba grumbled, seeing Naruto casually walk toward them. It wasn't that Kiba necessarily hated Naruto, he just disliked the effect the blonde had on Hinata. And his often sly way of talking. If they were in front of people, he usually ended with a red face, painted with either humiliation or extreme anger. Hinata quickly turned around, forgetting whatever she had been doing with Kurenai. The Genjutsu master released a long breath as she too turned to the incoming blonde. Shino was the only one whose reaction was much more subtle. Then again, Kiba had competition and with Hinata it was the object of her affections. What do you want? Kiba stepped forward, Akamaru along with him. The dog growled, though. Naruto's reaction was an amused mask, which only seemed to make Kiba angry. What's so funny? You. Team, you want to receive a beating? From you? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to say a biting? In that case no? I would rather not. Kiba glared for a long second and then let loose of a long breath. He was getting worked over and if he continued, Naruto was just going to press him and the laugh all the way to Ikaraku ramen. That is no way to treat someone, Kiba. Kurenai's voice was stern. And she had her eyes right at Naruto. You don't know him well, Kurenai-sensei. That was true. Kurenai knew of the blonde. Who didn't? All the Jonin knew of Naruto Uzumaki. If you went to the streets and asked about a blonde with whisker marks, they'd point to him. But Kurenai had never spoken to him. Not once. She didn't even remember being so closer to him that he could step on her shadow. So, she didn't know him. She had never displayed any curiosity in knowing him. He didn't make any trouble with anyone. Mokuton? There was a rumor, but the village didn't confirm it nor deny it. But that was still not enough to interest Kurenai. He was here now. And she wished she knew him. Kiba could be rude. But he wasn't hostile. Dogs will always bark when they feel their territory is under dark. Naruto's voice was light, almost careless. But Kiba, why must you display wild instincts like this? I don't like you. Akamaru barked as if to agree with Kiba. Wow. I'm hurt, and I thought we had a special relationship. Naruto wiped out a fake tear and then turned to face Hinata. Can you believe this, Hinata-chan? Kiba-chan doesn't like me? What did I do? Team, don't bring Hinata into this. Naruto chuckled, waving past Kiba. He stopped in front of Hinata, smiling warmly. She had her hands around her chest, poking her fingers with her cheeks reddening. Her reactions were always amusing and he enjoyed teasing. Hello, Hinata. She mumbled something and looked down, but kept her fingers tangling. Naruto put his hand under her chin, lifting her head to face him. My Hinata, you feel a little hot. Want to take off that jacket? Held back from laughing when her eyes closed and she nearly fell. But he caught her and laid her down gently. She had simply fainted. You did that on purpose. Kiba stared. Did what? Was I not supposed to speak to her nicely? Naruto asked, acting oblivious to what he had just done. You know what I'm talking about. Naruto smiled. Of course he did. And he did what he did not because he disliked Hinata or anything. Actually, he liked her honesty and that she liked him. She did need to start behaving normal. But he teased her because he wanted her to step out of her comfort zone and start getting used to his presence. Are you just jealous that you don't have the same effect on her? Before Kiba could respond, Kurenai clapped her hands to get their attention. She stared at Naruto, just wondering what he wanted. His relationship with Kiba was something else. But there didn't seem to be malice and he had already greeted Shino already by nodding his head. Why would you do something like that? Kurenai asked, a bit more sternly than she would have liked. But her stern tone didn't seem to have registered with Naruto. In fact, he didn't even twitch as he responded in a casual tone. Hinata is purely kind. She is afraid of harming others. A wrong attitude for a kunoichi. But glaringly, she lacks confidence. We learn by experience. The more I am closer to her, the more my presence becomes tolerable to her and she can be brave enough to speak. So, he wasn't doing that just for a laugh? She had gotten the wrong thought. He was trying to help Hinata. He could do it in a better way. She did lack confidence and her fear of harming others is the reason she lost her title as heiress of the Hyuga clan. What can we help you with, Naruto? Ah yes, Naruto stepped toward the Jonin. Kurenai was a wonderfully looking woman. Her ruby eyes were alluring. He smiled, wondering if he should comment on her looks. But then figured since she was older and he was just a brat, she might think he was some pervert. The others he knew. Kiba he knew. Shino he knew. With Hinata, it was simple. He adapted himself to their personalities. To suit himself and to know how to predict them. It was nice living like that. Focusing on the Jonin, Naruto spoke once more with a smile. Kurenai Yuhi. Should I call you Kurenai-sensei? That is fine. Kurenai-sensei then. Naruto's expression changed slightly. It was a little more serious. I have been training and my teammate has exposed a fatal flaw in me. Genjutsu. I have been told that you are the best Genjutsu user in the village. And I want to learn a couple of things. Well, not become a Genjutsu master. But I want to have an understanding that will help me be able to counter it. I came here to request your help and would be grateful if you could help. He bowed slightly. Kurenai was taken aback by the request. A genin wanting to learn a little about Genjutsu? Not even her students had asked that much of her. Why do you want to understand it, not master it? I think at the moment, trying to master it would be impossible for me. My teammate can master Genjutsu fine. She is smart enough. But what helps her is that she has perfect control over her chakra. But that is to be expected since she has this much. Naruto raised an index finger making a tiny symbol. On the other hand, my chakra levels are just too huge for me to perfectly control now. I can and will, but now I have other priorities. Kurenai looked thoughtful for a moment. I'll speak to your sensei first. Maybe the Sandaime. Naruto was not just any brat after all. The third Hokage would have keen interest in what is taught the blonde. Of course, Naruto replied with a nod. I look forward to hearing from you, Kurenai-sensei. He turned away, facing Kiba and then smiled. See you around, Kiba-chan, he said, and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kurenai blinked. Was that a Kagebunshin? A knock at the door, who could it be? Hardly, did anyone ever come to his door. Naruto would never claim to be the most social animal. But he does become loud when in crowds. Oh, it's the perverted Sannin. It was a subdued response from Naruto that made Jiraiya raise an eyebrow. He was a Sannin and the blonde couldn't show enthusiasm at having a figure like him knock on his door? Brats of today. They had no respect for the elder generation. Then again, Jiraiya could never say that he had a great relationship with the blonde. It wasn't that Naruto disliked him or anything, he was just indifferent to him. Unexpectedly, his expectations when he first appeared before Naruto was a look of awe and praise, but Naruto hadn't even recognized him at first glance. Even when he gloriously introduced himself, there was not even a change of emotion. What is with that response? Jiraiya asked, as he stepped inside Naruto's apartment. He'd been warned not to just burst inside as if the place belonged him. And he wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Naruto shut the door behind him and then walked over to his kitchen where the table was littered with scrolls. He sat down, picked up a scroll, silently studied it for a couple of moments and then glanced at the Jiraiya who was looking at him questionably. You came at a wrong time, that's why. Once you realize I came here for you with a gift, you won't be saying that. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You sound excited. Well, I am going to give you something that is really powerful and of which I am a custodian. Oh. Naruto stared back the scroll. Mokuton truly was powerful, but also difficult. The jutsu he needed to do and performed by the Shodai Hokage required a great deal of chakra. He was burning a lot more because of adequate chakra control. He needed to get better to be able to execute this jutsu. The simple things that Yamato did could be done. But they bored Naruto. They lacked imagination. The monstrous feats performed by the Shodai however excited him. But at the same time frustrated him because of how complex they were. Either way, once he got a grasp of everything, he would be sitting pretty. I don't think it would be anything more important than Mokuton. Even better, at least from where I stand. Jiraiya grinned. I want you to sign a toad contract. You'll be able to summon the toads during battle and you will even become a sage, like me, and the Yondaime Hokage. The Shodai Hokage was also a sage. If you learn this, it will strengthen your jutsu. I've read that sage are extremely powerful. These scrolls do point to the power of sage jutsu. That is why I said this was important. The excitement in Jiraiya was clearly apparent. What stopped him from raving was Naruto's indifference. Naruto folded the scroll he was reading and then faced Jiraiya. By the way, I'm just a clone. Jiraiya blinked, and then stared. How had he not recognized that? Before he could even say anything, the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Forest of Death. Jiraiya found Naruto sitting on dense roots, head resting on the palm of his right hand, with his legs folded. He moved closer, and then touched the roots. Naruto must have created it. He hadn't thought that the blonde had improved this much with his control over Mokuton. Last time, Naruto could only create a clone. But as he was told by the Sandaime, Naruto thought the Mokuton clones were useless, unless he was embedding explosive tags within them. What is it about the toad contract? Jiraiya stared at Naruto. His expression was flat, but he was looking directly at him. Whether he was interested or not was another matter. He had found that even when the blonde was smiling at times, he was difficult to read. But having lived in the environment he found himself within, Naruto must have learned to read expressions better than anyone, and that meant being able to school his features as well. Why couldn't I realize it was a clone? That. Naruto changed positions. It is a simple matter of chakra. With me, you can only tell which is which by measuring up my chakra levels. If you know me enough, you'll tell the difference. Considering that you have not seen me in a couple of years, it is understandable that you could not tell. I see, you don't sound happy to see me. More or less, Jiraiya grumbled. Naruto blinked. Must I be? He tilted his head slightly. He knew why Jiraiya always tried to get closer to him. And it had nothing to do with the Kyuubi or Mokuton. If it was Yamato, he could understand. It was about his parents. Jiraiya just could never be open about it, like his sensei. Must you not be? At times, Jiraiya wondered just how smart Naruto was. Sometimes, he thought the blonde was manipulative. There was evidence to back it up, it was just something he felt whenever Naruto opened his mouth. At this, he thought that Naruto was trying to take him toward another subject that he didn't want to entertain. I don't see a reason I should be, you are just Jiraiya the Toad Sage to me. There is no other relations I could speak of. If it was Kakashi-sensei, I could smile. He is my sensei. Naruto shook his head and then changed the subject. The contract. Why do you want me to sign it? I want to take you as my student in the near future. Oh, that is surprising. That would be cool. Naruto stood up. But we can talk about the contract then. I'm little familiar with how that works. But I suppose toads would be a lot more helpful as partners in battle compared to Kakashi-sensei's summons. But it doesn't answer why I must be your student. You rarely take students. Must there be a reason for wanting to take a student? Yes. There has to be reason. It is something personal or you just see the potential and want to mold it. That is reason enough. Naruto already knew the reason. He knew, but he didn't like people trying to get close to him under false pretense. Weren't there enough lies already? Must there be more to it? Jiraiya frowned. Naruto wasn't that starved of affection that he was willing to jump into the hands of anyone who showed him care. Perhaps he'd underestimated his strength and that he would have thought that just by simply showing up, the blonde would be all over him. It wasn't a matter of trust. Or maybe it was. After all, Naruto wanted to know the reason behind his goodwill. Jiraiya had reasons, but he didn't want to share. This was all going to give him a headache. The third is my sensei and he has asked me to look after you. You are a valuable member of Konoha who uses Mokuton. We have high hopes for you. The Sannin then grinned. You want to surpass even the Yondaime Hokage, don't you? I was his sensei. I can help you. Naruto jumped from the roots and landed beside Jiraiya. He held out his right hand, stared at it while deliberating events that could have possibly unfolded. The Sandaime couldn't have forced this on him. If anything, a better teacher for him was Yamato. If the old man was going to force a sensei on him, it would be his fellow Mokuton user. Jiraiya couldn't assist him with his training in that regard, so it wouldn't make complete sense for the Sannin to be forced on him. I have been alone since I was born, Jiraiya-sama. Mokuton? Is that the only thing valuable about me? I have asked myself this question time and time again. Sometimes it is about the QB. I wonder, is it the only reason the Sandaime is even close to me? If it was because of the bijou, then he would have made sure I learned to control its power. But the Sandaime sees me as a child. I think, if it was possible, he'd rather I not even use the power. But that is just wishful thinking. One day, I will have to use this power. He glanced at Jiraiya at the corner of his eyes. I've already said, we can talk about the contract when we get to the stage where I learn from you. Is there anything else? He was losing this battle. The Toad contract was his entrance to Naruto's life. And what was that reasoning? It made him cautious. Wary even. But he resisted the urge to look at Naruto with suspicion. You have no issues studying under me? My strength is my own and I already live under the cloud of the QB. My desire is to carve out my own identity. I do not want to be known as the student of the Sannin. I want to be Naruto Uzumaki. He looked up into the burning sun. Quickly, he looked away. I've been known by other names. QB brat. Demon. Many things. Studying under you gives me the chance to learn more valuable things. But I won't become your apprentice. The Yondaime was your apprentice, yes? If Jiraiya was not saddened by Naruto's talk, he would have been trying to argue with him. But he could understand. To want Naruto to adopt his ideals would be denying him what he has been denied all his life, an identity that he crafted for himself. That is fine. Is there anything else? You done training? You kind of ruined the mood. Besides, I'm feeling a little hungry. I need to eat, rest up, for there is more training later on with Sasuke. Naruto smiled. And oh? I'm not refusing your help. But there is one condition. What? I'll tell you when you come to tell me we should begin our training together. Hint, I lived my life not knowing why I was hated, every night asking myself why I was called a demon, the QB and other names. And that was because the old man refused to tell me. Had I known, things would have been simple and less painful. Making me sign the Toad contract means I become the next Toad Sage, your successor. If that is going to happen, if I choose to permit it, you'd have to start by showing me all your cards. If not, I will walk alone. I've done that for most of my life, building my own strength. And I know I can continue with it. Of course, he was only going to accept Jiraiya's help if he couldn't find the secrets behind the Shodai Sage Jutsu. Signing the Toad contract would be made pointless if he could attain the same sage power as the first. How is it even going with Mokuton? Jiraiya asked instead of responding to Naruto's statement. A look of frustration washed over Naruto. Frustrating. He replied. I suppose I do require guidance from Yamato. Jiraiya found Kakashi at the memorial stones. The Jonin was standing still, unmoving with a dark cloud hanging over his head. Some things were never going to change. The Jonin was still ravaged by guilt and regrets. His life has truly been a tragedy. It was no wonder he had failed prospective Genin over the years, because he did not want the tragedy to repeat itself. Jiraiya stopped by the Jonin's right side and stared down, Rin. The teammate Kakashi had killed. He glanced at the Jonin through the corner of his left eye and spoke. We need to talk. Naruto? Kakashi responded after a few moments of silence. Yes. Kakashi continued staring at Rin's name for a couple of seconds before responding in a quiet tone. You spoke to him. If the Sannin was like this, then he had met the blonde Genin. A complicated person, yet a person who took things in a simple manner. Perhaps it was because he had seen much worse. There would be no denying that. Yeah. Jiraiya paused, spreading his senses around. Once satisfied, he continued speaking. What am I missing? How far is he even with Mokuton? Kakashi adopted a thoughtful look on his face. He can defeat Sasuke, and that is someone hailed as a genius. He may be much stronger he looks. I don't know his full capacity with Mokuton. He doesn't use it that much. He rarely does so. I asked him about it and he said what he could do would be a mockery of what the Shodai could. He said it with an embarrassed look on his face. He sets higher standards for himself. But hardly surprising. He has good grasp of ninjutsu. How good? You'll see. Kakashi responded. But that is not what you came to talk about, is it? He may be a little difficult to crack. That is because Naruto is not gullible. He is independent and not too trusting. Just because you are Jiraiya doesn't mean he is willingly going to go with you. One more thing, he is adept to lies. He has seen people lie to him more than enough. There were times when he tried to make friends and it all ended horribly wrong. The best policy is just to avoid the issue than tell an outright lie. That was something the Sandaime was rather good at. But of course, Naruto wasn't going to trouble anyone but calling them on their lies. What did you want anyway? I wanted to have him sign the Toad contract and told him I wanted him to become my student. He smiled sadly. He didn't seem too thrilled about it. But he did not refuse. Naruto does value his independence. Still, just how smart is the brat? His words seemed intentionally leading. Kakashi shrugged indifferently. Most of the times, Naruto was a pleasant person with no hidden intentions. There was nothing suspicious about him. He had observed the blonde long enough. Smart enough. He reserves that attitude for you. And a little for the Sandaime. With everyone else, he is a delight. Training Ground 7. Naruto fell to the ground on his back, careless of the dust. He was just worn out and only wanted to take a nap. He ignored the pain when he hit the ground and glanced at his right. A battered and bruised Sasuke followed his example. He turned away from the last Uchiha and stared up at the green leaves that hid the sun from them. Training with Sasuke was brutal. But he enjoyed it. Sasuke was faster than him. He was a lot more fluid with his movements. A compliment he would never openly admit to the Uchiha, lest he puffs up that arrogance. Physical strength, Naruto had and his reactions were improving. The first part was improving physical prowess. At any fight, you were going to use taijutsu. It was just the basic that sometimes proved to be the difference between victory and defeat. Itachi must be starting to get afraid now. Naruto said so purposely, just to see Sasuke's reaction. The reaction was predictably instant. Sasuke flashed a hateful look toward him. His amused look only served to press the Uchiha the wrong way. You're just predictable that way. Naruto faced the leaves. Not once did he think Sasuke would suddenly throw a kunai at him. After all, this was his partner. In missions, Sasuke was the one who watched his back, and he did so diligently. After a long moment, Sasuke bottled his anger and then responded. When are you going to start using that bloodline? You're going to ignore that talk just now? There is nothing to talk about. Naruto snorted. If you end up getting filled up by hot air, it is something to talk about. I fear that the day he appears before you, you are going to recklessly attack him even when you cannot even lick his boots. Sasuke glared at him through gritted teeth. You do not understand. Of course I don't know. I have never claimed to understand, but I know enough that at this stage, you're going to end up getting swallowed. Naruto smiled sadly. You are my friend. The only person I can truly call a friend in this village, and it would be sad if you did something reckless. How would you react to someone who killed your parents? Your entire clan just because he wanted to test his strength? The anger and pain. The betrayal. Naruto could feel it all. Sasuke must have truly looked up to his elder brother. Naruto could never understand what it meant to have an elder brother to love you. He had no one. Younger, he had come to believe that he may truly be what the village called him. I don't know. I have not yet hated someone to that level. But you know I'm a Jinchuriki. Sakura is ignorant, so, it can't be helped. Despite your superior complex, you must know just how I'm treated in this village. The same look you have when you think of Itachi, is the same look the villagers give me. Sasuke knew. He had known long ago how Naruto was viewed. He was loved and Naruto was hated. The fact that Sakura could not see this was just ludicrous. But she was that ignorant. She shouldn't be a kunoichi really. The Kyuubi caused a rampage in this village that killed many people. I can understand their hatred for it. Yes, that is why I'll say, in some ways, you and the villagers seem alike at times. Don't put me in the same bracket as those ignorant people. Sasuke replied in a stern tone. Seemingly offended. I understand their anger for the Kyuubi but not their hatred for you. Does not change anything. You are still the same. Hateful people who cannot see past their hatred. You ought to learn to control your emotions. I'm almost certain that you'd abandon anything just to kill your brother. Killing him is the reason I live. How I pity you, Sasuke. To simply dedicate your entire life to killing just one man. The Uchiha won't be revived. What honor is there in doing so? Instead of trying to create new memories of the Uchiha, you are just going on a dark path. Sasuke snorted. Dark path? What of you? Don't compare me to you, you hateful child. I'm content with my life. I have dreams. I have desires. Negative thoughts? I have them. There is no person doesn't have negative thoughts. The difference is that I don't indulge my thoughts. I master them. I control them. Sasuke wanted scoff, but he knew better. When it came to self-control, Naruto had that. And he didn't seem to particularly hate the villagers for their treatment of him. What is your goal? Sasuke asked curiously. Naruto faced up into the sky and then replied. I have many things I want to achieve. So many things, Sasuke. Maybe you could say I want change. He paused, sensing a new chakra presence. And restoring your clan? Didn't you say you want to restore your clan? Naruto smiled. I'm certain that Sakura will be more than happy to carry your children. Sasuke groaned just thinking of the Pinkette. Why did you have to bring her up? Because she is coming. Sasuke's eyes snapped toward the clearing. There she was, blushing all the way toward them along with Ino. If it was not because he was tired, he would be getting up to flee. He hated her affections. They were a nuisance and she was nothing more than a burden in missions. She did not take anything seriously. If you say anything I find troubling, I'm going to stab you tomorrow when we train. That is just dark, Sasuke. Then again, you are the dark avenger of the Uchiha clan, Naruto said with a laugh. You should loosen up a little. Being stiff and broody is the reason those who know you actually hate your guts. Naruto sometimes didn't mince the words. But Sasuke was not bothered by it. Not even a little. Those insults didn't do anything to him. Is it just how you act all carefree in front of other people but then changed when you are alone? I don't even have a need for other people. What I need is power. Oh, you power-hungry fool. If you're not careful, you'll betray everyone one day. The love for power has driven many astray. But you probably don't care about that. You just want to kill your brother and would even sell your own soul to get the power. Naruto shook his head. It is truly sad. You fail to see what is important to life. He paused, sensing that Sakura and Ino were upon them. Seems like a serious conversation is happening here. Ino was the first to speak as she stopped beside him, staring into his eyes with her hands placed around her waist. Naruto smirked. Well, we were thinking about doing a double date. You know, you and me. Sasuke and his beloved Sakura-chan. He was saying that he secretly does crush over her. Sakura allowed herself to dream, just thinking about a shy Sasuke confessing his love for her. Her daydream was crushed when Ino burst out in laughter. It was just the kind of laugh that shattered all hopes. It was made worse when Naruto joined her. They were laughing at her. She was glared at the two and then looked at Sasuke. They are making fun of you, Sasuke-kun. Naruto snickered when the Uchiha ignored Sakura. Why would you say something like that? You have more chances with him than my dear Sakura. Arg. Naruto jumped. What the hell, Ino? How could you say something like that? I don't swing that way. Who'd even like this brooding bastard? Ino allowed an innocent smile to settle on her lips. Well, you have gone far better than Sakura. I mean, you two have kissed. She was trying to hold herself from laughing. Naruto fell on his butt and then leaned against the tree's trunk. An expressionless mask settled for a second as he replied. Don't remind me the horrors. But I remember you and your gang, led by the cheerleader-in-chief trying to kill me. Who are you calling a cheerleader? Sakura exclaimed, glaring at him. Naruto shrugged. You cheered and encouraged Sasuke at the academy. Even followed him home and then jeered anyone you perceived to be an enemy. Sakura had no response. Always when Naruto and Ino combined, she was always left without a place. She honestly envied their relationship. They never hung together, but whenever their paths crossed, they acted like best friends. Naruto was her teammate and she couldn't even interact with him in the same way. Then again, Naruto seemed to get along even with the others. He bickered with Kiba but that had to do with Hinata and it was always friendly. The same could be said about Sasuke. In her silence, Naruto spoke, addressing Ino. I frown with disappointment each time I think that you were actually part of that group, Ino. He said with a stare. The look on his face clearly complimented his words. Ino folded her hands across her chest. I was a child then. She huffed. You're an adult now? I've grown. Don't you know? Once we become shinobi, we are no longer considered children. Those are just words of a brat who wants to enter the world of adults a little too early. Naruto shrugged. What brings you here? We just came to check up on you. Kakashi-sensei told me you were training here. Sakura answered. Their usual training ground was currently off limits. The Umbu were supposedly using the forest for something and they were told to keep out. You spoke to Kakashi-sensei? It was Sasuke speaking, for the first time since the two girls arrived. He seemed curious about that. Well, Sakura smiled brightly. I wanted his help about my own training. I don't want to be left behind the two of you. And besides, she knew that sometimes, she was a drag to the others. Naruto always had to save her when things became dangerous. Things are looking bright, Naruto remarked. So, how about our double date? Who said I want to go on a date with you? Ino asked staring at him. Naruto put on a hurt look. Wow. I actually thought you liked me, Ino. But I was wrong, he shook his head, smiling sadly. Let's call it a day, Sasuke. I don't think I'll be able to come in tomorrow. I'm a little hurt at the moment. It might take some time to recover. Damn, don't think I can even stand you. Sakura obsesses over you and even the delightful Ino. You almost sound believable, you know. Wait, Sakura butt in, a surprised look on her face. He was faking that? Naruto and Ino looked at each other before shaking their heads. Was there something in particular you wanted? Kakashi-sensei said I could join you too. He said it would help better improve our teamwork. Great. It was not Naruto who responded, but Sasuke. He wasn't being sarcastic either. The Uchiha then stood and then faced Naruto. Tomorrow, then? Naruto nodded. Sasuke then turned to walk away. Wait, team. Naruto called. You forgot something. Sasuke stopped and then turned around. He gave that look that clearly said, what? In the most unpleasant way. The chip you carry on your shoulder. Sasuke glared. Naruto laughed. Amused, Ino gave her hand to help Naruto get up. Once he took it, she spoke. Are you always like this? What? Pissing off Sasuke? And making fun at the expense of Sakura? Of course not. I'm a delightful person. He replied with a foxy grin. Sakura doesn't say. Naruto shrugged and leaned in on Ino's right side. And then whispered. Sasuke has her so whipped. I can save her life now while he just watches without interest, and she could go and dream that I was Sasuke who saved her life and wake up the following day believing so. Ino scoffed, but she would not disagree with Naruto. When it came to Sasuke, Sakura didn't want to hear anything. Her devotion and love for him was honestly disturbing. She just could never grow out of her academy days fantasies. She shook her head. At least, since graduating and experiencing a bit more of the shinobi world, she had grown. Sasuke didn't care for Sakura. It was debatable that her friend even saw this. Even if she did, she most likely had some reason or an excuse to condone it. You are her teammate, aren't you supposed to help? Naruto shrugged, removing himself from Ino. I try, he said before turning to Sakura. Be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. He then smiled at Ino. Later, Ino-chan. Ino thought to give him the middle finger, but she smiled warmly. The poor guy already had a tough time living in this village, and he was not a bad person despite what others may claim. She just wished Sakura was a little nicer to him. What is with you and him? Ino shrugged. I should be asking you the same question. He gets in the way. Jealousy isn't a good thing, Sakura. I don't want to hear that from you. Well, Naruto was right. When it came to Sasuke, Sakura was stubborn. But she could understand, she too had been stuck in this kind of life before. She had been a fangirl. Competing with Sakura and the other girls, because Sasuke was cool. But now, she didn't think so. Hokage office. The Sandaime smiled pleasantly after Jiraiya stepped into his office. It always gave him some comfort when he saw his only loyal student around. It gave him a pat on the back, always telling himself that not everything he has done was a total loss. He shouldn't even be active now, but he couldn't quit, because his students had disappointed. But at least, Jiraiya was still breathing and serving Konoha to the best of his abilities. When did you return, Jiraiya? Yesterday, the Sannin responded, staring at his sensei. You look a little happier than last time I saw you. I was still dealing with Naruto after he confronted me about the QB. He smiled, he should have known that it would happen. The bijou was sealed within after all. It was a difficult moment for him. He'd never seen Naruto look so betrayed and hurt. For some days, he'd thought that perhaps his relationship with Naruto was over. But now things are looking good. For you maybe. Jiraiya paused, shaking his head. I met him. My road is going to be a little more difficult. Hardly surprising. Ever since realizing that I kept the truth about the QB from him, Naruto has come to conclude that there are many things I'm hiding from him, even about his parents. That was a touchy subject that Hiruzen always tried to ignore, but he had a feeling Naruto suspected something. He just could never ask because he knew it was going to be an emotional talk that may not be pleasant for him. He knew it was only a matter of time before this happened. You think he knows something? I don't know, he probably suspects something. He is not that stupid, and we don't know what Orochimaru told him. Hiruzen shook his head. He always dreaded the thought. Have you spoken to Tsunade? I saw her. The Sannin frowned. She refused to return. Still racking up gambling debts and roaming around freely. She is only safe because she is a Sannin. He shook his head. She won't return. Allowing Tsunade to roam free despite her talents, one of the things that has earned him some angry retorts from Danzo. Worse, there was also Orochimaru, who he had allowed to leave, simply because he could not kill his own student. But he'd understood Tsunade's pain and allowed her to cool her head, but it didn't seem like she was ever going to come back home. You think I have given her enough to work over her issues? Well, it isn't like you can send Umbu after her. But you can force her to return. Tsunade is a valuable kunoichi to Konoha, and we are wasting her talents by allowing her to roam free. Naive, indecisive, and frequently lacking the spine to do what has been done. The thoughts haunted Hiruzen. You've just never been willing to go that far. Jiraiya cared for Tsunade, but he didn't know about forcing her to return to the village. There was no war. The village was not under any attack. She was not needed, but he understood. Hiruzen wanted someone to replace him as Hokage. He had already turned down the request, but maybe Tsunade could do it. When you meet her next time, tell her she will be branded a rogue shinobi and a bounty on her head will be placed. That puts her life in danger. There are dangerous criminals out there who wouldn't waste time terrorizing her. She is powerful enough to handle any threats, but if she does not want to face that threat, she just has to return home. She doesn't have to become Hokage. She can run the hospital and train new pupils. The village is lacking in recent years. If you are not going to do it, I will send someone else to send the message. Hiruzen spoke in a hardened tone, staring directly at the Sannin. Jiraiya merely nodded. He wasn't going to argue with the third. The Akatsuki is still making moves. But Orochimaru has already left the organization. Their objective is something that remains unknown. However, we must continue to keep an eye on them. If the likes of Itachi are part of the group, it really has to be taken seriously. The great nations were never at peace with each other. As long as the other was not threatened by the Akatsuki, no one was going to do anything. Hiruzen had even heard that the Tsuchikage was excessively using the organization, and even Kumo at some point. There was word that even the Kazekage was using it. They seemed to be effective in their missions. No one saw them as a threat. As long as they did their work outside of the great nations. Keep an eye on things. We thought his place in the Sound was only a place for hideouts, but it has now become a fully fledged village. He smiled bitterly. But knowing him, it is just another way for him to get access to people for his experiments. He already has hideouts around the shinobi world. Yes. Find out whatever information you can find about this village. And be in contact with the Sound. We cannot in good conscience just watch when we know what is happening. He is our problem, and we will deal with it. Hiruzen knew that Jiraiya had never had any intentions of killing his former friend. But Hiruzen was now willing to do what must be done. What was love when it ignored the suffering of the many people in favor of a twisted shinobi who only cared about his experiments and power? You want to invade the Sound? Orochimaru's village, the third Hokage corrected. Get me the information I need and I will decide what must happen. If Orochimaru's village becomes strong, he will no doubt come after Konoha. He already holds a grudge. You think he would attack Konoha? Jiraiya wanted to reject this, but this was Orochimaru they were talking about. He was arrogant enough to plan an attack and twisted enough to make an attempt to execute it. How things change. Some years ago, he was trying to get the man to return to the village. But who would have accepted him after what he did? And not to mention, he had already hit them where it hurt the most, with Naruto. Of course, that was something they all tried to ignore. The village didn't even know about, only a few knew. If they knew, it would only add to the burden on Naruto. Speaking in a bitter tone, the Toad Sage added. We speak of wanting peace, but even after everything that Orochimaru did, I was willing to forgive him because he was a friend. But now I think about, what about those many parents who lost their children because of him? Who was even going to forgive him for his crimes? He hasn't even stopped doing what he was doing in this village. We are often willing to overlook certain things when it affects us personally. And when we think it is someone we know, we always think that there is a chance for them to repent, ignoring the pain of others. Hiruzen smiled. We are all guilty of that in some times of our lives. But we must now do what we must be done. Orochimaru cannot be changed. I wish he could, but we cannot ignore what he has done. If he was someone we had no personal connection with, we wouldn't care. What the Akatsuki is doing now is less horrible compared to the pain and damage he has done. But with them, we are quick to act. Because we have no relations. He shook his head. One person who'd gladly even lead the attack would be Danzo. He has campaigned for action to be taken against the Sannin for a long time now. I will gather what I can. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Do you talk about what happened with Naruto after Orochimaru had him kidnapped? Hiruzen's smile slipped. No. It is something that still weighs on Naruto heavily. From the village to Orochimaru, that is something I think he tries to pretend never even happened. That is helped because memories are bundled. We had considered sealing those memories, but it would have done more harm than good. We will eventually have to deal with it. Of course. I'm waiting on him to talk about it. For now, Naruto is happy. He has friends, and is finding ways to deal with the villagers' hatred. I want him to handle things at his pace. He performs well when no one is rushing him. Kakashi has always been a complicated person but easy to deal with. But Kurenai couldn't say he was her friend. She'd only joined the Jonin Club only recently. Even when the Kyuubi was attacking Konoha, she was one of those who were not allowed to enter the battlefield because they were young ones who had a bright future ahead of them. She smiled, looking at the silver-haired Jonin who was walking up to her, hands inside his pockets, a rather disinterested look about him. Then again, as far as she has known, he has always been like that. Sorry to call you out so suddenly. Kakashi waved his right hand. I wasn't doing anything. I called you out because one of your students made a request to me a couple of days ago. I wasn't sure how to handle it, so I thought it would be best to speak to you first before making a decision. Kakashi had thought she wanted something, personally, but not one of his students going to her. For a moment, he stared at her. If anyone was approaching her it would be about Genjutsu. The only person who'd ask that was most likely Sakura. She was the one who showed promise due to her excellent chakra control. But Sakura asking help on training to another sensei? It didn't seem to fit. From what he knew, she had quit training with both her teammates after the first day. But anything could happen. Sakura? Kurenai shook her head. Naruto. That was surprising. He didn't see it coming. Kakashi had to stare at the woman to see if she wasn't just joking. But Naruto and Genjutsu? The two didn't seem to click. Naruto wasn't even suited for Genjutsu. I thought the person asking you would be Sakura. She has displayed potential with Genjutsu. Naruto on the other hand has massive chakra reserves, and no perfect control over it. He mentioned that. And still wants to learn Genjutsu? You didn't know about it? Kakashi shook his head. He has been training with Sasuke over the past week. He didn't say anything about it last time we spoke. Oh? Kurenai paused, thinking. He didn't say he want to exactly learn how to use Genjutsu. He said he wants to understand it because it was his weakness. I don't have a problem with it, but he is your student, and I didn't want to start teaching him anything without talking to you first. No, it is fine, Kakashi replied. If Naruto wants to learn and if you have no problem with it, you can teach him. Considering that Naruto was the Jinchuriki with a rather dark cloud following him around, Kakashi thought she would have reservations about it. He smiled, at least even with everything, there were people who were willing to overlook all that and do what they thought was right. And the third Hokage? Should I speak to him as well? I mean, given his special circumstances. Kurenai spoke with caution. Kakashi shrugged indifferently. It won't be a problem. But if you want to be at ease, you can still speak to him. Training Ground 7. If there was anything disappointing about this team, it had to be Haruno Sakura. Ever since she joined them for a single training session and then walked away halfway, Naruto had never seen her again. Perhaps he and Sasuke had pushed her a little harder. She had gone home limping and battered. But pushing her limits was the best way to improve her. The Uchiha had predicted that she wouldn't return. Not that it hadn't been a prediction worth gloating about. Sakura refused to do hard, and had said their training was too hard for her. It should have been suspected that she would quit, but not halfway through the first day. You're making me uncomfortable. Sakura gave Naruto a side glance. They were standing under a tree, waiting for their sensei to arrive. Sasuke was sitting up on the tree, looking like he would rather be somewhere than here. She knew why Naruto was staring and she knew it was disappointing, but it didn't make her feel any good. Sorry. I got lost in thought. Why do you think Kakashi-sensei called us? Mission most likely. Some clients choose who they want. I wouldn't be surprised if some people come to choose our sensei. He is famous after all. They'd probably be horrified that the famous Jonin was a tardy kind of person who didn't seem to take things seriously. Naruto knew better, of course. Everyone had his own demons to fight. He'd come to see that in this life of a journey, it was a rough ride that would cripple him if he was not strong enough. The hatred from the villagers? He'd managed to stomach it. But the shinobi world could corrupt it all by forcing him into situations where someone had to die to protect his teammates or the mission. I thought we'd get a little more time. Naruto shrugged. He glanced up at Sasuke for a moment before shaking his head. It complicates things, especially if it is one that takes us a little too far from the village. Indifferent? No, he would be disappointed if that was going to be case. After all, he hadn't even heard back from Kurenai to even begin his study of genjutsu. Yo! Kakashi greeted after popping up in a puff of smoke. Sakura wanted to shout that the man was late, but decided against it. She just sighed and stared at her sensei, hoping that he would not say anything about her running away from training with Sasuke and Naruto. She was glad when he went directly to business. We have a mission. No more training for today. Make sure that you recover and get enough rest. Meet me at the Hokage Tower tomorrow at 1 p.m. sharp. And pack enough gear to last over 3 weeks or more. After saying that, the Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Later that night. Still up? Naruto didn't immediately respond, but stared down at the village streets from the rooftop of his building. The sky was dark, but the lights brought in light. However, the alleys were dark and some nasty things happened there. Naruto had seen his fair share of madness while wandering about the night streets as a little boy, trying to find a hole he could crawl into and escape the misery that was his lonely life. Trying to settle my thoughts. Naruto responded in a quiet tone while glancing at Kakashi through the corner of his eyes. Something troubling you? Did he have that kind of relationship with his sensei? Naruto wondered. The Jonin was a good person. He respected friendship and always taught them to value it more than the mission. Just thinking about the future. Nothing seems as straightforward as it does when you're dreaming as a little kid. You're still a child. Well, by the time you were my age, you were already fighting a war. But, I think I've heard my fair share of troubles. He stared at the streets once more. Searching the night? I actually wanted to talk to you. This late? Kakashi shrugged. Jiraiya-sama told me he spoke to you about signing the summoning contract. He did come to me about it. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. He would rather have Naruto sign the contract but simply because he knew how beneficial it would be for the team. Jiraiya had other reasons and Naruto most likely suspected this to be the case, hence his refusal. Unlike my summons which only help when tracking, the Toads can work as the 5th and 6th members of the team. They would offer protection and firepower when needed. As the team becomes stronger despite your ranking, we will do dangerous missions. And the Toads can only be useful. Naruto stared at Kakashi with an expressionless mask. After a moment, his eyes went back to his staring contest with the streets. You give more details than the Sannin. And I'm not sure if you're trying to make me feel bad or not. Because when you say it like that, my decision sounds irrational. Kakashi had flinched slightly when Naruto gave him a look. Even within the darkness, those eyes could be so clear. There wasn't a hint of coldness or hatred. The lack of any emotion was what made his skin crawl. It was not the first time he'd seen such a look from Naruto. I'm not trying to do that. Naruto nodded. You're not manipulative, sensei. I hardly think you'd go that far to your student. You have displayed nothing but love and care for us. He stood up, placing both hands inside his pockets. You're here because Jiraiya is still in the village. And since we leave tomorrow, you want us to have everything we can have. Yes. But I'm still not going to sign the contract. I'm still weak. I know this much. And I don't refuse help because I know there is much to learn for me to grow. There was so much left unsaid that Kakashi wondered if he should ask. But he just kept Naruto's unsaid words and watched the blonde walk away from him. Sakura nervously glanced at the smiling Hokage and then at their sensei. She'd expected to see their client in the office, but they were not here. It was just the 4 of them, and then the Sandaime. She shook her head. She had packed everything. There was no need to be nervous, even though this was apparently going to be a long mission. Being away for far too long was normal, but she did hate sleeping in a tent. It was part of being a kunoichi, she just had to get used to it. The Sandaime gave Kakashi a scroll and then dismissed them from the office. The 3 genin went outside and waited for their sensei. Is your team going to be alright? It might get dangerous and since you're going far away, it would be better to be safe. The payment is enough for such measures. Kakashi shook his head. We are fine. Sasuke is able to fight a Chunin on his own. And Naruto can use his shadow clones to overwhelm even a Jonin. Together, they create quite the pair. And that is when he isn't even using Mokuton. I'm sure Naruto and Sasuke can take care of themselves. I've been observing them. Naruto has also made some massive improvements due to the scrolls I gave him. He even showed me a jutsu as a thank you. Hiruzen shook his head. It was beyond what a genin should be able to do. At this rate, Naruto could go on to match the heights of the Shodai Hokage. And that is excluding the power of the Kyuubi. It may be that Naruto will never have to depend on it. It is your other student I'm most worried about. Kakashi released a long breath. The ice smile disappeared as he thought deep. Still living in Fantasyland. But slowly, she is getting in grips with the shinobi world. Is that your method? To teach them through experience? I just think it is better. They decide for themselves whether this is the life for them. If Sakura doesn't feel this life is not for her, she will quit it. The Jonin explained. But I was disappointed that she was not the one who asked Kurenai about genjutsu. The third Hokage smiled at this. He'd been surprised when Kurenai came up to him. Of all people, he would have never expected Naruto to be the one to attempt to learn genjutsu. It didn't seem like it suited his fighting style. But it was important for a shinobi to know all the basic fighting styles to better prepare for when you must face against them. Naruto had the chakra and capacity to learn various styles without overloading himself. If you're not willing to give it a push, she won't move. According to your reports, Sakura is more concerned about trying to impress Sasuke than training. That is the challenge, but Naruto is slowly urging her away. Hiruzen shook his head. At this point, she is far behind her teammates and will create an imbalance. If she lags far behind her teammates, it becomes a problem. You know this, the more dangerous missions you take, the more of a burden she becomes to the team. You have already noted as much in your reports. This is her last mission. If you cannot sort her out, I will remove her from the team and put on someone who will not be a burden to the team. He should have expected this would happen. In almost all missions, Sakura was defenseless. She didn't have anyone's back, but someone always had to have her back. He had already seen the problem it was creating. Naruto usually had to do both his and her duties. Sasuke refused to handle it unless he was forced. This harmony was not going to last forever. He sighed. He didn't want the team to be broken up. But at this point, Sakura was likely going to end up getting killed or one of her teammates hurt because of her weaknesses. And not to mention, their missions could be jeopardized because the team would try to save her and risk the mission. The Sandaime was trying to avoid this situation. Naruto would probably express sadness if she was booted from the team, and Sasuke was likely to just shrug. Or maybe even express hope that their new teammate would become an upgrade. Either way, it wasn't something Sakura was going to take in too well. I understand. Chapter 3, Control, Lack of. This mission is very important, don't get excited over it and forget duty. Sasuke suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. The Jonin hadn't exactly told them what their mission was. But they were still within Konoha, walking along the streets. For different reasons, their presence caused eyes to turn toward them. He didn't need the attention. He hated it. Maybe not as much as the villagers hated Naruto. He always did try shut it off and live a world of his own. Being cheered by these people wouldn't make him stronger. Training would. Hence, he saw no need or even had the desire to bathe in the glowing affections showered in his wake. Thinking of this, Sasuke glanced at Naruto. His training partner was capable of pretending as if he didn't see anything happening around him. Sakura was just oblivious. She hardly took anything serious if it didn't have him within it. Disappointing that she had to be their teammate. If he petitioned for a better teammate, Naruto would support him. As far as he was concerned, the two didn't get along. And better than anyone, he knew that Naruto understood and knew what had to be done. In all the missions they'd done, the blonde had displayed cold rationality that it had sometimes left him surprised, if not completely shocked. Of course, his throne as the genius in the team remained unmatched. Yet according to Naruto, the brilliance of such genius was overshadowed by his uncontrollable emotions. It was a nagging thought that was always accompanied by Naruto's look of disappointment. Who are we protecting? I don't remember saying we're protecting someone, Sasuke. Kakashi replied, eyeing the Genin through the corner of his eyes. Sasuke shrugged. Some people wouldn't get overly excited if we were not going to protect someone who is unknown. Why do I get the feeling that you are talking about me? Naruto glared at Sasuke. If you feel offended, it must be true. Team? I was quiet and minding my own business. You want to start with me? Sasuke ignored him and looked to the side. Naruto released a short breath and then faced Kakashi while walking backwards. This is your fault, sensei. You're the one who pretends not to hear things. Look at this bastard now. Kakashi didn't respond. After a moment of seeing Naruto's stare, the Jonin replied. You said something? Naruto felt a tinge of frustration boil over. There was nothing funny about that reaction. Worse, he was sure there was something of a smirk on Sasuke's lips. After that, he turned away from his sensei and faced the street ahead, placing both hands inside his pockets. Is the team right? Yeah. We are going to be guarding Princess Yuki while she shoots her movie. We will be going to the snow and be with her until the movie is over. The Princess Yuki? The famous actor? Sakura asked with excitement. She was less concerned about the princess but more about those who she acted with. After all, there were some hunks in the big screen. Yup. I thought we were going to do something a little more challenging. Sasuke complained. What relevance did that woman have in the shinobi world that she would attract danger? Don't be like that, Sasuke. I'm sure this mission will be worth it. Kakashi replied. And he would have time to mull over what the Sandaime said about Sakura. Did he tell her straight to her face that she ran the risk of being removed from the team? Her entire motivation was currently to impress Sasuke. It was an attitude disappointing for a kunoichi, but he had to find a way to change things. Another teammate would change the team dynamics. He was fine with how things were. Even the bickering. It was nothing dangerous after all. There was no hatred afterward. Yet so often, Kakashi found himself looking at it through a window. A bystander. Even though they were his students. Inwardly, he smiled. His sensei would be disappointed with his performance. You all have to pull your weight. We cannot fail. We will get a bad reputation if something happens while we are guarding her. I can imagine the headlines. Naruto smiled. The famous Sharingan no Kakashi and the last Uchiha failed to protect Princess Yuki. Is this the end of the hidden leaf, or was there some motive behind the failure? Worst case scenario, for him that is, the villagers would blame him. They would find some way to lay the blame on him, and their biggest cheerleader would no doubt sing the same tune if they pressed her right. Naruto thought Sakura would abandon her family and follow Sasuke if it took that much to be with him. The wonders of an unhealthy obsession. Why do I have to be there and not you? Naruto smiled. I do not exist, besides, you're the famous last Uchiha. Me and Sakura are just nobodies. Kakashi's lips twirled upside down under his mask. Those words drove a sharp object on his gut. This was no doubt a response to the villagers' attempt to deny Naruto an existence and presence. They were usually willing to admit his presence for the objectives of their hatred, and when something bad has happened. The great Naruto bridge still has some tails wagging with disbelief. If those hardened had the power, they'd petition for the bridge in the wave to be renamed to a proper name, not the name of the thing that killed their loved ones. Not when something bad happens. It was already too late when Kakashi realized he was speaking too loud. He'd meant to think those words. Yet, they didn't attract a negative reaction from Naruto. He merely said, "True that." The acceptance, causality in which he accepted the words bothered Kakashi. But should he? Was it that Naruto had found a way to accept his reality? Either way, all of us must pull our weight. Now there is an emphasis there. Naruto amused himself by trying to imagine Sakura's reaction if he said this was directed to her. Don't, Naruto. Of course, sensei. I don't say things casually that would make us feel uncomfortable before we even leave the village. Kakashi stared at Naruto through the corner of his eyes. Sometimes he felt he should worry. Naruto's choice of words was calculated. He didn't have the same thoughts as Jiraiya. He had grown to know more of the blonde. But it was just how his student was able to read through the mood in almost every situation and act accordingly. This bothered him at times. From observations, the only times Naruto went overboard were of moments he wanted to do something for his amusement. Failing to get anywhere with his thoughts, Kakashi sighed and looked ahead. This was going to be a long mission. Naruto didn't hate being outside of Konoha. He felt free whenever he was bouncing in foreign lands. There was no one staring. No one glaring. He always felt like the weight of the world was off his shoulders. It was sad and ridiculous. He shouldn't feel so oppressed at home that he would feel alive and much happier while outside of home. But what else could he do? There was nothing. It was merely to just hope. The third was always telling him to do good, to change the thoughts of the villagers, and he tried. He would do that. But he'd never deny that freedom tempted him with treacherous thoughts whenever he was away from Konoha. But of course, treachery was quieted by the criminality of the outside. While he was in this group, he was happy and free, but he wouldn't have the same thoughts if he was alone and powerless. No matter what, Konoha was his home. Nothing stops you from running. I would even help you by giving you my power to ensure that you don't get caught. The Kyuubi had once told him when he'd been thinking out loud. It was tempting, but he denied the devil's enticement. He would fight for his name and existence. One day, he would become what he wanted to become. Maybe he just wanted to be loved. But was that wrong? Who didn't want to be loved? There was no child who didn't want to be loved either by parents of those around him. You're getting too comfortable. Naruto glanced at Kakashi. The Jonin was standing on a tree branch toward his left. Naruto was also sitting on a branch, legs swinging slowly. Below, a worn-out Sakura was trying to recover her breath. A girl with weak stamina and the physical strength of a fresh academy student. Once Sakura was ready, they would continue their journey. Got lost in thought. Be mindful of where we are. Anything can happen. We don't know who could be watching. The fact that they hired us means that they assume there is a problem. Wasn't it like their first mission outside the village? A hard lesson for a mission that was. But the preceding jobs have been easier. They now knew what could happen outside of Konoha. And they have become exposed to the killing intents of other dangerous criminals. There was no more near misses with wetting their pants in fear now. It won't happen again. Kakashi nodded. Something bothering you? Naruto shook his head. I'm just thinking about things. He'd never dare say how he enjoyed being away from Konoha. Though the Sandaime would never admit it, Naruto knew there were such labels called flight risks. If he ever said anything that raised alarms, he would have Umbu watching his every move in the village. It would be unnecessary as Naruto had no intentions of leaving Konoha. But one just could never be trusted so simply with such thoughts. Kakashi smiled sadly. Unpleasant things, it seems. Well, there are a lot of those in my mind. This team is my happy memory. Don't. Kakashi trailed off, sensing a murderous intent. This feeling. It was not an average shinobi. How had they even managed to get this close? Naruto was immediately on alert and jumped down, landing next to Sakura. Sasuke did the same. The girl was trembling while pressed against the tree. Naruto couldn't deny that even he felt the sharp bangs of his heart. It was nothing like Zabuza. This was dangerous. Kukukuku, this evil laughter echoing through the trees. It made Naruto's body tense, his intestines cringing. His expression became blank. There was only person who giggled like that. He knew this too well. He should have realized this feeling the moment it hit. Orochimaru, the sadist bastard, was here. What did he want? Good reflexes. Hearing this arrogant and amused voice, Naruto felt something in his heart burst. For a second, pure contempt flashed through his eyes, before he quickly wiped it away. Much to the giggles of the beast inside of him. It was always telling him to embrace his hatred. Come out, Orochimaru. Kakashi called. He placed a hand on Naruto's right shoulder. He could sense the blonde's tension. It wasn't unexpected. There was a lot more buried that Naruto didn't seem to have any desire to deal with. But at least, unlike Sasuke, Naruto was a lot more controlled. The Uchiha would have already launched into the shadows if it was Itachi. He didn't have to worry about that with Naruto. But this was unexpectedly dangerous. If Orochimaru had an interest in taking Naruto, Kakashi wasn't sure he could stop it. Not unless he went to great lengths by using the Mangekyo to get them out of this situation. How had Orochimaru even known they were here? Did he have someone in the village watching their movements? Orochimaru as in the Sannin? Sakura asked in a quiet tone. Her fear lessening a bit because of Kakashi. One and only. Naruto replied in a cold tone and made Sakura even more afraid. Kakashi was a jonin and a famous one, but who was he compared to a Sannin? Wasn't Orochimaru supposed to be a Kage-level shinobi? If he was going to attack them, what chance did they have? Sakura worried. She was afraid for her life. The fear caused her knees to shake once more. Don't move, Sasuke. Nobody does anything unless I state so. Just stay calm. Easy for you to say. Sasuke almost said. But seeing that Naruto was calm, he swallowed his words and kept focus on the hidden presence. From the shadows of the trees, Orochimaru seemingly materialized along with Kabuto. His movements were soundless. He didn't get too close but stopped. The Sannin leaned against the trunk of a tree, hands folded across his chest with a wide grin on his lips. You have such a nice look, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's grin widened when Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. But he couldn't sense any anger or hatred. It was puzzling. Back when he was strapped to his bed, he has shown him nothing but pure contempt. And now there was nothing. Thank you. Kukukuku, Orochimaru laughed. The bitterness reached him. The piercing sharpness of the tone stabbed daggers to his chest. It filled him with anticipation. I'm not here to attack, so don't worry. I was just passing by. Just passing by? Ridiculous. Nobody just passes by a group like this. Naruto wanted to sarcastically call out the Sannin, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Of course, with how he was grinding his teeth, he'd most likely just swear at the Sannin. What do you want, Orochimaru? I just came to see my test subject. It has been long since we were separated. And I've heard that you have been hesitant to use the gift I gave you. It is rather sad since I cannot gather valuable data after all the work I did. I'm not your subject, you filthy bastard. Naruto replied forcefully. He didn't want to think about the hell he experienced after Orochimaru ambushed him. He hated the Sannin and his sidekick. After all, after Orochimaru fiddled with the seal in an attempt to provoke something, the glass-wearing bastard had been the one who came to cut him open and then watched, taking notes as his body regenerated, thanks to the QB. And then they gleefully pondered about his regenerative abilities with Mokuton. The torture. It was horrible. He dared not think too deeply about it, lest it tests just how firm are the shackles that bind his sanity. Now, there is no need in denying that. After all, I did save you from the hell that was Konoha. The orphanage wasn't treating you right. I saved you. You know, when you disappeared, the villagers celebrated. Orochimaru took joy in Naruto's changing expression. And then you returned. It was like the QB had returned to finish the job once more. Damage control. Kakashi couldn't allow the Sannin to say whatever he wanted. He was surely trying to rile up Naruto and it was working. Naruto was still just a child. There was so much he could take and Orochimaru was going into sensitive matters that had yet to be resolved. Sakura would have questions after this. But he couldn't let Orochimaru say any more. "What do you want, Orochimaru?" the Jonin demanded, putting a hand on his left eye. He was ready if he had to be. He couldn't risk losing his 2 students. "I'm just passing by." "No need to be serious, Kakashi-kun." The Sannin stared. "Though, I do like to see what you would do if you were serious." Kakashi tensed. He couldn't predict what Orochimaru would do next. The last time he come across in a heated scene, he hadn't been able to move at all. He could now move, but what could he do? "Have you come to take Naruto?" "Kukukuku." Orochimaru laughed. "Who knows?" He turned his eyes toward Sasuke. "Hello, Sasuke." He grinned. "You do not have the same eyes as your brother. But I hear you're quite skilled." Sasuke's eyes flashed. "Don't say that name." "Oh, why not? Itachi-kun was my partner and I wonder if you can compare to him. He did always talk about his little brother always used to look up to him." Orochimaru laughed. "He told me all about how your parents begged for mercy after he'd slaughtered everyone and how you cried pathetically trying to stop him. He felt so sorry for you that he ended up not killing you." The Sannin adopted a thoughtful look. "No, he said you were just not worth the effort." Anger got the best of Sasuke. His eyes flashed crimson and he lunged toward Orochimaru. But he never reached the Sannin. Kakashi tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face and then quickly stood atop of him to stop him from moving. "Your intel was right, Kabuto. He does light up when Itachi-kun is brought up. I would say rather predictably. Quite nothing like Itachi. I could never read him. He is the master of his emotions. It is laughable that his brother lacks this much self-control." Orochimaru then faced the Uchiha. "Next time, I'll let you entertain me to see how good your Sharingan is. For now, you're still a brat." Orochimaru moved far faster than Kakashi could react. The Sannin moved past him and then stopped in front of Naruto. Naruto stared straight at Orochimaru, unblinking. "Use that gift I gave you. You're denying me valuable data. You were the perfect subject for me and I did more than what I could with other subjects. If you do well, I'll tell you another secret?" The Sannin leaned in to whisper. "You have not forgotten I know your secret, right? Give me the valuable data I require, or I will talk." He then moved away to avoid Kakashi. "If you are a good boy, maybe I will come and rescue you from the hell that is Konoha. Nobody likes you there. But I'll treat you better." Naruto laughed. He'd have to be manipulated through genjutsu to agree to join Orochimaru. There was currently no joy with the villagers, but joining Orochimaru would be betraying his pain and following a path that went against his core beliefs. Even if Naruto had to choose between jumping off a cliff and following the Sannin, Naruto would put on a foxy grin and jump to death. "There is only hell in your place. And I'm happy at Konoha. Just die, Orochimaru." Honestly, if Orochimaru just went up and died, Naruto would celebrate. He wasn't a sadist who enjoyed other people's pain, but Orochimaru's, he would enjoy. Maybe someone would say it was wrong. But the Sannin did not deserve pity. He was worthy of being condemned. How sometimes he wished there was a true devil who could come and collect his spawn. Or a god who could save those faithful to his teachings from this snake by grabbing him by his tail and throwing him into a pit of eternal flames. "Why does it sound like you really want me to die, Naruto-kun? I'm a little hurt, you know." Naruto glared, his grip on self-control loosening, little by little. Any more of this, and he was going to charge. Maybe it was an overreaction. Was it that the pain and hate he should feel for Konoha's people was directed toward the Sannin? Did it really matter? Orochimaru put him through both physical and mental torment in an attempt to manipulate and control him. He could never forget that. "I'm sure a lot more people would far more happier to see your death. Cruel death would do. But I suppose even if you just died without pain, anyone could take it." Those words had been said in a calm manner, but Kakashi knew the situation was getting out of hand. Naruto was starting to lose it. While still holding down Sasuke, Kakashi's knew the situation was anything but ideal. He could try to attack Orochimaru, but Kabuto was watching him. Their formation, broken with just a burst for anger. At this moment, under his mask, Kakashi swore at Sasuke. Luckily for him, Orochimaru had no desire to cause damage. "Kukukukuku." Orochimaru laughed as he distanced himself from Naruto. His laugh was an echo once more as he disappeared into the shades of the trees. "Well then." Kabuto bowed and then followed after his master. Once they were gone, Naruto released a long breath, trying to rein in on his emotions. Rarely did he experience such overwhelming contempt. It was a rare feeling. He did have some hatred. It was just buried within him and he didn't want to see it. But Orochimaru threatened to bring out those emotions out to the surface. Once calm, but still mad, he gathered his surroundings. Pathetic. Naruto was stone-faced, staring at Sasuke. The Uchiha responded by shooting daggers at him. He shrugged it off. A little bit of taunt and you readily attack a Sannin without due consideration. I don't need to hear that from you. Sasuke replied harshly. Well, I'm telling you. You need to stop acting like you have loose screws. What if we had a client to protect? By the way things are, you could willingly abandon a client if someone taunted you about Itachi. Get hold of your emotions, Sasuke. Sasuke folded his hands across his chest and looked to the sides. Oh, the mighty Uchiha has nothing to say or just won't admit that he just can't control himself, can he? So much for the last Uchiha? That is no way to speak to him, Naruto. You dash. Arg, shut up, Sakura. The words came out easily enough like it was natural for him. Inwardly, Naruto wondered what pushed him to say that in front of Kakashi. And straight to Sakura's face. Maybe he was angrier than he liked to admit. If he was, perhaps it was time to deal with his hatred. You have no right to speak in this matter. What Sasuke did was reckless. Kakashi-sensei had to go out of position to stop him. It left both you and me open to attack. As you saw, if that bastard wanted to attack, he could have done it the moment Sensei pinned down Sasuke. You on the other hand need constant protection. We all had to stand and guard you like you were the client. Grow up and learn to protect yourself. There was enough steel in the tone that Sakura had no words to say. Kakashi just sighed, wondering if he should have intervened. But those were words that needed to be said. Naruto wasn't wrong. He just could have said it better. Maybe it would be effective this way. Either way, it was a message that had to be brought up. He did wonder if it would lead to some disruption in the team dynamics. More importantly, those were words he had to say, not Naruto. Was he bucking from his responsibilities? He certainly didn't do enough. He only took the effort of teaching Sasuke after he started to show signs of extreme jealousy. Was it even a bad thing that Orochimaru didn't fight them? For some reason, Kakashi thought this was the worst-case scenario. While he spent his time casually talking to Naruto, there was no doubt that he expressed some interest in Sasuke and that was dangerous. Still, he'd never seen Naruto like this. Perhaps this was a good thing. What you tried to do was stupid and reckless, Sasuke. Either Naruto or Sakura could have been hurt because of you. You could have been hurt. This kind of attitude is what disqualifies other shinobi from completing missions. Or even being sent to missions. The Jonin turned to Naruto. Speak better, Naruto. When his eyes turned to Sakura, he felt the energy seep out of him and just shook his head. Naruto took a deep breath and then forced a smile. He truly hated Orochimaru. But he was losing his composure here. It was amazing just how someone's presence could cause such a reaction and force things out. Just now, he really wanted to just sit down and calm his nerves. After a couple of moments, he rained down on his thoughts, slapped himself across the face and faced his teammates. Sorry about my tone, Sakura. He said. I was a little angry. A little? Sasuke wanted to ask. Sakura couldn't say he was wrong. She wanted to shout, but there was something about the way that Kakashi looked at her and then seemed defeated that occupied much of her thoughts. Instead, she just said it was okay and looked to the other side. I'm not going to apologize to you. Naruto said in sharp tone. He was talking to Sasuke. You deserved it. I don't need apologies. But he would not admit he had put the team in danger by acting in the way he did either. Admittedly, being talked down by Naruto like a child did piss him off. The fact that he couldn't stop himself bothered him much less than being at the receiving end of Naruto's harsh lecture. Come on, let us keep moving. Naruto picked up his bag and then flung it over his shoulders. This was going to be a difficult mission. He wasn't going to hold grudges and the same was for Sasuke, so it would not affect their teamwork. But he couldn't say the same for Sakura. In the end, it wasn't like she was that useful anyway. Whether she worked with him or not was immaterial to the success of the team as he and Sasuke mostly did everything. But who could have thought that we would come across such a situation? Naruto asked as they hopped through the trees. Unexpected, but it has nothing to do with the mission. Indeed. He has his interests, but I'm glad nothing happened. It would have been disastrous had he been in the mood to do harm. Naruto may have ended up being taken and returned to a cell with his chakra sealed off. Or maybe Sasuke could have been taken. Someone could have died. Anything was possible. Let us try not to worry about him. We have a mission. If we allow ourselves to get distracted, we will fail. Was it wise to leave them like that, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto asked in quiet tone as he walked slowly beside his master. It had been the perfect opportunity to grab both Naruto and Sasuke. They had invested heavily on the blonde. There was never going to be another opportunity like this. Konoha was going to take measures to protect its assets. Are you forgetting how things were like last time we got him? Orochimaru hadn't thought Hiruzen would turn into that kind of person. But he'd seen it. His kind and gentle sensei had turned into a demon the moment he realized Naruto was gone. His hideouts had been destroyed with Danzo working overtime to find Naruto. And when they had found the blonde, the message had been passed, he had crossed a line he should have never crossed. If they did something like that again, the reaction was going to be worse. Konoha would have its shinobi actively hunting them. For him, it would not be a problem, but the people working for him would be causalities and breathing would a little difficult. He couldn't afford to be restrained in this manner. Not when he had his other plans. I haven't forgotten, Kabuto pushed up his glasses while smiling. But he was a good test subject. Being a Jinchuriki and Uzumaki worked well for us. He could be a monster when he grows older. True, but if we want him, we can always get him. Konoha does not want him. We merely have to push the right buttons. For now, we can let Konoha have him, and if we need him, we could use him. Against Konoha, you mean? Of course. Orochimaru grinned. I'd like to see the look on Sensei's face when Naruto turns on Konoha. It would be something. But Kabuto didn't think it was within the realm of possibilities. His master did have a way with words and convincing people. But Naruto hadn't been willing to listen to them even before. He had no friends then, was betrayed by everyone. And now he had friends. Things were different. He liked to think that his master wasn't ignoring this fact. Or the fact that when Naruto finally snapped, he destroyed their hideout while trying to murder them, and that was what led to Konoha finding Naruto. Sasuke-kun can also be easy to lure. His desire to kill Itachi is as great as said. It would be great if he could get a sample of Naruto's DNA after all the experiments. After all, he'd been able to do much with Naruto because his body could handle it. He hadn't been able to get anything because Konoha had arrived a little too soon after the Kyuubi decided to come out, threatening even his life. He hadn't been able to even see the results of his experiments. If he could acquire Sasuke, he could make some safe modifications. True to Kabuto, there was no one who would suit them like Naruto. He truly was perfect for a subject. And his affinity with Hashirama's cells made things a lot simpler. Maybe the blonde did have an inherent ability to use Mokuton. Orochimaru hadn't been interested in that. Other additions were merely tests in an attempt to see if he could create a clone of the six paths. It was too early to tell. But with enough time, he would see if he was successful or not. He is predictable. And lacks control. Which makes taking him now a problem. We also don't want to have Itachi turning his eyes toward us. Orochimaru didn't want to face the older Uchiha. He would not forget the humiliation he faced. Never. He would make sure he gets his revenge against Itachi. For him to be so belittled and told the ninjutsu he has worked hard to acquire was useless had been infuriating. Konohagakure. Hiruzen smiled warmly seeing Kurenai walk into his office. The kind-hearted woman had always had a special relationship with him, and he has asked her to do some difficult things. She did what needed to be done. He just hoped he wouldn't be pressing too much and end up breaking her. Hokage-sama. Please sit, Kurenai. The Sandaime Hokage pointed at the chair in front of his desk. Kurenai stopped for a moment and then nodded. She hated being the subject of the Sandaime's gaze. The old man made some difficult requests. And with Naruto seemingly his favorite person in the whole village, she wasn't sure how she was going to handle things. If he called her, then there was something. Don't be tense. He was smiling. But the steel in his tone didn't make Kurenai feel any better. She still released a long breath and shoved her thoughts at the back of her head. You wanted to speak to me. Yes. About Naruto. There was always something serious when it came to Naruto. The unloved Jinchuriki of the village. The spawn the Kyuubi left behind after its defeat in the hands of the Yondaime Hokage, at least those were some tales some villagers whispered when they thought no one was watching. There were many stories really. Most them ridiculous that she thought only 5-year-olds should be cooking up in their imaginative heads. But grown adults wrote novel stories and seemed to actually believe them. Kurenai had considered that when she made her decision. But there was nothing wrong with offering help. The poor kid already had enough hard time. Some shinobi even willingly spoke about trying to sabotage his training. Such thoughts have been hinted to her. It seemed like someone was even spreading the news that she was going to be teaching him genjutsu like some juicy gossip along shinobi corners. But she was in this and had no intention of getting away. She may never get the chance to teach anyone genjutsu after all. You're already aware that he is a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. But there are other things you must know about Naruto. I won't repeat myself, and you are never to say this to anyone. Understood? Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair and held his hands together. If possible, he would like Naruto to develop a good relationship with Kurenai. She could be a sister or a mother figure. Anything worked for him. He wasn't going to tell the woman to develop such a relationship. He was just going to create an environment that made it possible. There was nothing wrong with it and Kurenai didn't have to know his thoughts. But was it the right choice telling her this? He could trust her. She wasn't dealing with S-ranked secrets for the first time. It was nonetheless a different matter altogether when it concerned Naruto. I have to thank you for accepting to help him. Naruto has not always had people he can ask help. I consider it growth on his part and a welcome change. The teachers at the academy used to purposefully teach him the wrong things because they hated him. When he realized this, he learned to study for himself. It was difficult since he couldn't even get into the library. Hiruzen shook his head, a road filled with nothing but betrayal. Naruto learned the Kage Bunshin after seeing some jonin use it. It was his safe bet into getting into the library after quick transformation. Because of this, he doesn't willingly accept help unless it's necessary. A tough young life indeed. What kind of a person even denied a child from entering a library? Then again, to many people, he was the Kyuubi. Who would be stupid enough to allow the Bijou to learn new things? It would only regain its power and destroy them all. It must have taken a lot of courage for him to ask for help. Yes? Hiruzen nodded slowly. I don't expect you to treat him as if he is special. But handle him with care. You are aware that he once disappeared from the village, yes? A mystery that has never been solved by many. No one seemed to know. He was gone from the village streets for a couple of months. Anyone could have noticed. After all, the villagers had started to openly talk about the death of the Kyuubi brat. He had resurfaced once more. But a different kind of person, or so she heard. He disappeared because he was kidnapped by Orochimaru. He was experimented on. It is something that he doesn't talk about, even with me. But he has to deal with it. We never said anything because it would simply make a worse case a little more chaotic. Just how much did the blonde suffer? How was he even sane after all that? Kurenai closed her eyes, trying to digest fully what she'd been told. You want me to help him open about it? Yes. But don't force things. He smiled. Naruto is very observant. It would be best if there are no signs of deceit. I do not wish for him to think he cannot trust anyone and that everyone lies to him. You can tell him that I spoke to you about this. Will he not respond negatively? No, maybe he will show indifference but not negative emotions. It will be problematic if he finds out we spoke and kept it a secret. Naruto could be complicated in that way but he was still a person Kurenai could handle, at least he thought that way. Moroi City. Sakura glanced at Naruto and then at their sensei. There was something that Orochimaru had said that bothered her. A lot of questions that needed to be answered. But it hadn't seemed to surprise Sasuke or their sensei. It was like she was the one who was ignorant of a lot of things. She was still mad at him for the way he spoke to her. But she couldn't keep her mouth shut for too long. She'd explode with curiosity if this continued. It is getting a little annoying, you know. The voice, cold as ice, snapped her out of her thoughts. Sakura flinched slightly and then looked to the streets of the city. It was crowded with civilians. The normal life that she had once enjoyed while an academy student. The life now was nothing more than hardships that she had never thought would follow her when she became a kunoichi. She wondered how she should say this but after a moment, she found a confidence and then spoke. What did Orochimaru mean by you being his subject? That is a good question. Kakashi wouldn't enter the debate. The secret was Naruto's to tell. It was nothing too bothersome to cause some friction with the team performance. Sasuke would continue to do as normal. And Naruto was strange in the way he handled things. You're keeping secrets from us, aren't you? Aren't we supposed to be a team? Naruto glanced at the girl with a raised brow. He found her complaints a little amusing. But he wouldn't entertain her. He didn't owe her an explanation. But it was to be expected that she would be back to this kind of person. Running around did its work in making her forget about Orochimaru. Or maybe she was trying to forget about the whole ordeal since she nearly pissed on herself. Being teammates doesn't mean you have the right to know the color of my underpants. I won't ask if you're wearing black today because it is none of my business. He then smiled. But Sasuke may ask, if he has that kind of interest. Sakura blushed. That was the color she was wearing. Was Naruto peeking on her? She glared at him and then stole a glance at Sasuke. He was staring at Naruto. She realized, he'd been listening to their conversation. Why do you have to bring my name into this? Well, Sakura's reactions are just too amusing. And yours as well. I can't help myself sometimes. Naruto responded with a shrug. It served no purpose in telling Sakura anything. She was that kind of person who you told a secret and she would go around spreading it around to anyone who cared to listen. Ino was the gossip type, but she knew when to keep her mouth shut. Still, he wouldn't tell her. Even if Sakura could keep the secret, whenever something happened that she didn't like, she would open her mouth and then tell him he was doing certain things because of it. After all, she has often reminded him he had a different attitude because he had no parents. Was he to be blamed for that? You're not going to tell me? Sakura asked, her tone a little quieter, her face displaying some disappointment. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, looking for some help, but the Jonin just shrugged. He disliked this part of his sensei at times. The man was more than willing to act like a referee and allow them to deal with their own issues rather than interfere. Sometimes, it worked and sometimes it didn't work out. And this moment, Naruto wasn't feeling all jolly that he was going to play nice with Sakura. But he had to be mindful of the mission. He didn't want to say anything that would make the girl lose focus. Someday, Naruto replied casually. It didn't take long for them to walk about the village and then find their client for their mission. Their client was an old man riding a horse with some masked men wearing armor, also riding horses. The man jumped from his horse and stepped in front of them, smiling warmly. Sandayo-san. Kakashi greeted the old man with an eye smile, while holding out his right hand. You've arrived just in time. Sandayo replied, shaking Kakashi's hand. Is this the rest of your team? Kakashi nodded. Yes. In time for? Sandayo smiled. The princess doesn't want to get on a ship to the snow to continue filming. We were just looking for her. She is within the city but is acting up. Why? Sandayo shook his head. Help us find her first and then we will talk further. There is a timeline we have to follow, so much must prepare to leave the city by tomorrow morning. Kakashi nodded and then turned to his team. You all know how she looks like, yes? Yeah. Good, then spread out and when you've found her, alert me and we will gather everyone. Hi. The Genin disappeared from the view, surprising Sandayo at the speed in which they vanished away from sight. He smiled. You could never underestimate shinobi. Being on the road this long has taught him that you could never underestimate anyone who wore a headband. They looked young, but they were capable of some dangerous actions. He hoped it would be enough for what awaited them in the snow. You're not going to join them? Kakashi shook his head. You need not as well. We can find some place to talk about the mission while they search. For his team, it would be a training session. The woman wasn't a kunoichi, so tracking her down would be a little difficult. But she was also the kind of person who attracted attention, so that made up for her lack of presence. It was only in this kind of situations that Naruto could walk around with his chest puffed up. If he could walk in air, then he could do so. There was freedom any place that wasn't Konoha, and it was the freedom he enjoyed. Perhaps it was the kind of attitude Orochimaru thought would make him want to abandon the leaf and then join his crusade. But no matter how cruel the fate was, Naruto wasn't about to give up hope and walk on the dark side of the shinobi world. If he could afford to walk like this, there was hope that even in his beloved Konoha, things could change. Thinking of Konoha made him realize that he still needed to get in grips with his chakra control exercises. Since they were likely going to spend the night in the city, he could afford to do some training. He jumped from the street and landed on a roof. 3 Kage Bunshins appeared in a puff of smoke. They all did a transformation jutsu for camouflage, and then disappeared into different directions. Naruto looked up into the sky. The sun soaked his face with its warmth, nearly blinding his eyes. He quickly shut his eyelids and glanced down at the streets. The Gale Princess, huh? This was going to be some mission. He wondered if he could get into the movie. There was no shame in trying to be famous. A bit of movie appearances would also do him some good. Maybe he could ask the people doing the movie if they needed an extra in-film guard. It would certainly be a middle finger those who thought he would never amount to anything in life. The thought gave him a smile. He would amount to something. He was someone and the future looked bright. There were thorns along the way, but life wasn't supposed to be easy, especially for a Jinchuriki and an orphan. I wouldn't smile like that if I were you. This hateful voice. How he disliked hearing it at times. Perhaps the anger there was that he'd managed to regain control of himself when the Kyuubi was trying to break free from the seal while wreaking havoc in Orochimaru's hideout. Had he not snapped out of it, it would have been the end of him. The Bijou liked it when he was angry. Negative emotions drew out chakra from the seal. And it weakened it. The more it weakened, the high probability the Bijou had of escaping. And so, Naruto ignored the annoyance and continued to look for the Gale Princess. After 2 hours of looking around the city, Sasuke had become a little frustrated. He wondered why Kakashi hadn't just instructed Naruto to create clones, then search for their target instead of him wasting time looking for a civilian. But after what felt like eternity, he finally found the woman they were looking for in a bar, drinking alone. He didn't bother trying to speak to her but just stepped outside and then flared up his chakra, alerting the others. Naruto was the first person to arrive. I didn't think you'd beat me to this. We shouldn't have been doing this. This is your job. Sasuke replied with a stare. Since when? Naruto asked dumbly. You have clones. Naruto smiled, wagging his index finger. I just have more chakra. If my tracking skills are bad, clones won't make it better. But I believe this was Kakashi-sensei's attempt to teach us lessons when it comes to tracking a civilian. We are shinobi. Ignorance has never looked good on anyone. Naruto spoke out loud. Sasuke glared. Naruto was insulting him. He wasn't just going to be the punching every time, was he? Before he could retort, the blonde was already asking him a question. Where is she? Are you saying I'm ignorant? Am I? Naruto smiled sweetly. Sasuke glared, but it didn't earn him anything, so he replied to Naruto's earlier question. She is inside. You didn't talk to her? Why do I have to speak to her? I just had to find her, and I did. Naruto shook his head. You need to work on your people skills. You won't get to revive the Uchiha clan if you continue to act like this. The paused, adopting a thoughtful look. Oh, wait. There are some brain-dead girls who'd throw themselves to you. I envy you at times. I'm sure if you just look at a girl and then tell her to follow you home, she will do so, and start calling you husband. We can change positions. Naruto held up both his hands. As much as I want to be dearly beloved, I have no interest in attracting females who cannot think. But it seems to be your kind of people. You hardly think at times despite being hailed as a genius. Sasuke knew Naruto was talking about that incident with Orochimaru. He knew he could have been killed if things had come to that point and he'd been stupid. He wasn't going to admit, but he didn't want Naruto reminding him over and over again. He gritted his teeth and settled for glaring at Naruto. Naruto laughed. Of course, you'd react that way. And until you grow up, I'm going to keep laughing at you. He said, motioning for the Uchiha to follow. They stepped inside the bar. They were shinobi, no one was going to tell them to go back. The woman they were looking for was sitting by the bar, slowly downing a beer. Naruto stopped by her side, and examined her from head to toe. She seemed miserable, quite nothing like the woman he had seen in a movie. Undeniably, she was beautiful. Then again, weren't all actresses beautiful? Koyuki glanced at the blonde shamelessly staring at her. Was he part of the group of those going to be taking her to the snow? The other brat with him also wore the same headband as him. She slammed the bottle on the counter and then stood up, trying to leave. But the raven-haired boy stood in front of her. We can't let you leave. There are people coming to fetch you. Koyuki tried to shove the teen away from her way without saying a word, but he grabbed her hand around the wrists. It was anything but gentle. In fact, she yelped in pain as she felt her fingers getting cold due to his hold. Naruto smacked Sasuke across his forehead. The Uchiha quickly let go of the woman and then swiftly replied with a punch to Naruto's face. Hell, team! Naruto shouted, stumbling back a little. I won't be as you are to Sakura. Naruto shook off the punch and quickly gathered himself, while keeping an eye on the princess. You must be gentle. She is a civilian. Naruto lectured sternly while taking the princess' hand before she could try to leave. He stared up to her and then smiled warmly. Please sit, princess. The next one is on me. Princess. Sandayu was a little dramatic as he entered the bar along with Kakashi and Sakura. Why must you do this? I told you. I'm not going to the snow. We have already signed the contract, princess, and arrangements have already been. We are going. Sandayu said in a firm tone. I don't know why you continue to fight like this. Because you're forcing me into going somewhere I do not want to go. Naruto glanced at Kakashi wondering what was happening with the woman. Why force her if into doing something she didn't want to do? The Jonin responded with his casual shrug of a shoulder. It tempted him to shoot daggers toward the man, but he just sighed and stared back at the scene. The princess was unwilling to move. No matter how much their client begged, she refused to budge. Kakashi was forced into knocking her out. Sorry about this. Sandayu was apologetic. Kakashi shook his head. This was their client and he would not question anything. They had a mission they were hired to do, and do it they would. Once the woman was out cold, he picked her up and put her on his back. Lead the way. She is going to run away once she wakes up, isn't she? Sasuke asked, frowning a bit. It would just make things troublesome since their mission was primarily to protect her. Yes. Sandayu didn't deny it. Great. You know sarcasm? Naruto asked, staring at Sasuke with a look of shock. The great Uchiha, gods perform miracles. Sasuke's response was a sharp glare, which Naruto shrugged off. This just means that someone will always have to be watching her. Kakashi smiled. You're taking the first shift, Naruto. Great. Sasuke smirked. The ship had set sail hours ago. The sea waters surrounded them. Now and then, a small wave would slam into the shields of the ship, but it kept steady. Yet, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what would happen if a more dangerous wave punched into the ship, stuffing in water. The drowning. It would be chaos. Swimming he could do with his eyes closed. But this was the sea. There were many different animals. For him, safety wouldn't be an issue nonetheless. After all, he had the chakra to stay afloat for the long journey back to the land. While staring at the bottomless waters, Naruto thought of continuing with his training. Floating on water did require good chakra control. And to do it continuously while moving would be good for him. He held a hand sign and created a clone. In a puff of smoke, his carbon copy jumped into the waters, hands held together and began the chase from the sides. Naruto turned away from the waters and stared at the happenings within the ship. The director of the movie was sitting behind a camera, shouting orders while the princess flashed her brilliance before the camera. Sakura was gawking over her crush and Sasuke just looked stone-faced, watching over the princess. When he noticed him, the Uchiha moved his feet and then stalked toward him. His movements lacking any real purpose, the stick on his shoulder waving that puffed up Uchiha arrogance. Just one day, he was going to crush all that and humble the Uchiha. Then he would learn to be humble. Or maybe not. He smiled. Sasuke was just likely to haunt him. Sasuke stopped by Naruto and leaned against the ship, eyes staring at the clone through the corner of his eyes. After a moment, he started speaking. Are you going to talk about Orochimaru? That hateful look stared at him. There were many times Naruto realized that while Sasuke's eyes seemed to be on him, they were looking past him. He probably saw Itachi wherever he went. If anyone said the young Uchiha had nightmares of his brother torturing him, Naruto wouldn't find it unbelievable. There is nothing to talk about it. You bothered he brought up your brother? Sasuke wasn't going to bother trying to beg Naruto to talk. He wasn't that curious anyway, at least he told himself that much. The clone? He changed the subject, trying not be like Sakura. Chakra control exercise. If there was a demon that taunted him, it was the massive pool of chakra Naruto had in his possession. There was no competition. Even if he tried, he'd only be courting a humiliating death. He'd nearly fainted after trying to create a couple of Kage Bunshin. It was something else, but it had pissed him off that even an exhausted Naruto could still do that much. The fact that Sakura couldn't create one without dying didn't give him any comfort. Sasuke felt like he was being left behind. It was just chakra control exercises, but it was going to improve his rival while he stood here, watching a film set. Don't even think about jumping in. I don't want to be the one pulling you out while you gulp a few cups of salty waters. Naruto then smirked. Or maybe you could. I'm sure Sakura would be happy to give you mouth to mouth. It didn't take long for Kakashi and Sakura to join them. Naruto gave Sakura a thumbs up. He was sure she hadn't noticed that her attention has been on the princess co-stars than her beloved Sasuke-kun. What? I can talk to him if you like. I'm not afraid of it, and who knows, it might even make someone jealous and finally confess his love for you. Sakura knew Naruto was teasing. She was sure of it. But she still couldn't help to think. What if something like that were to happen? Wouldn't she become the happiest girl? Like they'd even listen to you. Naruto smiled. You'd be surprised. He turned to their sensei. You think I can get a role? You want to be on a movie? Why not? Maybe I'll also have girls chasing after me after I become a movie star. In your dreams. Naruto ignored Sakura's remark and then watched the princess. Though forced to come here, when the camera flashed in front of her, she became a different person. If she was a spy, she'd be terrifying. She knew how to play a role and she played it perfectly. Still, this is turning out to be a bore, he frowned. He'd been training and he wanted to test out some jutsu. There were no battles, just standing guard. Have to agree with you. I was expecting something else. Sasuke agreed with Naruto. If anything, this was going to turn out to be a joy ride. They'd enjoy the sun, walk on snow and be in the presence of some high-profile civilians. But what was that to a shinobi? Sasuke wanted to fight. He needed to become stronger. We don't always have to be fighting, you know? Sakura spoke in a quiet tone. Both Naruto and Sasuke never refused the opportunity to fight. They enjoyed it. This kind of mission suited her. It made her feel safe. She smiled. Was she the one who was supposed to be glowing in that feeling or their client? We have yet to reach the snow. Things can change. Kakashi said. He knew things were going to change. If what he suspected turned out to be true, the mission would please both his male students and put Sakura to the limit. Naruto turned around to face the deep waters. This was life. Without water, there was no life. Not just for humans, but for the animals and everything that has its roots dug deep into the pockets of the soil. Could he attempt Suiton? Water and earth were the ingredients for Mokuton. He could try to learn Suiton while here. The vast waters could offer the opportunity. Naruto nodded to himself and then held a single hand sign. 2 more clones appeared in a puff of smoke. Drinking. Though she appeared happy in the big screen, Naruto had come to learn that the princess was a miserable person. If he could use the word, she was dislikable. Everyone had issues. It wasn't that she treated everyone badly, just Tsunade. It was late at night, and she was busy drowning her sorrows on alcohol. There was nothing troublesome to guard than a drunk client. Unpredictability always characterized their actions. But with her, one could predict what she'd do next. The extreme version of it would be trying to jump into the water and swim back to her holly place. Sighing, Naruto walked over to her. She was sitting on a wooden chair, beside her bed. Staring at nothing in particular. She looked dazed, yet the bottle never missed her mouth. But even a blind man couldn't miss his mouth. You do something repeatedly enough, you started to do it unconsciously. He snatched the bottle from her, earning a glare. He smiled. It wasn't his business to lecture the client. It is only helpful to me if you're sober. My job is to protect you. When you're drunk, it becomes difficult. In a quiet tone he spoke, staring at the woman. Please understand that much. I didn't ask you to protect me. We wouldn't even need this protection if we were not going to the snow. But we are going. Give me my bottle. No. Naruto shook his head. His lips twirled upside down. You look so lonely and miserable. It is kind of sad. But it makes me realize that everyone has their issues. She smiled for the camera and he'd grinned for the villagers. And then when he went home, he'd be all curly on his bed, thinking about the weight on his shoulders and that there was one to relieve him of the pain. When the princess responded with silence, Naruto spoke again. I'll come back again in 10 minutes to check on you. Please be on your bed. I'd hate to have my sensei put you up in bed and compel you to sleep. That mind trick again, Koyuki frowned just thinking about. Why did she even have to be here? There was nothing but pain that awaited her on that side. Tsunade knew this and yet he was forcing the issue. She watched with a stare as Naruto turned away, still holding her bottle. She felt tempted to lunge at him and take it, but she felt weak and honestly had no energy. She didn't even have the energy to get up from closed the door behind him and then glanced up into the sky. It was cold. There was no solid ground around him. The night moon reflected off his face. Unlike the sun, it permitted a staring contest. Naruto could hear snores of people enjoying their night dreams. Rarely did he enjoy dreams. If the villagers were not cornering him and tossing him into a pillar of fire like a witch, everyone he trusted was turning on him, and in the background, the Kyuubi was laughing gleefully, offering to rescue him, but only if he ceded control of his body. And then there was Orochimaru. He felt his skin crawl just by thinking about the Sannin. Kakashi-sensei? He walked over to the comfortable chair the director uses. It was just sitting on the deck. He settled comfortably and watched as the Jonin appeared from the shadows. You sensed me? The Jonin walked over to Naruto and then leaned against the frame of the ship, his back against the waves hugging their ride. When you have lived around people you think one day will storm into your place and then burn it down, you kind of develop sharp senses. Just to be safe. The tone was a little lifeless. The eyes shone brightly yet a little cold. Perhaps it was the reflection of the moonlight. It was nonetheless an expression Kakashi had seen once or twice from Naruto. Sadly, he replied. It has never been easy. He knew best. He couldn't put it as a question. Anything like that would be displaying an alarming level of ignorance. No. Naruto's lips twitched slightly. But I hope it becomes so. One could only hope. The sad part of it all was that it was the only thing Naruto had. There was no tangible evidence he could hold on to, or even a promise made by someone. He just had to sweat while wrestling with demons, hoping while keeping in mind that it could all be for naught. Kakashi dared not entertain the thought. The cold grip of dread touched his spine when he tried to peer into that future. We all hope so as well. Kakashi didn't muster the kind of confidence and assurance he'd wanted. His thoughts maybe. I spoke to Kurenai-san about your request. I was honestly surprised. You never displayed any interest in genjutsu. It is effective. He frowned. And Sasuke has been using me as target practice. Whenever I have him on a bind, he uses it. Sharingan genjutsu is powerful. But still just illusions. The exposure has made me learn to recognize it quickly. The main problem is not being able to recognize that you're under an illusion. Creative people can fool you easily. You think you can do it? Who knows? My primary objective is to learn its basic structure and how it works. If I manage to work out my chakra control, then maybe I can learn to employ it myself. He paused, adding. Sakura would have been better suited for it. She could provide support while we attack. Only if she was willing. She has to change that. Kakashi replied in a stern tone. You wouldn't have put her under hard training on purpose. Naruto shrugged. I won't help anyone who doesn't want to be helped. If she had any interest in improving herself, she would have stayed. We pushed her to test her resolve. Turned out she didn't have any. Kakashi sighed. That is a problem. Indeed it is. But you're the sensei. It feels like you're telling me to do my job. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Wouldn't dream of it, sensei. It wouldn't be wrong. I've just been watching from the sidelines all the time. I've only ever taught Sasuke. The Jonin shook his head. I'm your sensei, but not really your sensei. More like a family man who is concerned about keeping the family together. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Maybe right, he said. But I'm failing. The Sandaime has threatened to remove Sakura from the team if she doesn't become a real kunoichi. I would have failed her if that happens. Naruto was surprised the Sandaime would take such drastic decision, but it was rational. She is going to be broken. I don't want that to happen. Kakashi fell silent, staring up into the sky. This is my first team. I don't want to fail any of you. You are anyway right to say Sakura would excel in genjutsu. I know some. I will try to teach her. You're good? Not Kurenai level. She is the greatest genjutsu user in Konoha? Naruto nodded and then fell silent for a couple of moments before speaking. I'll help. We have a good team. It can be challenging. But I don't know how things can work out if a new teammate comes in. It's better to stick with what we know. Kakashi nodded and then asked. You want to talk about Orochimaru? Naruto shook his head. I was just a little angry. Maybe so much than I would like to admit. Bottling things inside isn't good. He smiled sadly. But I don't really want to talk about it. It is an uncomfortable conversation that brings all sorts of emotions. I understand, but you'll have to eventually deal with it. I know. I know that very well, sensei. Chapter 4, A Cold Reality. Cold. Treacherously so. Naruto had never felt such a cold dance through his bones, causing his organs to tremble. His body to shiver in a defensive mechanism to create warmth. The question of whether they'd reach the snow was a stupidly infuriating one at this point. If the sea had been frozen, Naruto wouldn't have found it out of place. The mountains looked like solid ice, but they were just covered by blankets of snow. Dark clouds gathered above, shutting any hope of the sun. Each landscape had its own atmosphere. If it wasn't deathly cold, it was deathly hot. Yet to the citizens, it was the normal. For the next couple of weeks, for them, this was the new normal. But this was damn cold. The only person who'd shown excitement was the film director. He'd shouted for the ship to halt. The large ice stranded within the sea would do just fine for filming. Of course, everyone would be out, getting battered by the cold while he sat next to heater, blankets covering for measure. Some mission this was turning out to be. You'd think the fire would be full of fires after seeing the snow. Naruto said in a mild tone, daring not to venture out into the snow. There are other nations like this. The samurai nation is like this. Replied Kakashi calmly. At least we have reached the snow. We can now eat something different and get some space. Felt like I was locked up in jail. Is the village far from here? Not far, but we are there. Does the snow have a shinobi village? Kakashi glanced at Sakura for a second before looking into the opening. He was getting a little worried. Sandaime wasn't completely honest with them and he worried that things could boil all over. There would be no reinforcements from this place. But he trusted that Naruto and Sasuke could get the job done 9ne. The problem was protecting the civilians. While their duty was to protect the princess, they couldn't just watch the others get in trouble. Many people required numbers. Regardless of the strength of the enemy. Well, at least creating thousands of clones for Naruto was nothing. It could always be a fallback plan just in case. As far as I know, yes, the Jonin replied. They are different from us. They use some armor called chakra armors. I hope we don't come across anything like that. A problem? Sasuke asked with an expressionless look. But inwardly, he was dancing in joy. He needed something troublesome to alleviate the boredom and a bag to pound to remove the frustrations he felt with being stuck in this ship with no other way of escaping. Naruto had been right. The little space to move had started to feel like they were in jail. It was doing the same thing over and over again with each day. Yes. I haven't come across a shinobi wearing one in a long time. I'm sure they have evolved them. Kakashi replied in a thoughtful tone. You need to be on the lookout the moment we arrive. Things can escalate at any moment. Of course. For now, let us check this place before they set up their equipment, ordered Kakashi. They all jumped out of the ship. The second Naruto touched the snow, he felt a cold chill down his spine. He needed something over him or he was going to end up freezing. Those heaters were needed while they stand guard. This was like he was standing inside a freezer while but naked. He surveyed the area with a keen eye. This snow reminded of Haku. The kind-hearted shinobi who died to save his master. A sad reality. But that was the shinobi world. That first mission had taught him the brutality of this journey he'd started. There were no merry songs while out on missions. Death was a working hazard. You went, but there was no guarantee of ever returning. In his case, the villagers would rejoice. Few would mourn his death. A sad reality for him that made him slightly miserable. He hoped that things could change. For the better, in the near future. "Looks okay," Sasuke said after he was done with his round. "Yeah," Naruto replied in thought. His mind absorbed by his life-sucking thoughts. Sasuke stared, curious about the sudden loss of attention in Naruto. It wasn't the first time he saw Naruto with that kind of look. It always seemed to resurface whenever he was alone. Yet, Sasuke wouldn't ask. "What?" Sasuke shrugged. Naruto put his hands inside his pockets and then walked away from Sasuke, heading back to the ship. The crew would be busy setting up the scene and their equipment. Nothing really seemed to be fixed in some cases. The director was a whimsical junkie who went with whatever he saw fit. It took about an hour for everything to be set up, and like usual, the princess had to be dragged in front of the camera but became majestic when the lights flashed and the director yelled march. The many extras were standing within the snow, the princess doing her part with her guards. The antagonist in the movie was standing some distance away, reciting his lines perfectly as if he was a true villain. They should have gotten a real one. Then again, such a person wouldn't think about killing people on the film set. It would no longer be a film but a reality show. Ah, how Naruto wished he could be part of the show. "You look disappointed," Kakashi asked him. Naruto glanced at the Jonin. He didn't have his usual book at hand. In the past days, he had his book while they were filming. Then again, there was no threat in the ship. There was nothing even here, but you could never be sure about anything. The world was full of surprises. "I'm not getting part in the film. My chance of fame is slipping away," Naruto replied with a pout. "You can't do your job while going after the camera." "It is possible. I'll be a little closer to the princess. I think my acting skills can even rival that of the princess." Kakashi smiled genuinely. "That may be true. At least some of us are getting a kick out of this." Naruto was staring at Sakura, who had her eyes on the males she liked. A truly bad taste in men. He shook his head. And then his eyes snapped toward the huge boulders on the sides. "Company," Kakashi announced in a serious tone. "Take formation," he ordered, and then jumped in front of Koyuki and her men. "Come out," the Jonin shouted. There was no response. The antagonist stared at the Jonin. "What are you talking about?" There was no response from anyone behind Kakashi. The man in robes and a stuff looked confused for a moment. This wasn't according to the script. And yet, the cameras were rolling. "Oh. I see, are you friends of the princess? Welcome to the snow country." Nadar stepped out of the snow, hands folded across his chest, smirk on his lips. His eyes stared directly at the Koyuki. "Princess. Welcome home." Kakashi turned to Koyuki for a moment, seeing her shocked look. This was not part of the script. This was real danger. He'd known something was up when he saw that crystal and how Sandae was pushing for her to return to this country. Did the Sandae know? Either way, this was not what he expected. "You." The Jonin took a stance. "A pleasure to meet you again, Hatake Kakashi. I hope this time around, you won't run away from me." This was not the ideal place to fight. There were too many people and anything could happen. An attempt to remove the threat in this location would be like playing the lottery. They just needed to repel and get everyone else into the ship before moving away. "Everyone, get back into the ship." The moment he yelled those words, Kakashi's eyes flashed behind, sensing some movements. Sensing movement, Naruto's eyes flashed on both sides. There were two enemies coming directly toward them. They were moving fast along the snow. Yet, his eyes could clearly match their speed. Years of training help. The target was the princess. He only shot Sasuke a look and focused on his opponent. Sakura would act as the last guard to Yuki. Mizore was sliding along the snow in speed, having burst out from below. He was staring directly at the princess. The brats couldn't do anything to him, not when he had his chakra armor. He stretched out his left arm when the blonde brat moved to intercept him. "Get out of my way!" He charged before releasing his retractable arm. The arm shot out like a bullet and hit the blonde on his throat. But the moment he did so, the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke. Another Naruto burst from the ground while Mizore was speeding, just in front of the man. Naruto braced himself for impact. The rest of his body was buried in snow. He strengthened his hands with chakra as the hovering board neared him. He flashed out his hands, grabbing the board with all his strength. It came to a halt. But the speed pulled him slightly from the ground. Had it been a clone, it probably wouldn't have been to withstand the impact. Mizore cursed while falling over. He couldn't control his body. At this rate, he was going to hit the snow in a heap. But at least, he should be getting close to the princess. Why hadn't he even attached the snowboard to himself? Such nuisances wouldn't be happening. Hello. Mizore's eyes snapped below while he was falling. Another Naruto. Right below him. He was going to fall on the brat. What trick was he using? Shadow clones? Solid ones at that. He couldn't be that fast to have moved that fast. For roots burst from the snow below him, spreading toward his body. In his position, he couldn't do anything. But he still believed in his armor. He grinned, taking his focus away from the princess and to the blonde below him. His armor could withstand the attack. He stretched out his right hand, in attempt to grab the blonde by his face. The roots slammed into his armor but started to disintegrate the moment they hit him. However, there was still enough force behind the jutsu to send him upwards, unharmed as he was. Naruto was surprised that his jutsu didn't work. The armor was protecting the man. But he still had another plan. While airborne, Mizore flipped to the side. The princess was just below him, guarded by the little girl. The problem for him was the blonde. He held out his left hand seeing that the blonde was still lying on the ground. His retractable arm stretched out, flashing toward the blonde. He didn't move as the armored arm slammed into his chest, but once more the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke. Before he could retract his arm, 2 more clones burst from the snow. When had the blonde even hid them there? Another clone appeared just where his arm was, holding a kunai at hand. Another was just where his snowboard was. The clone snatched it up and took a single step forward. While he tried to retract his arm, the clone on the ground swung its kunai, cutting the thread holding his arm, much to his surprise. But there was no moment to dwell on it as the other clone hurled his snowboard toward him. Mizore quickly folded his hands across his chest seeing it was where the snowboard was going to hit. The board hit him, but the second it touched his hands, it exploded. Boom. He cursed silently, gritting his teeth in pain. The explosion was minimal but the sparks had coursed through his body like lightning. There was a resounding explosion up in the air of intense flames with a bit of black within them. The flames brought a wave of heat for a moment. Mizore burst out of the flames, lunging to a distance away to safety with a furious look on his face. Mokuton, wooden locking prison. Mizore's eyes glanced to the sides as wooden pillars burst from the snow. They were all around him. His only method of escaping was above. But before he could jump, the pillars joined, locking him within. Naruto turned away from the man and faced at Sakura. The main objective here had to get the princess to safety. And everyone else. This wasn't a good place to fight. What is wrong with her? He asked Sakura, seeing the princess sprawled on the snow. Hands around her head, with haunted eyes. It was like she was reliving a bad dream. Mental issues. Sakura grunted. Run. Naruto ordered. He created 3 solid clones. The clones picked up the princess and then Sandayu before dashing toward the ship. Sasuke moved at the same time as Naruto. But unlike the blonde, he was quick off his feet. While darting through the snow toward his opponent, he took out a couple of shuriken from his pouch and then hurled them toward her. Fubuki didn't bother trying to dodge the shuriken. A smirk merely formed across her lips as she continued rushing toward the black-haired teen. The shuriken shattered into bits upon crashing into her chest. She immediately took advantage of the situation by doing a couple of hand seals. Sasuke jumped up after sensing a wave of chakra from below. Ice burst out of the snow, nearly catching him on his feet. But he blurred away just in time to avoid the jutsu. He landed a distance away, but not too far off from the princess. There was no telling that if he tried to drag the woman away, she'd follow him. Her objective was the princess, so he always had to stand in the way. There was no time to think as he was forced to jump into the air once more as ice was pulled out from the snow once more. While still airborne, Sasuke took out a kunai with an explosive tag, threw it down at the ice. The tag exploded into a fiery of intense crimson flames. The flames seemingly engulfed Sasuke. Fubuki smiled and then turned her attention toward the princess. There was no need to waste time. She quickly dashed toward Koyuki. While running through the snow, a smoke bomb fell in front of her and then exploded. She could see nothing within the smoke. The wings on her back flapped as she tried to take off into the air. Though she managed to take off slightly, her eyes snapped to her legs as she felt something. 2 threads hand bundled her legs together. Without turning back, she glanced behind, and saw Sasuke standing still with his hands held together. These people were not strong as those he has faced. It was nothing compared to Zabuza. And training in the same field with Naruto really did help. Sasuke felt like he was powerful. He couldn't help but put a smirk on his lips as he pulled the wires. The sudden pull dragged the woman down, slamming her on the snow with her head first, getting buried. Sasuke gathered oxygen within his lungs, measuring the release of his chakra careful. Within one large outtake, breathed out a stream of crimson flames, and they spread through the wires. Fubuki snarled as she spat out snow as she pulled out herself from the snow. Her legs were still bundled together and flames were spreading toward her. She pulled up ice from the snow, freezing the wires. More ice formed, colliding with the flames. Steam rose upon the mixture of the two elements. While trying to cut the wire, Fubuki glanced up. Sasuke had suddenly flashed just above her. She didn't give the Uchiha time to attack her. Ice burst out around her within seconds of Sasuke appearing. Sasuke frowned slightly but decided against wasting chakra to melt the ice. Just as the ice was going to freeze him, he did a replacement jutsu, replacing himself with a heater. Looking good, Sasu-chan. Naruto stated as Sasuke flashed behind him, their back against the ship that was moving back to the sea. You move well? Surprised you used Mokuton like that. Naruto shrugged. Their armor is bothersome with other jutsu. It requires something like brute force to get through. Besides, there wasn't time for something elaborate. The princess is in the ship. Sasuke couldn't help but grin. We can go ahead and attack. The one you had is still locked up. With Kakashi still busy with his opponent, there was nothing against what Sasuke was suggesting it. Naruto shared the Uchiha's grin. Tag team. Sometimes when Sasuke was in a good mood, he didn't mind working well with him. It was time they tested how well they moved either way. Let's go then. Fubuki glanced toward where Mizore was locked up and then at the two brats. The princess was already at the ship. Failure. Dodo wasn't going to be pleased. Especially when it had been just brats who stood in the way. It was better to deal with them now rather than later. They were only going to be a nuisance later on. She saw a shuriken twisting along the air toward her. Didn't they learn? This wasn't going to do anything to her. The armor created a wall of chakra that stopped even those kind of attacks. Then again, they were just brats. She waited until the shuriken hit her, but much to her surprise, the piece of metal didn't shatter. It exploded into a puff of smoke. Two hands burst out of the smoke, grabbing her around the shoulders. She was pulled into the smoke, while being twisted around. The person wrapped his legs around her waist, hands now around the back of her neck, her hands were pressed in. He was holding onto her very tightly. She gritted her teeth, trying to move free, but she felt like she was gripped by a strong man. Let me go! She yelled at the blonde. No can do. This armor is proving to be a problem. Your biggest weapon. We want to see what it will take to destroy it. While darting toward Fubuki and Naruto's clone, Sasuke hurled a kunai with a wire tied around it. It was an easy target as Naruto had her in one place. The blonde never did let go once he held you. He was like a magnet. And it was going to take stabbing him on the gut for that woman to get him off her. The kunai twisted around her legs, just above her ankle, and the wire tied her legs together. Sasuke pulled, causing the two to fall over to the snow, with Naruto hitting first and Fubuki atop of him. Chidori. The sound of birds chirping. His one move learned from Kakashi. The lightning cutter at hand, Sasuke increased his speed. Once he was closer, he bent down while driving his jutsu toward Fubuki's chest. The lightning burst when it made contact, but was unable to break through at once. He pushed further, trying to pierce through the chakra shield until something in the armor cracked. He pushed further, and the armor started to crack. But it was still not enough. Why, I am not surprised that you couldn't do it? Naruto suddenly said after appearing from nowhere. He landed on Sasuke's right side, holding a bunch of explosive tags. Sasuke stopped, and then shot Naruto a glare before jumping back as Naruto dropped the explosive tags. Fubuki swore. This was an overkill. What was the blonde made out of anyway that he didn't budge? Her chakra was cracked. Any more of that, and it would have been destroyed. Those explosive tags? The merciless brats were trying to kill her. By the way, I'm also going to explode. The clone stated. This isn't how I like to do things, but if I explode, it should dent this armor. And the explosive tag will do it. Best of all, a closed area ensures that you receive the full force of the explosion. Fubuki wanted to glare at the blonde, but she wasn't in a position to do anything. He was not normal. There was something he was doing to strengthen his body. She was taking chakra, but he didn't appear bothered by it. Do your best. She replied confidently but with a hint of frustrations. Mokuton, wooden locking prison. He created the same jutsu he used on Mizore. This time, he encased both his clone and Fubuki within. He did a quick jump, landing beside Sasuke once more. This is how it is done. Boom! There was only the sound of the explosion, but not even smoke came through the pillars. They held on firmly until flames started burning through. Naruto slapped himself across the face. Smart, Naruto. Very smart. Fire will always burn wood. While the flames were still burning, Kakashi flashed behind both Naruto and Sasuke. He put a hand on their shoulders and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. We had things covered. Sasuke's first words when they appeared in the deck of the ship. The crew was marveling at the great piece they had just captured. We have more things to worry about. We had them. Naruto put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Smiling, he said. We got a part in the movie, isn't that a great thing? Kakashi sighed. At least, they managed to get out of this without any casualties. In the next one, they would be more prepared. If the enemy had gotten desperate, they could have gone for the ship. There are too many people here. Our first priority is to them. Sasuke still grumbled. They were winning. They probably would have won if they stayed to fight. When he was teaming up with Naruto, they could defeat anyone. You think we got her? Yup. Naruto replied with a nod. Why were they even attacking her? Good question, but something they would talk about with Princess Yuki and Sandae. He hadn't thought things would come to this point. But it was happening and they had to deal with it. If anything, things seemed like they could go well. Kakashi no longer had to worry too much about his two students. At least, even Sasuke was making good use of the jutsu he taught him and Naruto was using Mokuton. We will talk about it. But first, let me say both of you did well. I'm proud of you. The Jonin praised with a nice smile. Hard work pays. Naruto flashed Kakashi a grin. Sasuke, though, seemed to be caught between two thoughts. Whether he should smile in pride or just grunt. In the end, he did neither but just folded his hands across his chest and looked away. Evidently. Kakashi replied to Naruto. At least even Sakura had stood her ground. When they had just started, she would have outright refused to take Naruto's instruction. But now, she did as told. But standing her ground doesn't mean she would have done a better job. After all, her illusions would not have worked against those opponents. She truly was a mismatch in this team. She needed to improve or else the Sandaime would make true to his word. He glanced at Naruto. The blonde had better command of the team. Sasuke was of course the smarter one. But he sometimes lacked compassion and became too engrossed in the mission he looked away from his teammates. Sometimes he did better. But when it came to looking after the needs of the team, Naruto did it better. Both nonetheless did what needed to be done when it needed to be done. He would have thought Naruto would hesitate, but he could be like Sasuke, just less ruthless. No, much more ruthless than Sasuke. After all, Sasuke always acted based on emotions, and when it came to it, Naruto could be a rational being, discarding all emotions. But those were not the most powerful enemies we have faced. Naruto added. Sasuke nodded in agreement with Naruto. He was happy that he had managed things without getting beat, but shinobi from the Great Five posed more danger than these. Were standards really that different? They depend on their armor. But they are strong shinobi. Kakashi responded in a firm tone. Naruto, you were employing shadow clones. You just don't throw them. But you use them efficiently to create more bodies. Anyone would struggle if they are not used to it. Shinobi from this side are not exposed to the many things in the elemental nations. Well, sometimes, tactics win battles. We almost got Zabuza despite him being powerful because of tactics. Naruto replied, shrugging his shoulders. Brutal force doesn't always get the job done. If you know the weakness of your opponent, you can defeat them. Bingo books are useful for this purpose. Kakashi paused, turning to the incoming Sakura. The girl looked relieved about something. Everything okay? She nodded. She is fine. She just fainted after shouting that she was not going back. She appeared to be reliving some past trauma. That is the case. You know something? That man did call her Princess Koyuki and you looked shocked when you heard it. She plays a princess, but there appears to be something more to the story. Sasuke was staring at Kakashi, waiting for an answer. If it is true, she is a real princess of the Snow Country. I'll discuss the details once I have privately spoken to Sandae. Sandae glanced at Kakashi and smiled weakly. He was sitting beside Princess Koyuki's bed. The woman was sitting up, an expressionless mask on her face. The Jonin remained standing, watching the two for a moment before finally speaking. I suspected something when I first saw you. Kakashi started speaking. You probably do not remember me. He said to Yuki. He was the one who saved her life from certain death years ago. She was still a child then. She glanced at him coldly. I'm not going to the snow. We have already gone through this, princess. We are already there anyway. You tricked me, Sandae. There is nothing for me there. There was nothing but pain and despair. That cold land that made your heart cold had nothing for her. She was fine in the land of fire. Happy, no. But she was alive and not facing any tragedy. There is something for you. Your people are waiting for you to return to your home. I have already spoken to them. We will return. Sandae replied forcefully and then looked at Kakashi. I'm sorry I kept this from you. But I requested you specifically because you already dealt with those people before. What was with these people and putting his team in danger? You should have told us the real reason. We indeed have to protect the princess, but not having any knowledge of who we face puts my team at risk. I understand, but whether you decide to turn away or not, we are still going to take our country back. I have gathered enough people to fight. Kakashi shook his head. Are they shinobi? No. Civilians who are willing to give anything for their country. A good thing but unnecessary. You can't send civilians to fight against shinobi. They will just get killed. Don't do anything. We will deal with it. Kakashi said firmly. He smiled. Even if I ordered the team to sit back and wait for reinforcements, Naruto and Sasuke would not permit it. They have already tasted battle and will say they will be more than enough. They are going to get killed. You should just save your lives and return home. But if you want to die needlessly, do so. A woman who had her hopes crushed. When someone crushes your childhood, you start thinking they were all powerful. For Koyuki, she couldn't tell the difference in power because she was just a civilian. Her mind was scarred by the tragedy of her childhood. She found it impossible to look beyond this mountain. He ignored her words and faced Sandeo. What is it about the crystal? Yes. Your uncle then. My father said the crystal was a key to the treasure of the snow. When you spoke about treasure, one was thinking about money, anything of monetary value. I will need that for safekeeping. That is what he wants, not you. Life was unfair at times. Not everyone had demons. And you did not apply F0R it. They just rammed into your life and then left you scarred for life, and sometimes finding a knife to be very attractive in spilling out your guts. Sakura had no such demons. Everyone in the team had issues. But Sakura was careless. She had nothing to worry about because she was free. It was no wonder she didn't take this life of a kunoichi seriously. Perhaps if she experienced a little bit of Princess Yuki's misery, she would take this business very seriously. Naruto hoped that she wouldn't realize the hardship until it was too late. But who knew? The only struggle she had in this life was trying to win over her beloved Sasuke. Such thoughts made him envious. It was a cruelly bitter feeling that made his eyes turn cold. He shook his head, leaned against the frame of the ship, and stared at the bottomless water. Kakashi was standing on his right, with Sasuke on the left and Sakura by Sasuke's side. Their sensei had just finished explaining to them what the issue with Koyuki was. We still continue with the mission? Sasuke asked. Of course. Good. A little bit relieved. There had been the possibility that Kakashi would make them wait for others. There may not be that many enemy to encounter as far as Sandeo is concerned. We will not be going against an entire village, but against one man and his henchmen. Kakashi said in a stern tone. He gave Sakura a stern look. The look made the girl flinch. I considered not saying anything or even just tell you only, but we are a team and I want everyone to know this. What? Sakura asked cautiously. She was sure she wasn't going to like what she was going to hear. You're severely outmatched in the team. You need not be as strong as both Naruto and Sasuke. But as things stand, you don't offer anything to the team and it creates an imbalance. Whenever there is a mission, none of us can do anything without having to worry that you'll hold your own. We always have to worry about you. There are missions that we might not even be able to do because you are not ready for them, and going there only threatens your life. The Sandaime Hokage has said that if things continue like this, you will be removed from the team. Kakashi glanced at his other students. Sasuke looked indifferent and Naruto, well, he was Naruto. There was just a raised brow, but he couldn't read anything from the blonde. That is unfair. Kakashi shook his head. How many times have you been saved, Sakura? She blinked, unable to say anything. She couldn't be removed from Sasuke's team. No way was she going to accept that decision. The Jonin smiled. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand the situation you are in. You need to grow up, Sakura. And this is your chance to do so. I have to submit a report to the Sandaime. Your reaction from henceforth will determine whether you stay or leave the team. He paused. Rest up. We don't know what awaits us when we reach our destination. A little unexpected but not irrational. There was always a chance that Sakura could be killed. Anyone could be killed really. But chances were higher with Sakura. Don't let it get to you. That is the test Kakashi-sensei is giving you. Strength is not merely physical prowess but also mental strength. There are things you can do to improve on. Do that. Don't try to match Sasuke. Give it your best. That is what is required of you. How low had she fallen that she had to receive a lecture from Naruto? This was sick. She comforted herself by thinking about her beloved Sasuke. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? HN. The Uchiha merely shrugged with indifference. Naruto sighed. He wanted to tell her she was a hopeless little girl, but he didn't want to break her spirit. Wherever Tsunade was, there was always ruckus. If she was drunk and losing money, things normally had to be flying about. It was no different this time. Jiraiya had been welcomed by a flying man, crashing through the door, and a second later, a clearly drunk Tsunade stormed out of the building. The dutiful Shizun following her from behind with their pet pig. What a waste of meat, he thought mildly. Tsunade did notice him, but she acted as if she hadn't and just turned to the right, marching with the legendary sucker tag following her from behind like a dark cloud. For a woman who loved gambling, she had bad luck. There was no one who matched her bad luck. The chances of her going on a winning streak were as slim as Orochimaru returning to the Leaf to apologize for his actions. Jiraiya followed the woman to a restaurant. He sat beside Shizun, and stared at her. His childhood crush. After a moment, he smiled, but the smile was not returned. "What do you want?" Tsunade demanded. No social calls. She was always cold to him. Maybe it was because he continued to annoy her about a return to the Leaf. She had once took a swing at him when he'd been trying out his luck. Lucky for him, she had been drunk but sober enough to reject going back to Konoha. "Sensei sent me." "He is still alive?" Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. "He still has some years left in him." Jiraiya responded in a serious tone. "It is serious this time." "Isn't it always?" Jiraiya shook his head. "You know he has always had a soft spot for his students. He was always kind. Even with Orochimaru. He refused to see the darkness within until it was too late. Orochimaru was just his favored student." Tsunade scoffed. "Funny that his favored student was the one who turned on him and may most likely lead to his death. You could call Orochimaru sensei's protege." Jiraiya would not deny that. Unlike him, Orochimaru had been a genius. Just like their sensei. They could understand each other when they spoke. His former friend picked up things far quicker than him. In any case, he has also been willing in your case. He has said no more. Return to Konoha and run the village hospital. Or what? In the next issue of the bingo book, you will be placed as a rogue kunoichi. Tsunade laughed. "Are you serious?" Jiraiya looked at her sternly. "It may not be much of a problem for you because you are a sannin. But once the bounty is placed on your head, you'll have to look over your shoulder because that is how they will come after you. Whether you are drunk and out cold, they will come after you. They might get Shizun and you might make it, but for the rest of your life, you'll live like a criminal." "That sounds like a threat." Jiraiya shook his head, smiling sadly. "I hate to say those words to you, Haim, but Sensei is serious this time. He is even planning on having Orochimaru killed and everything he has built destroyed. Return home. But if not, know that before other hidden villages send their best after you, I will be the one coming after you first. Whether I have to break your legs to get it done, I'll do so." Tsunade narrowed her eyes dangerously. "You speak as if you can." Jiraiya smiled sadly. "No free hits this time, Haim." To say the snow country was detestable would be too strong of a word. But it wasn't likable either. Who lived in a country that was just eternally snow? There should be a season for the snow to fall and a season to be living under the shades of trees. But in this nation, it was just damn coldness, and that reached the core of the bones. Naruto had only taken a couple of steps after getting off the ship, but he disliked this country already. Though reasons differed, he could understand a little when the princess said there was nothing in here. Thinking of the woman, he turned to her. She had tried running. But they already knew she was a runner. A leash was prepared for her. Figuratively at least. Still, she looked miserable. Even more so than normal now that she was in a land she'd been forced to enter. A daughter of the past daimyo, refusing to return to her home to help her suffering people. Yet, Naruto couldn't call her selfish. If he did the same, anybody who dared call him selfish needed a knock to the head to help them think properly. Standing beside her was Sakura. She looked fine, but he knew she was still burning over what their sensei told her. Around, the crew was standing up their cameras. They were ready for their act. Sandayu insisted on fishing filming first before they even get to enter the streets of the snow. "Thought you'd be against this." Kakashi shook his head, halting beside the blonde. "I was, but the client has his needs. Besides, they will be drawn out here. Isn't it going to repeat the same situation as before? We don't have to worry about the ship getting wrecked." Naruto nodded. "Hopefully one of them isn't able to join them. It makes it simpler. But there is still the boss. Unlikely to come at once, but we shall see. We just have to be ready for anything. To prepare, that was the best one could do at times, but sometimes no matter how you prepare, it was never enough. There were just some mountains that no amount of preparation could help you overcome. They just immense themselves in your, slowly suffocating you until you tap out." "Yeah." Naruto paused, staring at the action behind the cameras. Sakura is taking the news with shock. "Expected." Kakashi sighed. "But she needs to accept it and grow. She hasn't changed her attitude no matter the challenges she has faced. She lives in a bubble. Being constantly saved, and not having to face any difficulties herself because we shield her, has made her into this. When everything is handed to you, you can't change their perception. You've done your part trying to change her, even with her infatuation with Sasuke. Obsession. Naruto corrected. She refuses to change. I can understand the Sandame's worries in this situation. We were meant to balance each other. She was smart in the academy and did the basics well, but this is no longer the academy. If she cannot adapt to that, the only choice left is for her to go to another team or quit being a kunoichi. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. The words came out coldly. Was it unexpected? No. Naruto was like that. Besides, Sakura was truly a burden to the team. He have to worry. Naruto had already offered to help. 10 long years of searching and now she was finally here, having returned on her accord. Dodo had taken over this country thinking there were riches, but instead, he'd killed his brother and inherited poverty. Of course, there was hidden treasure, and a treasure that could only be accessed by a key Koyuki had in her possession. After so many years, even knowing how she looked like had been a challenge. The key had been the crystal. She'd done well by changing her name and hiding in plain sight. He stared at his trusted subordinates with a bit of disappointment. It has been years, but for them to fail when their target was so close disturbed his patience. He no longer had any to begin with. His heart was burning with impatience. I expected you to return with the crystal, Nadar. Nadar looked down for a moment and then faced his boss. We encountered a problem that we were not expecting. I can see that. Dodo replied in a flat tone. Fubuki wasn't with them. To lose an arm wasn't tolerable if there was nothing achieved. If they had gotten the crystal, then he could have understood things. They have already arrived and are setting up their things. We can handle them once we go. We will have a surprise for them. You failed when it was 3 of you. And now there is 2, can you succeed? We can, Dodo-sama. Nadar replied with complete confidence in his abilities and the armor. Go then. I'll join you shortly if I see you failing. Each with his own problems, huh? Naruto thought mildly as he held a cup of tea, Koyuki in front of him, a heater between them. The others were on the drawing table, after wrapping up the scene from here. The extras were all gathered around, having their meals while laughing and making comments about the great movie they were shooting. Naruto wasn't complaining. After all, he now had a role in the movie. How I wish Sakura understood a little bit of your pain and suffering. He said mildly. Maybe then, she would learn what it meant to be a kunoichi and wouldn't be so useless. Quite frankly, it was ridiculous that she thought of being useful to Sasuke but couldn't even help sharpen his knives simply because she didn't know how. Make up? How many times to bath and then stare at the mirror? She could do that with the expertise of a professor. But the real job failed her miserably. Maybe it won't be so bad if she was removed from the team. Koyuki glanced at him and then drank her tea silently. It was suffocating having those cold blue eyes stare at her every moment. He was like a bug she couldn't shake off. Even when she had to go to the small room, he wouldn't let her out of his sight. Silence, huh? Naruto smiled. But still, this place is damn freezing. I'd die if I had to spend a whole month here. Once more it was just silence. But after a couple of moments, Koyuki spoke, but she was not replying to his statement. Why don't you just leave me alone? I'm here but I won't do anything Sandae wants me to do. She said so hopelessly yet so firm. Smiling sadly, Naruto replied in a quiet tone. How I wish I was you. The people of this country want you. Maybe because they need a leader. Honestly, you are not one and can't save them. Yet, they want you. I think it is not fair. I can offer much to my village, yet its people do not want me. They'd celebrate my death. She glanced up at him curiously. His words were cold. He wasn't offering none of that annoying talk. She wanted to smile, but failed to do so. How lucky of me. Koyuki ended up responding with sarcasm. Yeah. Naruto said in the same tone as the princess. Well, whatever happens afterwards isn't our problem. We will do what we were hired to do and then depart. It will involve dealing with your uncle, and that means there will be no one left to control this nation. It would be sad if you did not take up the role. Quite a mockery of what you play in the screens. I'm an actress. Is it irony that you chose to become an actress? Naruto asked with a smile. The fact that you still carry the crystal means you have not quite completely forgotten about home. It is good, but rather... He paused, hearing a different sound. Something is coming. He said, standing up to face the direction of the sound. A train. Sandae shouted, seeing the tracks on the snow. Everyone get back. It must be Dodo's men. Train? Now that was a foreign word. But he didn't need much explanation from anyone as the slithering machine roared to life while heading toward them. It was a different kind of transport that they used in the elemental nations. Instead of being amazed by this, take good care of the princess. Kakashi cautioned him. Naruto hadn't even felt the Jonin appear before him. She was the main target and they would protect her life even if it meant they had to watch everyone else die. You couldn't save everyone. No one had that power. But it didn't stop people from hoping. Got her. Naruto replied. The train came to a halt in front of them. Everyone else was standing back while to avoid any casualties. Give us the princess and we will be on our way from here. A cold booming voice from the train called out. Well, that is a stupid request to make. Sasuke said calmly. Already on a stance. Even if there was nothing to lose, he would not give her away. Not when it would result in them going away without a fight. Sensei, I'm feeling a bit motivated. Do you mind if I destroy the train? It could be weapon for all we know. Kakashi glanced at Naruto. This definitely had something to do with meeting Orochimaru. He'd never seen Naruto use this much of Mokuton in just one mission. After a moment, he nodded. Go ahead. Sakura, you're with Koyuki. Hi. Naruto nodded his head. And did in signs before holding his hands together. Mokuton, deep forest creation. The ground trembled slightly even though they stood on snow. Within seconds, trees sprouted from the snow. It was like a large dense forest. As quick as they sprouted, they marched toward the train. There was no resistance. The trees burst through the train. They ripped it apart as if they were alive. Within a minute, the roots had entirely decimated the train and now rested on the snow with chunks of the train submerged underneath. Impressed, Kakashi was. But he did not miss the look from Sasuke when Naruto released his jutsu. He would have commented on it if their opponents hadn't stepped out of the wreckage to stare at from the roots. Naruto, Sasuke, you take Mizore? I'll handle Nadar. The Jonin said, pushing up his headband. There was no need to hang about without taking things too seriously from the get-go. Naruto faced Sasuke for a second and then spoke. So, Sasuke, how do we handle this one? Genjutsu surely doesn't work because of the armor he wears. Sasuke still felt threatened by the jutsu Naruto had displayed. He couldn't do anything like that. And Naruto was keeping it from him. He clenched his jaws in anger and then faced the man standing above the roots Naruto had created. Where do you think the boss is? Hiding somewhere, most likely. Naruto responded in thought. It just means we need to keep an eye on the princess. I will have a clone keep watch, just in case. Can't have Sakura as the last defense line. We'd be screwed. Sasuke grunted in agreement. He activated his Sharingan. He had no appetite to make things longer. He just wanted to end this quickly. And besides, he was a little ticked off after what he'd seen and Naruto was ignoring his mood, purposefully. Let's go. Both dashed toward Mizore. Mizore glared at Naruto specifically. The blonde had cost him. And because of the two, they no longer had Fubuki. Mizore could see the two brats darting toward him. They hoped to flank him. Stupid brats. The blonde usually sent out a clone to charge first. Which meant the real one was probably hiding somewhere. Maybe below him. Maybe behind. Either way, he was going to show up somewhere. And he had to be ready for that. The Uchiha was on his right. He could deal with the clone later. He released his metal claw. The hand sped toward Sasuke. Within a second, it had reached the Uchiha. But he jumped over it. Mizore was caught watching Sasuke as the Uchiha twisted in midair and then hurled 4 small shuriken at him. That was nothing. Mizore thought. His armor would protect him. His eyes flashed toward his left. Naruto was closer. He started retreating his claw. I'm not going to fall for the same trick again. Naruto reached him, his right hand stretched out for a pathetic attempt to punch him on his upper body. His large hand grabbed the punch and he squeezed. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Mizore's eyes quickly flashed below. There was nowhere he was going to come out from aside from below. Hidden within the dense roots. To his shock, nothing came from below. Worse, instead of bouncing off his armor, the shuriken twisted around his body. It was then that he realized the threads tied to the shuriken. His hands became wrapped along his body. Mizore swore. He attempted to use his strength and the armor to cut off the threads. But, it was the sound of birds chirping that alarmed him. He glanced to the right through the corner of his eyes. The Uchiha was darting through the roots in speed, lightning crackling on his right hand. On the left, Naruto had his own jutsu. A small round ball of chakra. The two blurred out of sight. The next second, they had closed the distance. The Uchiha wasn't in front of him, but slightly above the air, swinging his jutsu toward his chest. The jutsu slammed, causing sparks of lightning to light. The blonde was in similar position. His jutsu slammed onto his back. Mizore felt his armor breaking. He felt relief when the two suddenly flashed away from him. But, relief turned into horror. His body was plastered with explosive tags. And one glaring heater, planted with tags, came falling down. It was on slow motion. In front of him. His armor had already was no surviving this. He closed his eyes. Boom! From a distance, both Naruto and Sasuke landed on the snow, watching the fireworks. Well, that was effective. The collective effort is truly something to behold. Naruto remarked, congratulating himself on a job well done. To effectively deal with their opponent with strategies and not just raw power was quite fun. Your tags were a little too much. You used them on the last occasion as well. Sasuke was staring. How many did you even bring for the mission? All my stock. I don't use a lot of weapons. I usually just buy kunai. But I'm not usually throwing them around like you. So I can spend the earnings on tags. Sasuke shook his head. I hope they explode on you. I'd die. Nobody would cry. Now, you're just being cold. You mad I showed you up with that jutsu? Naruto asked with a smirk on his face. Sasuke glared. He had nothing like that. But then again, he didn't have the same amount of chakra Naruto had. He wasn't even using the power of the bijou inside of him. Just how much more powerful could Naruto become? No matter what he seemed to do, the blonde always seemed to pull something of his magic hat. It was bothering him. Seeing the look, Naruto shook his head. Disappointing. Truly is. To think that you would feel so inferior over a little jutsu. Truly, a fragile person you are. I'm not fragile. Sasuke replied in a forceful tone. A hint of anger in his voice. But I hate that you seem to always have something in your tank. Naruto raised an eyebrow. If Sasuke unlocked the potential of the Sharingan, there was nothing to discuss. Oh, this power-hungry fool. Say, Sasuke. If Orochimaru offered you power, would you take it? Why wouldn't I? He has certainly helped you. Sasuke replied without giving it any thought. Once more, Naruto shook his head. Disappointing once more. It would be a pity if you abandoned everyone simply because your little pride was hurt. You shall dash. Dodo wasn't pleased. To see his trusted guards failing. The brats had taken care of Mizore quite easily and Nadar was fighting a losing battle. Why did he have to do everything himself? Should he have bothered to give them the same armor as his? He shook his head. No need. They were weak. Hence they failed. The target was before him anyway. Within seconds, he was in front of Koyuki. He completely disregarded the girl guarding her. Koyuki. The princess glared at the man who was her uncle. The killer of his own brother. For power. For wealth. What disgusting things people do to even those of their blood. Seeing his cold glare. She felt afraid. Afraid for her life. She didn't even have the crystal with her. Was he going to kill her? Was she going to die? She shouldn't have come here. Even when Sakura stepped in front of her, holding out a kunai, Koyuki didn't feel safe. She felt even sorry for the girl. She was clearly afraid of the giant in front of her. Yet she still braved. Don't waste your life on me. Koyuki said hopelessly. Sakura gritted her teeth. Her heart was pounding. But she couldn't fold. Even when the princess had given up. This was her mission. What good was she if she couldn't even stand guard for a second? This is my job. Sakura shouted, more to herself than to Koyuki. If you want the princess, you'll have to go through me first. Dodo didn't even think before lifting his right foot. He wanted to swat the girl away from his target. But while his foot was airborne, heading straight to the face of the stricken girl, a root suddenly burst from the ground, catching it around the ankle. He was held firmly. He narrowed his eyes, and quickly flashed his right arm, palm open. Naruto saw the hand coming toward him but did nothing to avoid it. It was like an iron grip on his face. Struggling was a waste of energy. But he still struggled to break free. Perhaps it was the instinctive nature of the mind. If the ground had been solid, he would have felt the pain through his back when the man slammed him down. But there was just the puff sound as he was buried deep into the snow. Dodo looked up. The girl had moved away. The princess had also been moved back with the other brat. He attempted to stomp on the blonde, but he rolled away. Dodo didn't follow. He glanced back at the princess. It was merely just going to take a couple of more minutes and effort, but he was going to get his price. Slowly, he started moving toward the princess. His movements came to a halt. A ripple pattern just around his right shoulder. He felt like he was being sucked in. He couldn't get away. His arm as the first casualty. He swore, crying inwardly as pain shot through his spine. His arm was torn from his shoulder. The blood gushing out and the feeling that his entire body was going to get sucked in wasn't the biggest worry. No, the pain that had him frozen. And the pull he felt on side of his ribcage. Lucky for him, the strange wormhole pulled parts of his advanced armor. It wasn't a decent pull. It left the right side exposed. A bit of flesh showing. And then the thing suddenly stopped. He fell on his knees, gasping for air. He couldn't do anything to stop the blood from gushing out. A bit of bleed on his Sharingan, Kakashi ignored it and the pain. In Sasuke's fashion but with more purpose, speed and strength, he darted through the snow, heading straight toward his fallen enemy. Seeing the incoming attack, Dodo flapped the wings of his armor. Good thing for him, they were still working. He felt relief. He could escape and try again. This wasn't what he wanted, but there was no other way. Not in his state. The relief he felt turned into despair after picking up into the air. His feet had already left the ground, but roots protruded from the ground, wrapping around his ankles. As he struggled to pull away, the Konoha shinobi lunged. Raikiri. He was precise in where he hit. The part on his chest where the armor was torn off. The shock went in his body. Lightning. He couldn't help but yelp in pain as the jutsu stabbed into his body. He felt like it hit his lungs. No, it did, didn't it? That was his thought as he began to fall down the ground. Everything turning upside down, his vision becoming blurry. In a thud, he hit the snow. Kakashi landed on one knee, his breathing labored slightly. He closed his Sharingan, quickly put the headband to cover it. Well, you took care of things quickly. Naruto's mysterious tone filled his airwaves. Kakashi turned to the blonde, standing beside him with his hands held together. We had to. I used a little bit of chakra with the Sharingan. You hardly use it. I know it does take a lot from you. But if you don't train yourself to use it, you never get used to it. I mistake reliance with training. Kakashi replied earnestly as he gathered his breath. He then stood up. We don't even know if there are more who will come. And there is still much work to do here. There was no reason to prolong a battle when the client was watching. Besides, he pointed at the armed civilians coming along the way. If they had arrived while he was still standing, there would have been casualties. Naruto finished for his sensei. Yes. I took the best option to avoid that. Naruto nodded. Well, if that is it for the enemy, we can spend the rest of our time in leisure. And I can enjoy that movie part 1 earned for myself. Chapter 5, Home Test. Home once again. Sakura smiled happily, taking in the warm breath of the hidden leaf. This overwhelming emotion that threatened to her with grins and a dash across the village to announce her return to home was something she had missed while thousands of miles away from home. More than a month of snow, and now she was back where she belonged. The place where she felt safe and free. The place where she didn't have to constantly look over her shoulders because someone might attack. A place where she didn't feel like a burden to anyone. She couldn't even wait to see the look on Ino's face when she tells her of her great adventure. Disappointedly, she wouldn't be doing much in the movie. Either way, this had been a great experience. Home, finally! Sakura exclaimed happily. Naruto glanced at the girl and then looked back at the monstrous village gates before looking back at the streets. They were indeed back to this place called home. He was happy. But it didn't take long for Konoha to remind him that he was not wanted. Either way, the rush of blood was there. The content emotion gripped his heart fully and blocked any other disruptive emotion that threatened to put a sad veil across his face. Regardless of the tragedies, this was still his home. He was born here and he would make it here. I thought our time in the snow was quite lovely. I wouldn't have been against staying there for a little longer. Nobody likes you here. Sakura snapped back at him, without thinking much of her words. Ouch. Naruto put on a hurt look. Your words can really hurt at times, Sakura. He then wiped out an imaginary tear. How ignorant was she going to be? Was she going to continue blocking everything in favor of her obsession with Sasuke? If she was going to continue with this attitude, it was better she was removed from the team. Did she even have any idea just how right she was and this was the source of his misery and loneliness? An ignorant little girl indeed. You should be more careful with your words, Sakura. You speak of things you do not understand. Much to the surprise of everyone else, and maybe a shock to Sakura, it was Sasuke who spoke. His tone had been so cold, even Naruto felt shook. Sakura looked baffled. Sasuke reproaching her? What the hell was happening here? Was someone conspiring against her? It was Kakashi's glass-shattering news and now it was this. She had been called useless by Sasuke before and Naruto hinted it. But for her to end a mission like this, her happiness was just completely drained. She could brush off the words as nothing more than a spare-of-the-moment thing, but that cold look that she had often seen reserved for the empty space was now glaring at her. She flinched with discomfort and looked down. After a moment, she glanced at her sensei. He was reading his book, casually walking with one hand inside his pocket. Her eyes went to Naruto. Their eyes met. He was smiling. A kind of infuriating smile. She thought he was mocking her. As he usually did. Well, there is some truth in that, if we are to be honest. You often make light of the circumstances that surround us. Me, especially. You may dismiss me because I am an orphan. But fail to sympathize. You do not understand what Sasuke and I have to go through because we do not have parents. It is not that you cannot. You just don't want. He paused, just to let the words sink in. I suppose if you must want to, you need to understand why Sasuke and I can get along. Sakura frowned deeply. Sympathize with Naruto? Ridiculous. First of all, their situations were not the same. Sasuke lost his parents while Naruto had never had any. She wanted to shout at him. Think it deeply. Kakashi's sharp and stern words cut through her thoughts like a double-edged sword. The man wasn't even looking at her. What was there to think about? Naruto never had any parents and thus he wasn't taught anything by anyone. What was it even like not to have a mother? To go home and just be alone with no one to love you. Both her teammates were now going through the same situations. There was no one waiting for them. They were just going to their places and just be alone. She gritted her teeth and shoved those deep thoughts at the back of her head. She saw it clearly but she didn't want to swallow it. Sorry. The word came out without any meaning. And Naruto knew it. His response said as much. How hollow. Naruto's sharp response. Shove that up your useless behind, Sakura. For a moment, Sakura stopped walking, her body tense. She felt as if she'd been stabbed. There was no anger in Naruto's voice. It was the simplicity in which he said it that made her afraid. Kakashi just sighed and shut his book. Naruto was going to be normal tomorrow. He wasn't going to let this get to him. But perhaps it was better to give them some space to think things through. You go on and rest. I will report to the Sandaime Hokage. I will also request a break for the next 7 days to help us recuperate. That is welcome. Naruto said, in a staring contest with the heavens. For the first time, he didn't feel like training and just wanted to rest. I hope the Sandaime agrees. He will. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura started a bit hesitantly. The journey through to Konoha made her fearful. She didn't want to go home. She knew what was likely waiting for her. Humiliation. It haunted her even in daylight. This part was made her afraid. She bit her tongue. The talk just now hadn't really improved her image in the team. It seemed like everyone was against her. She needed to take a stand or otherwise, she would be gone. Yes? About my training. When do you think I can begin? I don't want to be a burden anymore. If Sakura hadn't said those words, Kakashi would have reported to the Sandaime that things would need to change in the team. Her attitude was still a problem. Admittedly, even her lack of professionalism was all due to him as her sensei. He failed to train her. He wasn't going to force her. But he has chosen to play the referee in many situations and just an observer rather than the sensei. It was owed to that Naruto and Sasuke were proactive. He only taught Sasuke his jutsu to make up for the gap with Naruto. This was after the Uchiha asked him. He would have refused under normal circumstances but they did missions which were dangerous. And the power was needed. I'll make a plan and contact you. But also think about the kind of kunoichi you want to be. With your chakra control, genjutsu and medical ninjutsu can be your specialty. The Jonin said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. There was only one thing for Naruto to do now before going to his abode, and that was to have some godly ramen. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. See you in a week, team. And I hope you will have improved a little so that I don't always outshine you. It was always fun seeing Sasuke twitch with jealousy. The Uchiha glared at him. I was the one who provided an opening for the defeat of our opponents. Naruto shrugged. But I was the one who was flashy. We worked together. Naruto smiled. That we did. At least we are able to together. See you around, team. He waved his right hand, walking away. Sakura didn't even see how Sasuke departed. She was just left alone, wondering where he disappeared off to. Hokage office. Maybe if things were different, Hiruzen wouldn't have cared to intervene with his team by going as far as to remove Sakura from it. The Sandaime used to shy away from taking some hardline decisions. Something Danzo had often called naivety. He smiled, to think he'd once been approached by that man to kill Konoha's Hokage. More shocking was the fact that the man who committed treason was still very much alive. He wasn't doing as he pleased, but still alive. When Naruto went missing, the third had worn a mask Kakashi had never seen before. Ruthless. Cunning, he had always been, but never ruthless. In those days, he had shown no mercy to anyone who may have had a hand in Naruto's disappearance. But they were here. And he had to convince the man to keep hold of his plans to remove Sakura. Kakashi needed his team to stay intact. There was no predicting how the new teammate would adapt to the team or if the team would have to adapt to him or her. Who'd even be put on the team to compare with Naruto and Sasuke? Very few could match those two. Releasing a long breath, Kakashi knocked at the door of the Sandaime's office. Come in. The warm smile of an elderly man who cared deeply for his shinobi welcomed him. Serving under Hiruzen was nothing to regret about. You knew the man cared for you. It hardly mattered nonetheless. They were shinobi. They were subordinates of the Hokage and insubordination was not tolerated. Hokage-sama. Kakashi greeted. Kakashi. Hiruzen smiled warmly. I wish you'd come back with your students. I do like seeing them when they return from a mission. Especially one as important as this. I thought it was best to allow them to get some rest. Though knowing Naruto and Sasuke, there was unlikely to be any rest. Those two would only rest when incapacitated. They do spend a lot of time away. With the number of missions they have put, they've Genin for 3 years. Well, they are no longer fresh from the academy. Indeed. But I still worry. Naruto? Hiruzen sighed. He was not as close to Naruto as he would like. Their relationship hadn't taken a knock after Orochimaru happened. Naruto was just never willing to talk into detail about it. But since some heartbreaking discoveries, Naruto no longer looked at him as his Gigi. He no longer just wandered into his office to complain or try to drag him out for ramen. It was usually just work and nothing personal. Naruto was disappointed with me knowing that I knew why he was hated but kept it from him. For whatever reason he deemed rational, Hiruzen had done what he did. It was stupid. And he couldn't even try to justify his own actions. But there has never been that talk with Naruto. They just brushed past it. But it was never about the details. Maybe Naruto thought he'd deceive him again. It was a tragedy but a fruit of his stupid choice and he had to live with it. Well, not surprising, but he doesn't seem to hold grudges, against the villagers at least. And even with Sakura. She was rude. But he was still going to chat with her tomorrow as if nothing had happened. We should be thankful for that. Konoha has not done him any justice. If he were anyone, he'd hold a grudge against everything that has been done to him. The sad part about it would be that it would be rational to do so. It was just that hatred never led to anything peaceful. It was always pain and suffering. And to Orochimaru. There is no doubt that he hates him more than anything, Kakashi added. Yes. That is a problem. And after reading your report about your encounter with him, it makes it more pressing of an issue. Problematic, but that was why he had to get rid of Orochimaru. He was going to come back for Naruto. He had already caused enough pain and suffering in the elemental nations. He expressed particular interest in Sasuke as well. He just didn't show it outwardly. I think Sasuke may have been his target. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair and thought deeply. When we raided Orochimaru's hideouts, we came across some valuable documents. He developed a jutsu that allows him to take over someone's body. It is perhaps his answer to immortality. In this way, he can never die. We don't know the full aspects of this jutsu, but he has always been interested in the Sharingan. Obsessed, maybe right. Jiraiya has also told me that he tried it with Itachi but failed when he was still with the Akatsuki. It is most likely the reason he left the organization. So, he could be after Sasuke as well. Yes. Hiruzen smiled. We will have to be careful from now on. Naruto and Sasuke are valuable to Konoha? Kakashi nodded. Naruto was using Mokuton more frequently. It may have something to do with Orochimaru. But his usage surprised me. It is at a higher level than that of Yamato. Hiruzen kept his smile. He wasn't surprised about this. Naruto had even said that he didn't use some jutsu because they were not perfect. He has been training since we found him. And diligently so. How strong do you suppose he is? I cannot tell. Naruto hides some of his power. I assume this is so to manage Sasuke. If Sasuke realized the gap was too big, there is no telling what he would do. The Sandaime Hokage sighed at this. You need to get his emotions in order. But how glad he was that Naruto was growing stronger. Yamato was a user but not in the same scale of the Shodai Hokage. In fact, the man did average things. But Naruto had the potential to reach the heights of the first. He had the massive chakra outlay to learn jutsu that Yamato couldn't learn. He was still young with the drive and desire. It is going to be difficult. Only if you gave it time. You don't try hard enough. The third replied in a stern tone. What of your other student? I recall saying this could be her last mission with Team 7. Sakura doesn't take being a kunoichi seriously. She relies too much on her teammates. She is smart and can learn, but it is not her focus. None of her teammates would be cry if she was removed from the team. They are not close? Hiruzen replied with a raised brow. Sasuke, he could understand but not with Naruto. They are. Kakashi paused, trying to think of what to say next. He did believe that the third trusted his judgment, hence he was saying bad things about Sakura, no matter how true they were, despite what he was going to request. But both are reasonable. By that you mean both thought of the situation rationally? Yes. Coldly so. Kakashi said. I would still like to keep Sakura in the team. It is my fault for not training her. I'm lucky that Naruto and Sasuke have ambitions. They don't need me to tell them to train. And they are mature enough. I should have been helping Sakura, but instead, I just watched and ensured she stayed afloat rather than teaching her how to swim. It is good that you have realized your own negligence. The third said flatly. Let us hope she improves. Who did you have in mind to replace her? Hiruzen shook his head. I had a feeling you'd work things out. It is not just for Sakura, but for you as well. You hesitate to teach your students the necessary skills because you think there is no need as we are not at war and you want them to live normal lives. Good deeds. But it is misplaced and quite frankly dangerous. Naruto cannot live a normal life. His life has never been normal. He is a Jinchuriki. Sasuke had his entire clan wiped out by his elder brother. Now, in that situation, what normal life do you want them to live? You saw hardships, Kakashi. But they have also seen their hardships as well. And neglecting to give them the tools to face their futures only places risks in their lives. We might be at peace, but know that this is the shinobi world, anything can happen. I understand, Hokage-sama. This is only temporary. What? But you said you didn't have anyone in mind to replace her. Not now. Not tomorrow. But both Naruto and Sasuke are growing. Even if she does improve, she cannot match those two. If they are sent for dangerous missions, she'll be out of her breath. It was my fault for putting her there. Regardless, I will start looking for someone who can work out with them. There is no one currently, but I will think of something. Unless she can serve as support. A team does need that. Indeed. It was always a requirement that when teams were sent out for risky missions, someone with knowledge to basic medical ninjutsu was in the team. But we have lost that. Nobody is taught medical ninjutsu. There were times Naruto wished he was ignorant. Just so he could walk in the streets with a free spirit, not feeling like he carried the entire village on his shoulder. Sometimes, it did feel like the bijou within him was dragging him, forcing him to crawl along the streets. It wasn't that he had done something wrong that he could beg for them to forgive him. There was no need. And he wouldn't apologize to anyone. But he did want them to like him. Sometimes, it was just so hard that he couldn't even take a stroll. He could just hop through the rooftops, as he was doing now. Avoidance sometimes worked wonders. What you didn't see didn't hurt you. It didn't take long for Naruto to reach his beloved street. Ikaraku Ramen was calling him. From where he stood, he could breathe the fresh aroma of those noodles. His stomach growled. He quickly slapped it, but it just seemed to get the energy to protest farther. He shook his head and jumped from the roof. He landed on the busy street like a leaf falling off a tree. He smiled, he truly was improving. It was a matter of time before he became a force to be reckoned with. Someone bumped into him while he entertained his hopes. Naruto glanced at the man. A civilian. Whether it was intentional or not was a difficult question to answer. The man hadn't even bothered sparring him glance. He just went his way. Naruto's lips turned upside down as he thought, I don't exist, huh? He shook his head and took 6 steps before settling on a stool. This place welcomed him. It was always fascinating just how he felt right at home while here. Even other customers who'd turned away because they saw him now sat with him. Those who used to just ignore him now bothered to nod and then went on to devour their meals. There was no place like Ikaraku Ramen. The atmosphere here gave him hope that things could change for the better. Naruto, my boy. Tucci greeted him with a warm smile. Old man, Naruto flashed a smile. 2 of my favorite. He went right at it. We don't see you that often these days. Missions. Our team does a lot of missions outside the village. He grinned. This one was a special one. Can you believe it? I'm going to be a movie star. Tucci chuckled lightly. Good for you. But how did you manage that? Being at the right place at the right time. Naruto shrugged. He did have an important role in the movie. But since it was a movie, most people wouldn't dare think it was reality. Their lives had been on the line when they were being filmed and nothing was according to script. Lucky you. I'll prepare your order. Naruto nodded. Konoha could deny what it wants to deny, but they would not stop Naruto Uzumaki from being famous. Since their beloved Sasuke was in the movie and Kakashi, they would no doubt be going after it when it reaches the cinema. After a couple of moments, Tucci returned with his order. Naruto said his prayers and then dug in. The old man didn't go but kept staring up at him. Something wrong? Tucci shook his head. I've just been hearing rumors about you. Everything good, I hope. Of course. Tucci smiled. It makes me proud that you have not given up, Naruto. If you keep this up, you will become the talk of this village in no time. Words of hope. But Naruto would nonetheless not forget that this cruel life could be sadistic at times. It could throw hope to whoever cared to catch, and then puff you up with signs of wonders. Just when you were thinking it was going to happen, it would remind you of its true nature and crush that hope to pieces, leaving not a shred of its existence behind. After finishing his meal, Naruto thanked the old man and braced the cold atmosphere of the streets. He left with a bright smile. It wasn't so bad. Not like before. Pathetic. The hateful voice of the Kyuubi almost made him jump. Naruto wasn't used to the bijou talking to him. While in the hands of Orochimaru, the beast had settled for merely working hard to heal him. It had made it clear to him, if he died, it would also die. Maybe what was more pathetic was its cries to give it his body while he was at Orochimaru's mercy. The bijou had told him, if he gave it control, it would destroy Orochimaru and then move on to Konoha. He had considered it. But Naruto had decided against it. Maybe if Konoha hadn't found him when it did, he would have already given up. Orochimaru hadn't as much focused on trying to turn him, but he was most focused on trying to prove his hypothesis with the perfect subject for experiments. Naruto quickly shook his head. He was going to have nightmares now. Those treacherously painful days where he inwardly cried for help but it did not come. Orochimaru had been gleefully cutting him up, just to test his healing powers. He had commended on the Uzumaki gene, saying it was most superior compared to Senju in terms of its life force and superior chakra. Are you growing bored these days that you must taunt me like this, Kyuubi? There is nothing better. Who must I speak to if not my warden? The bijou grinned. While this all satisfyingly, I must admit I'm impressed that you have yet to break. Your repressed memories with Orochimaru nearly showed themselves while at the mission, but you didn't show a hint of it. Naruto's smile slipped. When you have lived your life hiding your emotions, wearing a mask becomes easy. I wonder how long you can hold on. You don't trust anyone to tell your secrets. Not even the Sandaime Hokage. You're all alone in this world. The only person you can trust is that Uchiha brat, but he isn't the one you can talk to. How sweet it is to be Naruto. Just break soon and I will be ready to pounce. Orochimaru may have been applying the suppression seal to keep him from influencing Naruto, but the seal did weaken since he was constantly pushing out his chakra. The more Naruto was exposed to the shinobi world, the likely it was that he was going to end up using Hik chakra, and Kurama would not waste the time to pounce. For now, he could wait. Unfortunately for you, there will be no mental breakdowns. I am made of hard stuff. I have not survived this hell just to wickedly break down like a little girl. Naruto said firmly. You just stay there rent-free. And when I need you, I will call for your chakra. Powerful chakra. Naruto had tasted it. He had let loose in one of Orochimaru's hideouts after all. Orochimaru hadn't known he could break free from bounds, but the Sannin had quickly held him down by suppressing the Kyuubi's chakra. In cases of need, there was one route to go, and that was using his ace, the vile chakra that would make Konoha tremble if he were to release it. With Jiraiya circling around, he was sure he was going to be forced to work on controlling it. When he arrived at his place, it was all dusty. It was like he'd been gone for years. He sighed, crappy places. He needed to live at a better place. He was getting paid better, so he could afford to live at a better place. But he was never going to get rid of this apartment. It was held much sentimental value. After all, this had become his safe zone. The last person Kurenai expected to see at her doorstep was Naruto. As far as she was concerned, he was still outside the village on a mission. When she opened her door and found him smiling, she had stood still, momentarily frozen. How did he know where she lived? She looked across the hall, just to see if there was anyone else looking. Once she was satisfied, she glanced back at Naruto. He now had a raised eyebrow. What? You are not supposed to be having your students at your place? Kurenai shook her head. She couldn't say things were different because he was Naruto. You're the last person I expected to see, she said. What are you doing here? Looking for a better place to stay. My apartment is old on the outside. There are many memories and I want to think of something new. Naruto explained lightly. Bad timing? Kurenai blinked. She was standing by the entrance, hands on the door as if she didn't want him to come inside. She shook her head. She opened the door and pushed to the side. Come in. Naruto shook his head. I'll want to stay a little longer. But I found this place by chance. And thought I'd check up on you to see when we can begin with our training sessions. You'll be free? Yes. Come see me tomorrow after 3 p.m. at my training ground. We will see then. I still have my other students to think about. Of course. Kurenai stared at Naruto for a moment. There were many thoughts that just bundled up in her head. With everything the Sandaime has said, it made her want to treat this delicately. You sure you don't want to come in? Oh. I want to come in, but I have other things I need to do. Like I said, I was just passing by. Maybe someday, he said, waving his right hand before turning away from her. Following day. No wonder I felt itchy. Naruto said as soon as he opened his door. Ino was standing there, hands around her waist with a look of impatience. As if she'd been standing there for a couple of hours. Ha ha ha. Ino fake laughed and then stared. Are you going to let me in? Naruto returned the stare. He got along quite nicely with the Yamanaka. He could even go as far as to paint a picture of friendship. Like Shikamaru, Ino expressed understanding. He had already judged her motives. But still, it didn't explain she'd just come to his place like this. For what purpose? He smiled slyly. I didn't think our relationship was like that. Ino rolled her eyes, now folding her hands across her chest. In your dreams, Uzumaki. She replied in a snap. Are you really not going to let me come in? Not unless you state your intentions. I'm being kind here. I could just decide to push you aside. I considered that. Naruto replied in thought. He then released a short breath and opened the door wide. Come on in, Ino-chan. He had his held out, a wide grin on his lips. That just made me feel a chill down my spine. Now that was uncalled for. Naruto closed the door behind him and stared at Ino's back with an expressionless look. It only lasted for a couple of seconds. You have a decent place, Uzumaki. I expected a mess for someone who lives alone. Well, I don't have anyone to do it for me. Naruto said as he stepped into the kitchen. His kitchen table was littered with scrolls. Ino was staring at them with curiosity. A questioning girl that has always liked digging into personal spaces of others. It didn't help that her father worked in intelligence gathering. Maybe she should have chosen that route instead of trying out the famed Ino Shikacho formation. Maybe it wasn't too late. She still had time. Being a kunoichi didn't seem like it was on the high list of her agenda. You know, if you'd spent this kind of effort while at the academy, you'd have been one of the famous students. Naruto scoffed and responded in a sharp tone. Academy is useless. It didn't even help that some academy teachers were actively trying to sabotage me. The only teacher was good to me was Irika. If I had been stupid enough without him, I'd have failed. Bitterly, he could thank Orochimaru for kidnapping him and subjecting him to some unspeakable things. It had taught him good lessons. He'd become more alert and the discovery had forced the Sandaime to give him some personal lessons while also providing him with some scrolls and books to help him learn. If not for that jolt, he would have most likely remained stupid and ignorant, even of the fact of the Kyuubi within him. Naruto's sharp tone caught Ino off guard. She stared at him for a moment and then tentatively sat down. Sucks being you. She replied, in a quiet tone. Smiling sadly, she added. Well, at least you have a friend in me. Really? I always thought you came closer just because you were curious. Shikamaru may have left some hints. And Sakura may have said some unflattering slander that you must have found difficult to reconcile and so you thought to get closer to satisfy yourself. I won't deny that. Ino smiled. She is better now, you know? Before, she never spoke anything good about you. Now, she even admits that you even save her life. Miracles happen, I suppose. Naruto said, folding his scrolls. Ino sighed. You don't have to be like that, you know? Naruto looked at her with a raised brow. I'm a little busy as you can see. And I have to meet Kurenai-sensei for my first lesson. Someone is in a cranky mood. Ino paused, staring. She then looked away and staring at the floor with nervousness gripping her tightly. I won't deny that I became close because I was curious. Besides, we have known each other for a long time, haven't we? You were the kid that saved Sakura from being bullied. She may act ignorant to it but that is the truth. You've always been a delight. Despite my crush, being around you is a lot more comfortable than being around Sasuke. With him, you know he is never truly looking at you but past you. Besides, he is always brooding. You are the better person. Wish I had a recorder to keep a record of those words. I'm being serious here. Naruto laughed and then waved his right hand in a dismissive manner. I know. So, now that you're done with the prelude, what is the main subject? Ino stared back. Naruto wasn't an easy person to deal with. You think you had him figured out but Ino couldn't really tell his thoughts. He smiled and laughed, but sometimes she wondered if he truly was smiling. He spoke a lot. And yet, there were many things he did not say. Perhaps that was what made him a curious subject to her. On the bonus side of things, he was easy to get along with. And it did always make Sakura mad that she was able to get along with the blonde. You host the Kyuubi. More or less, she blurted out. But the reaction surprised her. Could she even call it a reaction? Nothing in his face had changed. There was just a slightly raised eyebrow. I suppose it makes sense that you're the first person to talk to me about this. He replied with a sigh. Shikamaru? He may have hinted when we were talking about you. How'd that even come? I don't know. Maybe over that I get along with you. I see. Naruto paused, now staring at his scrolls. Let me pack up these things and we can walk out. I have to meet Kurenai-sensei. Don't want to be late. Rather be early. He smiled. Besides, I don't want to miss Kiba. His reactions are always amusing. Ino didn't respond but just watched him wrap the scrolls. But she knew, he wasn't going to meet Kurenai now. The reason they were going to take a walk was because of her statement. He hadn't even said anything about it. Once he was done, he motioned for her to follow him. They stepped out of the apartment and then went to the crowded streets. The atmosphere was always unusual when it came to walking with Naruto. The stairs. She had noticed. And Naruto's flamboyance regarding them. Sometimes when you live in a bubble, such things you cannot even see. It is surprising that despite being my teammate, Sakura does not know yet. She is even ignorant of what surrounds us as we walk along the streets. Admittedly, it is better now. Before, even a blind person would see it. That bad, huh? Ino said with emotion. I can imagine being in that situation. You don't have to. But like I said, things are different now. It is a little more subtle. But you'd still expect Sakura to notice such things. You hardly along the streets with her. Unnecessary to subject myself to her presence when home. But you're fine with Sasuke. Naruto shrugged. You know when Sasuke is around, her eyes become narrow. She doesn't look at anything else. And aren't you supposed to be the one to tell? Naruto shrugged. There is nothing really to tell. Are you afraid people will hate you? Naruto glanced at the girl. Who have you been speaking to? This is rather unusual. I may have overheard Kurenai and Asuma-sensei talking about you. Ino replied with a sheepish smile. That sounds like you. Naruto smiled while shaking his head. Not at all. It is just something I would rather not talk about. Hated? I'm already hated. It doesn't change much. That isn't very optimistic. But I don't think anyone will hate you. We went to the academy together. We all know you. She paused, smiling a little sadly. Certain things make sense. But aside from Chuji, Shika and of course, Sakura, there is no other person I can really call a friend who I could hang out with. I don't want that to change. You came to me just to talk about that? I wanted to confirm about that. Ino replied. Besides, Sakura was saying you used the Shodai Hokage's jutsu. Which is unbelievable. Why did you not tell me about this? I didn't know I should tell things. Well, this other night. I don't know. I was dreaming, right, and when I dash. I don't want to hear. Ino shouted. But it's really good. I know where you were going with that. Be serious, okay? I suppose I must also tell you that I'm going to be a movie star. Sakura mentioned that in passing, Ino said with nonchalance. How come you use a rare bloodline like that we didn't even know about it? Naruto smiled. Well, maybe now you'll believe me when I say I'm going to be Hokage. Get liked first. Ino shot at Naruto. You just ignored my question? What question, Ino-chan? Naruto had a smile, sly look on his face. Did I mention that I missed you very much while away? It was kind of difficult not having someone who likes you when you get to see Sakura throwing all her love to Sasuke. Ino folded her hands across her chest. Who said I like you? Eh? Naruto put a hand on his mouth, wearing a shocked look. I was wrong about you. Actually, stop following me if you don't like me. He then paused, removing his hand from his mouth. A sly smile settled once more. Of course, you were thinking about a different like. I was talking about liking me as a person. What were you thinking about, Ino-chan? He finished in a slow tone, purposefully, his eyes firmly on the blonde. Ino flushed slightly and then shot him a glare. I'm just going to walk away from you. Naruto waved his right hand. Bye-bye. I'm not going to come around you again. Don't say things like that when you just can't resist me. I must truly discover the secret I hold if I was able to make you like me when you had been so infatuated with Konoha's prince. Doesn't take much for anyone to like someone over Sasuke-kun. Ino scoffed. He is handsome. But whoever gets around him and thinks clearly will realize just what kind of a person he is. Naruto laughed. What are you saying about Sakura, then? There is no hope for her. For Kurenai, this was a unique situation. Not long since being baptized into the sensei bath, she was now facing perhaps the most infamous person in the village. To say this was a challenge for any sensei would be an understatement. This was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Maybe it wouldn't be if she looked past that. He was just a child. That much she knew and understood. She wondered though, how would the village even react if it found out about this? She shook her head. Did it matter if they know about this? She was doing this because Naruto had asked and she wanted to pass on her skills on someone else. Maybe she was overthinking things. She releases a long breath. Standing over Naruto was who was sitting under the shade of a tree, hands clapped together and his legs folded. He appeared to be meditating. When those closed eyes flashed open, the clear ocean blue watched her with a bit of iciness that made her curious. Meditating? She asked the obvious. Yes. Naruto nodded. It helps calm my chakra and get a feel of it. It isn't easy trying to gain the precise control needed. I realized some time ago that without proper control I wasted too much chakra. And now with genjutsu, more is required. I'm told you also have large amounts of chakra reserves. Just how much was something that had left her mouth agape. He was just a kid. A Jinchuriki, but to have as much chakra as Kakashi and the Sandaime claimed the blonde had was just ridiculous. Naruto smiled. The blessing of being Uzumaki and a Jinchuriki. It was almost an unfair combination. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Naruto even knew about the Uzumaki? Kurenai didn't know much either. It was all just history about the once great clan. Well, the Sandaime did warn her to be watchful of what Naruto says and to watch over him after what happened with Orochimaru. A tragedy that he apparently was loath to discuss. She wasn't going to start working the angles about it. She had a job and that was one he requested. If he spoke, then she would not deny him. She settled down across him and then spoke. You said you didn't want to learn how to use it in that way. I honestly don't know how to go about this. Naruto shook his head. Learning all shinobi arts isn't a bad thing. If I can learn genjutsu, I can do so. I primarily use ninjutsu when I fight. But as it has been made obvious to me, genjutsu is also effective. You don't know a single genjutsu? Naruto shook his head. But I know there are different ways in which genjutsu can be used. There is your way. The other with jujitsu like the Sharingan. And there are sound-based genjutsu. I have not found any, but I've heard there are. I'll teach you a simple genjutsu and then we can take it from there. I have no problem with that. However, I want to know the basic structure of genjutsu. On me and on the target. What it does to the target and what happens to the chakra flow when I dispel the illusion. Is it just the senses that if affects or is the central nerves? Is that your take when you learn ninjutsu? Naruto smiled. It is something the Sandaime Hokage taught me. I was struggling to work out any Mokuton jutsu in ways that worked out. So, he told me that I have to be able to understand the nature of the jutsu I was using from its structure. He is honestly a genius as he is claimed. The way he understands jutsu and the way he is able to break it down is just amazing. You were trained by the third? No. He just taught me a few things when I was growing frustrated with my lack of progress. Maybe because his frustrations led to a leak of the Kyuubi's chakra. But genuinely, the old man just cared for him and did want to see him progress in his training. Kurenai accepted Naruto's response and then stood up. Let us start. Sakura glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke, who was busy glaring at Naruto. The blonde was doing his utmost best to ignore him. A week ago, she would have been yelling at him about it. But she now understood she couldn't get in between the relationship between her teammates. Their bond was much greater than she liked to admit. In fact, even those thoughts repulsed her. She was contemptuous to this relationship that just seemed far beyond her no matter how much she struggled to try to claim it. She was going to get better nonetheless. She has no other option. Anything less and she would be kicked out from the team. A heartbreaking scenario that gave her some nightmares. The part of her that she kept closed on a closet wanted nothing more than to blame Kakashi for her near dismissal from the team. He was the one in charge. She was a reflection of his lessons. Do I owe you something? Sakura blinked, feeling that Naruto was actually speaking to her. She'd been staring, she thought mildly. Sasuke was still glaring. She wondered if it was right to respond. After a moment, she shook her head and then answered. No. She frowned deeply. What have you been busy with? I haven't seen you over the past week. Busy. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You wanted to see me? Why do you sound surprised? Well, since you are taking things a bit seriously, I'd imagine that you'd also take an extra step with Sasuke. I mean going after him to help you train. Who knows? You could have bonded. Why hadn't she thought of that? Sakura quickly crushed her thoughts when Naruto's amused look threatened to turn into a laugh. Very funny. She glared. Naruto shrugged. Thought so. He paused, looking at her keenly. You making any improvements? I figure out vacation is going to end very soon. Vacation? Sakura rolled her eyes. I'm still working with Kakashi-sensei on the best way to train. She paused trying to gather her thoughts. Say, Naruto, would you have fought for me if I was to be taken out of the team? Naruto smiled. In such cases, there was one right answer. Lies, of course. But sometimes they worked wonders to butter up someone. Still, Naruto disliked feeding Sakura lies. She would not grow. Perhaps he was at times brutally honest with her. Would he have fought for her? A waste of time. Irrational even. There was nothing to gain. Sakura was not his best friend. She had attitude problems and could not appreciate his worth. That is an interesting question. He glanced up at Sasuke. What would we have done, Sasuke? Don't drag me into it. Aren't you her teammate as well? Sasuke glared down at Naruto. He wasn't too mad not to notice what the blonde was doing. He would not fall for it. Not this time. Naruto didn't want to answer. He wanted him to give an answer knowing that he wasn't going to lie. But in this case, anything brutal from him might kill the girl's spirits and she might even become more of a burden. Or maybe not. She could be more motivated to prove them wrong. In any case, whatever happens, Naruto wouldn't complain. And it wouldn't have been his fault. Now, that isn't a nice look to a teammate, Sasuke-chan. Sasuke didn't reply. Naruto faced Sakura. Tell me, for what reason would I fight for you? We are teammates. Naruto stared at her and then laughed. Stop joking, Sakura. When have you ever treated me like a teammate? Besides, what good are you in a team? Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke to stop any farther talk. I see you are all here, the Jonin said with a nice smile. We going back to missions? Kakashi shook his head. An invite came from Iwagakure for participating in the Chunin exams. Konoha has intentions to send teams to the nation. But nobody is forced to go unless it is a mission. If you participate and do well, you can be promoted to Chunin. If you are interested, we can go there. Predictably, Naruto was the first to respond. And Sasuke supported his motion. There is no need to even ask. Sensei. I think we are ready to become Chunin. Maybe we will do better missions. The glaring question was Sakura. But Naruto wasn't going to say a damn word about it. Nothing was going to ruin this chance. It would be good to test ourselves against others from other villages. Sasuke failed to contain his grin. Sakura was going to take whatever her teammates decided. She basically followed the direction of the wind in such situations. Kakashi sighed with disappointment. Not at her but himself for allowing this to continue. It wasn't like he didn't see anything. He just thought she would grow on her own, like her teammates. But there was nothing motivating her. I thought you'd say this. We have a couple of days to prepare. Well, I'm always ready. Naruto said as he stood up. Team, I should hope you take this seriously. It would be laughable if I come back with a promotion and you return with failure. Sasuke responded by jumping from the tree. He landed on front of the blonde, a hard glare on his eyes. Naruto could feel the hot breath from the Uchiha. The Sharingan flashed for a second and Naruto smiled. Oh dear, someone is very serious. I suppose it is on. May the better shinobi win, Sasuke-chan. Better shinobi? Sasuke scoffed. I've always been the better shinobi. Whatever strokes our pride. Naruto glanced at Kakashi through the corner of his eyes. In these days, you're going to help us prepare, right? If so, must we prepare weapons for training? Or will we be focused on something specific? Kakashi shook his head. We will cover all the basics. I want you to be fully prepared. The exams are a showcase for future generation talent. We can only afford to represent Konoha well. I see. Naruto responded. We start tomorrow then? Yes. Be here by 8 a.m. I'll be around by 6. Naruto replied as he started to walk away. But Kakashi stopped him. The Jonin requested to speak to him privately. Naruto nodded and the Jonin took him up to the Hokage monument. The air was fresh as always. It was always a pleasant feeling, overlooking the tiny people walking along the village streets. Naruto took in the air for a couple of moments before glancing at the Jonin standing on his right side. You already know there is a problem with Orochimaru. The village has resolved it wants to get rid of him. He has shown interest in both you and Sasuke. There is no doubt that he might try to take you again. One of the reasons the village has decided he needs to be dealt with. Kakashi spoke in a hardened tone. They were talking about Orochimaru. So, it was understandable that the Jonin could speak about getting rid of him so simply as if it would be like batting a fly. So if we leave for the mission, there are chances he might make a move. Yes. Naruto disliked this kind of living. Konoha was safe but he couldn't be confined in this place. He would go insane if that happened. So what happens now? You just have to know that anything can happen. We will have a squad of Umbu tailing us just in case. Jiraiya-sama will also be on standby. Naruto smiled. Bait? Something like that. Well, if it gets Orochimaru crippled, I can't complain. Naruto responded in a quiet tone. One more thing. Kakashi said. IWA must not know you are a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki who uses Mokuton will unnerve many people and create problems. They'll be more worried if I do too well without revealing the power and they later learn I'm a Jinchuriki. And I intend to decimate all my opponents. He paused. Is Sakura going? She isn't capable to chase after promotion. She is. But I could get someone else if you don't want her. She isn't the least ready. People die in the Chunin exams. Taking her with you means taking a burden. Naruto smiled. Well, better. If we leave her behind, she is never coming back into the team. But if we take her with us, it will be brutal. She will suffer. There is no better teacher than experience. We've always shielded her. It will be best if we let her suffer a little. Get her to that situation where she is at a corner and neither Sasuke or I are there to save her. Once she experiences this, I tell you, she will repent. If not, prepare a report to send her back to the academy. A collapsed building. Destroyed with just debris flying before her. Tsunade released a long breath and then stared down at the two shinobi lying, dead before her. They'd suddenly attacked, setting off an explosion that would have been dangerous had she been completely out of it. If they had been smart enough, they could have waited. For the moment she could do nothing but just roll over with her brain intoxicated by alcohol, depending on Shizen for security. The shinobi were just simple rogue things. But more danger was about to come. If Hiruzen was serious, he would send his shinobi. Or maybe even Jiraiya. But the fact that she was in this situation just meant that she was already in the bingo book. A rogue shinobi, she'd been marked. It was ridiculous. Something had happened to her sensei. Old age hadn't made him take the necessary decisions. Timid and naive. That was what his old age brought out in him. Not this. More shinobi are going to show up. Shizen said. Undeniably. Nobody was going to miss out on the millions on her head. Even when they knew she was powerful, they'd not stop taking chances. We will have to be always on the lookout. Can't sleep with both eyes opened. Konoha doesn't have to do anything. We are going to be hunted wherever we go. What do we do? What do you think? Tsunade snapped, unintentionally. It was just frustrating that she had to be forced into this situation. Boom. What now? It was a smoke bomb. Shizen was on alert as the smoke filled through her, blinding her. There was no time to do anything. Firm hands grabbed her and pulled her from the smoke. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade twisted around. Atop of a building, masked men were holding Shizen hostage. Their masks. She recognized them. You're Umbu from Konoha. What do you want? Shizen has been ordered back to Konoha by the Hokage. We are to return with her immediately. The Sandaime Hokage expresses hope that you'll also return home, soon. If not, Hunter Nin will be activated. As if I'm afraid of Hunter Nin. You're far too powerful for Hunter Nin. Bounty hunters won't care though. They just want money. For Konoha Hunter Nin, the mission won't be to fight you head on. But just to make you uncomfortable. Just when you attempt to sleep, they might strike. Or when you're busy fighting other who give you a challenge, they might strike. The Sandaime hopes you stay sober, Tsunade-sama. And just like that, the Umbu vanished along with Tsunade. Damn it. Tsunade shouted angrily, stomping on the ground. No matter how you looked at it, this was just devious. Having Jiraiya come at her seemed like it would be the last option. But for now, that damn old man seemed content to make her uncomfortable enough to return to Konoha on her own without being dragged kicking and screaming. She hated this. After everything she has done for the Leaf, this was how her sensei was going to thank her. 774 Chapter 6, Corruption. In and out, return and then depart. It was a never-ending circle for Naruto. The team never stayed too long in the village. Ever since they started hopping through the trees outside of Konoha, they've often had those assignments. A normal thing. The difference with the early days of their shinobi careers was remarkable. There was none of this. They only saw others return while they chased after cats or cut weed for overbearing old people with short fuses. This departure was different. It wasn't often Naruto felt giddy. This wasn't a mission. They were going to enter a competition. There was nothing better than competition. As long as it wasn't with someone with a superiority complex and corruptive jealousy like Sasuke, then competition was a good thing. Chunin exams. Naruto had no desire to return as a failure. It would be a stain on his forehead. He was going to show the hidden stone that there was a shinobi called Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, earning admirers came second. He wanted to secure his position and gain some more battle experience. It would be curious to see just how other genin were like in other villages. Kakashi would say comparing him and Sasuke to other genin wasn't fair. But everyone had their own circumstances. Wow! It was Sakura who started as Naruto arrived at the gates. You're practically walking on air. She was talking to him like this, normal. Maybe things were a little dysfunctional in this team. Being negative now wouldn't do them any favors. And so, Naruto smiled as he replied. It was intentional. I'm excited. Never seen you so happy. It was a strange thing. Sakura had seen Naruto laughing and it was usually at the expense of other people. Sometimes he was cracking so hard you could see he was just holding himself from rolling on the ground. There was no laughter this time but the air around him was just different. I have every reason to be happy. This is merely taking a step closer toward my grand dream of becoming Hokage. He really did say things like that without skipping a beat. Sakura would have scoffed, retorting that the dream was impossible for him. But she held herself. She needed to be a better teammate. She didn't want Naruto to look at her coldly. For Sasuke to turn on her. She was hanging by a wire. She had to consider her words. You really want to become Hokage? Of course. You do know that the Hokage is usually the most powerful shinobi. It is the highest position in the village and not everyone gets that position. Well, duh. Oh? Awkwardly, she said, good luck with that. Everyone turned to face her. Even Kakashi looked at her with surprise. Naruto just looked so shocked, you'd think he'd just seen a ghost. Inwardly, she stuck out her tongue. Is it that shocking? Yes. All three responded. Sakura shifted uncomfortably. She hasn't always been the best teammate. And the rebuke from Sasuke had hit her hard. It had felt like a stab to the chest. Not to mention, Naruto had told her right to her face that he wouldn't fight for her to remain in the team because she was useless. It really hurt her. And it was coming from Naruto. Worse, Sasuke had kept his silence when asked. She was willing to take his word, but Sakura was not blind to the truth. Sasuke had the same thought as Naruto. Much as she was loath to stomach it, the two had similar thoughts at times. She just favored Sasuke because she loved him. It didn't make Naruto's contribution to the team any less. Even if she often tried to diminish it in an attempt to make Sasuke happy. Not that it has ever earned her anything good. It always just seemed to earn her a look of annoyance. It was all bitter to swallow. The truth was difficult. No wonder people deluded themselves to believing lies. It was just better to live in your own fiction of imagination than face up to the cold reality. I have never said anything nice to him. It isn't like he is an idiot or anything. Whether she genuinely believed that he could become Hokage was something she would keep to herself. Sensei, this isn't a dream, is it? Want me to gut you? You'll know it's a dream or not. Naruto faced Sasuke and then held up his hands, smiling innocently. If I'm seeing you and my heart isn't racing, then it isn't a dream. In all my dreams if I see you, you're always a hateful monster. Ironic. Sasuke responded, a smirk on his lips. Eh? Naruto mouthed, shocked. Sensei, we should reconsider this. We can't be going with this amount of bad luck. Naruto knew Sasuke was talking about the bijou sealed within him. He just never thought he'd say something that would leave him open for a counter, especially by someone flat as Sasuke. I think we should. I also did come across a black cat. Kakashi said absent-mindedly. This is a team effort. If Naruto says we should not, then we can't go. Everyone must agree. You're saying that but I don't really think this team has a choice. Sasuke said, staring at their sensei. What is that supposed to mean? Kakashi asked. We are the only ones being sent to Iwagakure. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be the case. There should be other teams being sent with us. But only this team is being sent. Why? Naruto asked, looking ahead at the trees that welcomed them to the dense forest that surrounded the leaf. You're thinking this too much. You have a choice, said Kakashi with a careless shrug. Naruto is right. For us, this may be a mission. We're probably being sent to showcase the strength of the future generation to IWA. Sasuke said. His eyes fell on Sakura for a moment and then back at Kakashi. Naruto and I are the best of our generation. There is Guy's team. Kakashi pointed out. They graduated ahead of us. And Niji is already at Chunin. They've been to the exams already. Naruto replied with a dismissive wave. It isn't like it is a problem. But it is truly misleading to say others would be like this. Well, that was true, Kakashi thought. But IWA didn't know that. The objective of the Chunin exams has always been to showcase talent of future generations. You aren't going to be doing anything different. But just know, you'll be representing the Leaf Village. Everything that you'll be doing will reflect on the village. Naturally. Naruto nodded his head. He then sighed. The journey is going to be long though. And we should hurry. We are not behind on time, but you never know what we might come across. If something holds us back and we are late, we will be forced to turn back, the Jonin said in a very serious tone. Well, we can't have that, Naruto said, readying himself for a hop on the trees. Do try to keep up, he said to Sakura. Not everyone is a stamina freak like you. Naruto shrugged. Physical training can solve that. It builds endurance. Your kind of training wouldn't suit Sakura. It would be too much for her, Kakashi was quick to say. You should just join Guy and Lee. Hell no. Naruto was quick to say. I don't want to die. My training suits me best. I want my body to be able to endure tall shifts, though I do push myself to my limits at times. All Naruto and Sasuke did was to train. They were unlike normal kids. Kakashi really shouldn't be surprised that Sakura didn't last a day with the two. A little too much. You should pause at times to rest your mind, Kakashi suggested. Sometimes your body may rest but the mind can be weary and you'll think you have issues when it is just your brain not issuing the commands. I have heard that from the Sandaime. Hence I do try to meditate as often as I do. He turned to Sasuke. The Uchiha shot Naruto a glare. He could hear Naruto saying something along the lines of meditation being impossible for him because as soon as he closed his eyes, he was only going to see Itachi. Don't even think about it. What? Naruto grinned. I was going to say your pants are falling. When the Uchiha sharpened his glare, Naruto just laughed. Just know this, if I return with a recommendation of promotion, and you don't, I'll be second in command. Which means, I'll be team leader whenever Kakashi-sensei isn't around. I'll enjoy pulling rank. Keep dreaming. Sakura didn't think it was going to change anything in the team dynamics even if Naruto's scenario played out. He was often the one person who they all could depend on when Kakashi wasn't around. It kind of pisses me off that you are talking about being Chunin and I'm not part of the conversation. And I know. Sakura glared at Naruto, if I say something, you're only going to laugh at me. I'm not that cruel, Sakura. You too can dream. You might find someone of your skill is very respected in IWA. Very funny, Naruto. Naruto laughed. Thought so, and I appreciate your sarcasm. Everyone is in the mood. He said a bit seriously. We are going as a team, but I think when they evaluate, they check individual skill. Either way, you just have to play your part. You never know. You lack in raw power, but you more than make it up for having the brains to function. That might be ace. It is always about how you use what you have. You are smart enough to figure out how best effective your skills and knowledge can be in any situation. You just need to be calm enough to think. Naruto was of course aware that sometimes when faced with overwhelming power, strategy meant nothing. Motivation from Naruto and he sounded earnest. At least, he didn't completely hate her. Sakura smiled. Perhaps she wasn't too late. But then again, if the two became Chunin, their team were likely to be broken up. If they progressed, they would be doing solo missions, and might even end up taking teams. Teams were not permanent. There was a point of separation. That worried Sakura but she buried those worries and focused on the positives. Thank you. She mumbled. Kakashi-sensei, are you sure she isn't an imposter? This is making me feel uncomfortable. You're going to make her return to normal, Kakashi cautioned with a smile. I find it refreshing. It is good for the team spirit. As long as it wasn't just lip service. Naruto glanced at Sakura and then looked ahead. What had changed? Sasuke telling her off? There was no need to force issues, she only had to let things flow naturally. The most important thing is being considerate about others. If you don't think I can make it to Hokage, say it. You just don't have to be ignorant and irrational in your reasoning. I tell Sasuke whatever I want. He understands why I say the things I say. He never says thank you even if I save his life, but that is fine. He is Sasuke. Sakura glanced between her teammates and then looked ahead. If you didn't know anything, you'd say Naruto often bullied Sasuke. The same about her. He was harsh and cold when he wanted to be. Was he saying it wasn't because he hated either of them? The same was with Ino. Her friend could say some of the things that came out of her mouth and Naruto would still just laugh it off. Was it the intent behind the words? Every village was unique. The buildings, the way the people lived. Perhaps it had to do with the weather conditions of all villages. Indeed, this was literally the elemental nations. The earth was truly earth. The fire country just made things a little sideways because there were no columns of flames just bursting out from the earth like hot springs. It wasn't always hot either. One could say, the Fire Nation was the most normal country out of all other nations. Iwagakure no Sato was truly different from what he'd imagined. First of all, it was massive. He'd expected the Leaf to be the biggest but IWA was still big. But then again, as history has shown, the nation fought Konoha well enough that it was only the introduction of Konoha's yellow flash that changed the scales of war. Instead of using this new weapon to decimate IWA, the Sandaime Hokage made the decision to seek out a truce and end the war without a winner. But the scars left by the yellow flash could never truly heal. Just as the scars left by the Kyuubi seemed to worsen with each reminder. Sensei, how well do you rank IWA in terms of power? We know there are 5 great nations. But between Kyuumo and IWA, which is powerful? It is hard to tell. Kakashi replied. A war usually settled those scores. But Kyuumo has produced the better shinobi compared to IWA. Past Raikage have been known for being very powerful. The Sandaime Raikage fought 10,000 men on his own. Naruto whistled. Now that is a man worthy of being hailed? I should do a study of past Kage. He said in a thoughtful tone. Are we free to wander about the village? I'd like to explore a little bit. We haven't even found accommodation yet. We should worry about that first. Sakura replied with a stare. Tired, Sakura? Unlike you, some of us are not stamina freaks. Naruto shrugged. You're repeating the same thing again, he told her with a look. You just have to be physically fit. Then again, you're not quite different from Sasuke. Even he lacks physically. Maybe you two are really a match for each other. Maybe for him there was the added benefit of being Uzumaki. But just because he was Uzumaki didn't mean he could surpass anyone. It just meant it was built in him. The likes of Lee pushed their bodies to their limits. Thus, he could admit that they possessed far more physical strength than him. But of course, all around, Naruto could outlive them since his physical qualities came with healing powers that were envied by many. Thinking of this made him hear one of Orochimaru's evil laughter. Honestly, having people stare at him with contempt was much better than being chained in a bed with drugs running loose around his body while Orochimaru ran blood samples and stuck some needles into his body. There had been worse things he saw. At any day, Naruto could choose Konoha over such a cruel world. I feel like you're picking on me. Naruto smiled and then glanced around the streets. People were moving about their business. But there were stares. It reminded Naruto that IWA and Konoha had no relationship whatsoever. For a moment, he considered waving his hand at those who stared just to see what would happen. But he shook his head. He didn't want to earn himself enemies that would hunt him and make things difficult than they should be. Maybe. His gaze fell on Sasuke. Told you. Join me. But you said you don't want to join me and pick up extra muscles as it would make you slow. There is nothing wrong with it. The bigger you are, the heavier you are and your body hits much wind pressure. I'm not becoming fat. I didn't say you were. I want fluid and swift movements to match my Sharingan. I don't want a hardened body to fight like an animal. Now, you're insulting my fighting style. You do have a way of fighting at times, Sakura pointed out. Especially when you start throwing explosive tags around. And we are going to see more of them in the exam. Or maybe not. I'll need to behave and use my skills. Naruto put a hand on his chin, thinking. After a second, he shrugged. Why do you use so much of explosive tags when you can fight? She had seen him fight Sasuke on equal ground. Loath as she was to admit it, but Naruto was a skilled shinobi. He just didn't display much of it. It is to make things quick and avoid using unnecessary chakra. Says the person who makes thousands of clones on a whim. That is nothing for me. My jutsu burns too much chakra because of lack of proper mastery. So I try to preserve my chakra when I can. You never know when you have to go big. Sakura didn't think Naruto of all people should be talking about that. Had she even seen him complaining about running out of chakra? He always had something on his tank. On my question, I misspoke. I meant to say, am I allowed to wander about? Naruto said. So, am I? Kakashi knew the question was for him. He didn't worry over something happening. But he didn't want anything happening. While he was smart enough, Naruto had his moments. There was frustrating fact Kakashi could never truly figure out the blonde. A situation that even the Sandaime wrestled with. Yes. But as Sakura said, we need to find a place to stay. I'll go speak to the Tsuchikage to announce our presence then. Why can't we go with you? Kakashi shrugged. We can go now if you want. No issues. It would be a pleasure to meet another Kage. I heard that the Tsuchikage has been around even since the times of the Shodai. Who is book smart between Naruto and Sakura? Well, it would be doing injustice to Naruto's intelligence to call him book smart. Either way, the blonde read his history books. It was something that made him no more than the average genin. His other silent student didn't care about history. The only thing he cared for was his revenge and ways to become even more powerful. As it was customary, the Kage resided in biggest building within the village. Finding him wasn't difficult. The team headed there. It was busy. Because of the exams, no doubt. But there was no hassle in getting to the Tsuchikage's office. Naruto knew that Tsuchikage was small, but not quite like this. Yet, even in his old figure, you truly knew you were staring at a Kage. Perhaps it came with experience. These powerful people had an aura about them. It wasn't the killing intent. He needed to have such an aura in his prime years. But for that to happen, he needed more strength. Tsuchikage-sama. Kakashi greeted the old man while taking out the invitation the Leaf received. Team 7 from Konoha reporting in for the Chunin exams. Inoki stared at the Jonin for a moment before glancing at the 3 genin with the man. The 2 males seemed like good shinobi. He looked back at Kakashi and then nodded his head. The Sandaime Hokage must have high hopes if he only sent 1 team. Inoki wasn't being sarcastic either. The man hailed as the professor wouldn't just send only 3 kids to an event such as this. The fact that their sensei was the famous Sharingan no Kakashi spoke volumes. Kakashi I smiled. Well, the others were not ready, he said. Inoki snorted. The exams start in 3 days. We have prepared a place for all competitors. The expense of course will be to your village. When we are ready to begin, you will be called. Of course. Anoki called someone and a kunoichi appeared in the office. Show them where they will be staying until the games begin. Once out of the office, not minding the kunoichi with them, Naruto spoke. And I thought the Sandaime Hokage was hold. The Sandaime Tsuchikage has been alive for a long time now. But he is still strong. Even I wouldn't want to fight him. I suppose that is the reason he remains Tsuchikage. Naruto said in thought. Once they were shown their place, Kakashi took out both Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura was dead asleep anyway. And she was not suitable to this kind of mission. Her observation skills when it came to shinobi matters were non-existent. Sasuke could be ignorant of such things at times, but Kakashi believed if tasked, he could do it. With Naruto, he didn't have to worry. For as long as he has to live, looking over his shoulder was a way of life. Naruto was always aware of where he was because of his situation, and that made him ideal for this kind of mission. Both of you, listen very carefully because I won't repeat myself and we won't ever have this conversation again. Unlike Konoha, IWA didn't have mind readers. They just had shinobi who could torture you to either death or singing like a bird. Naruto looked toward the busy streets, an expressionless mask on his face. We must be shinobi, it seems. Sasuke glanced at the blonde and then at Kakashi. What is that supposed to mean? I forget you only show your genius when it is convenient. You should use your head more. This narrow-mindedness of yours diminishes your thinking capacity that sometimes it is difficult to tell you from Sakura. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Lately, Naruto has been sharp with his words and Kakashi just acted as if he didn't hear anything, most of the time. It annoyed him just to think he was getting lectured by this damn person. Glare at me if you must. But that is the truth, and until you change, you won't show much of that genius of yours unless we are in battle. I do not appreciate you talking to me like a child. Well, Sasuke, if you acted different, I wouldn't have to hold the stick. Kakashi clapped his hands. That's enough. He didn't have issues with Naruto telling Sasuke the hard truth. If the Uchiha was going to listen, it would be from Naruto. And besides, Naruto judged the situation well. Though, he didn't think this was the right time. Unless Naruto just wanted Sasuke to be frustrated through the whole exam. There was that deceptiveness that Naruto displayed on occasions. You must know that Konoha does not share a good relationship with this village. There has been rumors that IWA has been building its military power over the past years to prepare just in case another war springs. IWA also has a history of invading other villages if it deems it necessary for its security. What do we have to do? Don't ask questions. Just keep your eyes and ears open. When we leave, you will give me a report on what you observed. IWA has 2 Jinchuriki. If you hear anything, keep it in mind. Kakashi replied in a hardened tone. Avoid causing too much trouble with IWA shinobi. There is a feeling you might be targeted. Either way, don't be extreme about the way you go about things. Kakashi stared at Naruto. Why are you looking at me? Sasuke is the cold-hearted one. Sasuke scoffed. I have seen you fight when you're way too happy. You're brutal, just as you are in training. Like you just slap your opponents, Naruto replied with a wave of his right hand. I'll be careful. This was the kind of stage he could use to fully test his use of Mokuton in a large-scale battle. Naruto wasn't going to miss the chance. He would dance and showcase his power. And there would be no thanking that snake bastard, despite what the Sandaime Hokage might say. Good. And watch out for Sakura. In this types of exams, you're usually alone. Your sensei don't accompany you and we can't interfere. So anything happens. Death you mean? Yes. Well, even amongst Genin, there are those with warped views. Some may even pretend to be Genin when in the exam. Naruto grinned. A good thing we are not normal Genin, isn't it, Sasuke? Sasuke shared Naruto's grin. Yeah. Kakashi shook his head. Protect each other. I don't want to lose any of you. We are a team. We will look after each other. Even Sasuke isn't going to abandon a teammate. At least if Itachi doesn't appear. Why do I get the feeling you just said that with a different agenda? Sasuke demanded with narrowed eyes. Naruto smiled. No. I don't think so. I'm certain I was just vouching for your compassion as I believe Sensei might have reasons to doubt it. Root hideout. The last time Orochimaru was within the leaf, it was a fruitful time. He got his hands on the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Danzo most likely exploded in anger when he learned someone he viewed as a weapon had been kidnapped and could be used against the leaf. It would have happened. But Naruto had been stubborn. He would not break no matter what. Even tempting his anger toward the leaf over its hatred of him had not yielded glory for him. It seemed his hatred of him was even greater than that of the Hidden Leaf's villagers. In any case, he had gotten his hands on a good specimen. A pity he'd lost but not his research. There were still some outstanding things that needed his close eye to see if they would work out. It was always pleasant being back here. He could reminisce about the good old days he used to conduct experiments with Danzo. The kids were so close. And sometimes Danzo even provided for him. Things worked well for both of them. Until he was discovered. Had Hiruzen made him Hokage, things wouldn't have come to this point. Orochimaru. Danzo. Orochimaru grinned. You getting old. Pretending to be crippled is not making you look good. But deception has always been your forte. Is there any point to what you just said? I suppose not. Orochimaru shrugged carelessly and then continued grinning. I was surprised when I received your message. I sent a message to you years ago. You've just been ignoring me. Danzo considered having his shinobi attack the Sannin. He could always say he had lured Orochimaru here to close any suspicions. But doing so would result in losses. He didn't want to lose any shinobi. Not when things were heated. But it was without a question that Orochimaru had to be removed from existence. He was a threat to Konoha's assets in Naruto and Sasuke. Danzo would even consider hiring the Akatsuki if things became too dangerous for them. I was busy with a couple of things. But now I have some free time. Danzo doubted this much. Orochimaru was only here because there was something he wanted. What do you want, Orochimaru? Aren't you the one who called me? That has long passed. Stop acting like you have no agenda. Kukukukuku. Orochimaru giggled. I suppose I do. Do you still have interest in becoming Hokage? There is nothing for me to discuss with you on that. You have become an enemy of the Hidden Leaf. Don't be like that, Danzo. We once worked well together. Remember when we ran the orphanage and conducted some useful missions for Root? You were still a loyal tool then. But you got caught. At least I didn't tell anyone that you were also involved in kidnapping the children. But then again, as Sensei couldn't do anything against me, he probably wouldn't have done anything against you. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Are you angry that I almost got away with Konoha's Jinchuriki? No. Danzo shook his head. I must thank you for making Naruto what he has become. His use of Mokuton far surpasses that of your other experiment. You have created a powerful weapon for us. We must thank you for this. But your role is done, you are to never step closer to either Naruto or Sasuke. I wonder, Danzo. Did you betray me by telling Konoha of Naruto's whereabouts? You and I still had contact then. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Ridiculous. Him betray Orochimaru? The Sannin had obviously grown too comfortable in his power. He was merely a tool to be used. Being discarded wasn't treachery. It was merely the natural flow of things. Have you come here for that, Orochimaru? No, there was something I wanted to check. But I didn't expect to hear some jonin talking about Konoha's willingness to go to war with me by going as far as to seek the destruction of my village. Did you have something to do with this? Surprisingly, Hiruzen thought of this himself. I believe he decided that as long as you live, you'd always be a threat. Besides, you crossed a line with Naruto. Kukukuku, as if you didn't cross it either. I wanted a good specimen to experiment on and you wanted Naruto to become the weapon. So you helped me take him, on the deal that you would save him yourself and then he would belong to you. But Sensei's reaction was far stronger than we both expected. I do not know what you're talking about, Orochimaru. And I would appreciate it if you didn't come back here. The next time you do, I will not be kind. Kukukuku, Orochimaru laughed. Does matter if you do? If some information managed to find its way to Sensei's ears and evidence that we have indeed been in contact, what do you think he will do? You would frame me? A play from your book. This has been your tactic all along. I can use it against you. If you continue to talk, Orochimaru, I will not turn a blind eye. Leave and never show yourself before me and I will not play any role when Konoha hunts you down. Kukukuku. As you wish, Danzo. But if any of your agents follow me, I will slaughter them. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Threats from Orochimaru? He took them seriously. But it didn't mean that he would stop doing what he thought was best for the Leaf because he was threatened. Obviously, with Konoha now resolved to get rid of the Sannin, working with him would only cause him problems. With how Hiruzen has been doing things lately, if it was ever discovered that he was working with the man, it would not end well for him. There were benefits, but this was the best option for him at this case. There is no need for me to do anything. Your time is limited. Hiruzen is only doing what he should have done long ago. If things become a little too bothersome that I'm not able to freely move, you will also suffer the same fate. I'm doing you a favor right now, Orochimaru. It wouldn't take much for me to alert the village of your presence. Who do you think in the village can take me on? Orochimaru asked arrogantly. I heard your former teammate, Tsunade, is within the village. With her, Konoha would have more than enough power to kill you. Kukukukuku. Orochimaru laughed. I've already achieved what I wanted. But let me ask you a question, Danzo, do you think Mokuton is the only thing I gave Naruto-kun? Here is a better question, do you think I gave Naruto Mokuton? Danzo narrowed his eyes. Mokuton was only discovered because Orochimaru had already been making Naruto train in it. But there were no notes or anything else. He dreaded the thought that Orochimaru allowed Naruto to be taken because he was done with his experiments. But what else could the Sannin have done to Naruto? What did you do? Kukukuku. Orochimaru turned away from Danzo. You'll find out eventually. Naruto might even be my sleeper agent. He does possess hatred towards the leaf. I saw it with my own eyes. Whenever the leaf was brought up, he did get angry. He even destroyed one of my hideouts. I had to find a way to keep the Kyuubi's chakra suppressed to avoid any more accidents. Red alert. Danzo took note. Naruto's loyalties have always been in question. But what do you mean when you say you may not have given Naruto Mokuton? I didn't say that. I merely asked question. The inference being? Make what you wish of it. What really did you come here to do, Orochimaru? I just came to check up on you. And thought maybe you still wanted to become Hokage. If so, I was willing to help you out. But, Orochimaru waved his right hand, grinning madly. Iwagakure. Naruto had his hands folded across his back, an expressionless mask spread across his face as he walked along the busy streets. A certain Uchiha was stalking him from behind. He wondered why Sasuke was even following him. Bored, maybe. It was almost laughable that the loner preferred to stalking him rather than doing what he did best, brooding in some dark corner. Then again, Sasuke was smart enough to recognize that this was not their home. This was an enemy village and anything could happen. Sometimes, that head of his did work. But it was fine that way. Where would he be if the Uchiha's genius was always on display? The streets were crowded. Many people bursting in for the exams. He could see different headbands. Civilians even took the time to travel. But honestly, what was there to watch in the hidden rock? Even when there were people wandering about the village, Naruto's senses told him he was being watched. He couldn't pinpoint where the eyes were located. But he could sense it. Having lived under the microscope for so long had taught him valuable survival instincts. Any reason you're following from behind? Sasuke glanced at him and then increased his pace a bit. No. A flat yet not so cold answer. He'd thought things would be a little tense after what he'd been saying earlier. Sasuke held grudges. Naruto knew that much. But he wanted the Uchiha to think more deeply than he permitted himself. I think we are being watched. Best be on our best behavior. If Konoha and IWA are not allies, it is only natural that they keep an eye on us. Unless of course, they found out. You do know that shinobi are trained to read lips? Would it make any difference if they knew? Do they know? That we don't know. Then caution is necessary. Naruto looked up to the sky and then stopped for a moment before continuing to walk. Have you ever thought about the elemental nations and shinobi wars, Sasuke? What does it have to do with anything? Naruto scoffed. Ignorance will be your undoing one day. It is nonetheless hardly surprising. You did say your only objective is to kill Itachi. Don't mention his name. You'll trip? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. You need to get hold of your emotions, Sasuke. You'll sell your soul to the devil just to kill him with that attitude. Would that be wrong? He took away everything from me. If I can kill him, I will do anything. Even stabbing me, your only friend in the back? Sasuke did not respond to this. You know, you are not the only one who knows hatred. Everybody knew a bit of hatred. The emotion was powerful. It could easily corrupt and taint anyone. Even a saint. If Naruto said years of abuse and torture didn't taint him with hatred, he would be lying. There were many things he hated. But he knew, having once lost control in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, that he could easily lose his life. And he had dreams. He had ambitions. He wanted to live a long life. He didn't even consider dying to get away from misery. If things don't change, there were options for him to change his story. That is why he could not allow himself to be ruled by negative emotions. Don't pretend to understand my hatred, Naruto. You do not know the feeling of having everyone you love taken from you by your only brother. Naruto was a little surprised that Sasuke's tone was a little measured. It was cold but he was not shouting. There was that glare. I have always told you that I cannot claim to say I know your pain. I've not had anyone taken away from me. My parents died before I could say mother or father. Before I could even learn to love them. But you know what, there are many people who lost their loved ones because of the Kyuubi. And so often, they look at me with the same eyes as you take whenever you think of killing him. And I think sometimes you are no different from them. Personally, I don't think there is anything wrong with wanting to punish your brother. But your hatred does not drive you forward. It limits you. You lose control easily and act recklessly. You attacked even Orochimaru without thinking twice. Had it been someone who wanted to kill you, he would have done so. And pathetically, you'd have seen death without even getting a whiff of Itachi. Sasuke glared. The blonde was right. But it didn't mean he was simply going to follow those ideas. Like he said, he had not gone through what he has gone through to act differently. Even so, he knew, attacking Orochimaru like that would have been disastrous if the Sannin wanted to kill him. But what could he do? He gritted his teeth in frustration. The anger in him just could not be satiated until he was holding Itachi's corpse. I have been hated all my life. My parents murdered by the thing everyone hates. Yet, you don't see me losing my marbles like a madman. You enjoy this. Of course, I do. It is always pleasant seeing you squirm with your uncontrollable emotions. But that is only because I want you to get used to it. If I was like you, I'd have already murdered a couple of people in Konoha. But I can control myself. Have you ever seen me lose it? Even when there were reasons to kill Orochimaru. The blonde had admitted it that there was no one he hated more than the Sannin. And although he was seething, he had kept it ground. Sasuke decided to change the subject. You hardly talk about your parents. But I thought you didn't know them. Naruto stopped and then faced the Uchiha. I see. Orochimaru told me while attempting to tempt me. I must admit, I resigned myself to it, but I was saved. He said in a bitter tone. Maybe if tell you, you will understand me a little and realize that I have reasons to be angry, but unlike you, I have control of myself. What? Naruto leaned on Sasuke's right ear and then put a hand over his mouth. I'm the son of the Yondaime Hokage. My father died to protect Konoha. But look at how they treat me? Shouldn't I wish for their deaths or maybe even consider releasing the Kyuubi and then force them to sacrifice themselves to save Konoha, knowing what would happen afterwards? Would they sacrifice themselves and their children? They've spat on my sacrifice. My parents' sacrifice. Sasuke stared at Naruto's back. The blonde was now walking away. He moved to catch up to him. Naruto's father was the Yondaime Hokage? Sasuke wanted to laugh, a bitter laugh. Who would have thought? It wasn't that impressive that Naruto was the son of a famous man. No, the ludicrous part was that the villagers were spitting on his father's sacrifice. Ungrateful. I wouldn't have come back if I were you. Sasuke admitted in a quiet tone. Me and you are fundamentally different people yet with similar experiences. I just hope that the day comes when we can truly understand each other. Because I do not think I can have a better friend than you. Naruto paused. Actually, I take it back. I can certainly do better. Sasuke glared. You're my only friend. Sasuke said in a whisper. You must really hate it when you see other parents playing with their children, and then look at you with hatred while knowing that the only reason they are playing like that is because of your father. You never experienced family because your father sacrificed it for Konoha. They are only happy and alive because of your father. Naruto's expression became cold for a second before he slapped his right cheek. That kind of look frightened people. I used to use seethe alright. Sometimes I wish I didn't know about my father. It would have made things better. But I dislike living in ignorance. He sighed, pausing to gather his thoughts. I just don't want to be controlled by anger. I don't want to continue to live in misery. I have dreams, and I want to see to them. Do you hate them for it? Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then smiled. What do you think, Sasuke? Unknown location. Should you really keep that eye of yours activated? Kisame asked Itachi. I really do not want you to die before giving me a good fight. Itachi only glanced at the infamous criminal and then back at the stream of water in front of him. He stared at his reflection. Life took turns that no one truly plans for. He would have been a great shinobi for the Leaf. Well, he still was. But he was forced to watch his beloved village from afar because of the blood he had to spill, for its safety and future. He was merely looking forward to the day Sasuke grew and then faced him. The time was not now. There were still things to do. Yet he worried if he would have enough time. Any day now, the Akatsuki could track down all Jinchuriki and they would have to move. The Leaf would be in trouble, and he would have to act decisively. But more importantly, the man named Madara was showing an unhealthy interest in Sasuke and now looked at him with suspicion. It was a situation that could prove both fatal for both him and Konoha. There are many things to worry about, Kisame. You're my partner. Don't want anything happening to you. Of course, there was the order to keep watch of the Uchiha. However, he did consider Itachi as his only friend. They got along. And there was that understanding between them. We should move to a closer distance just in case something happens. We have already been given our assignment. Kisame spoke once more. I was thinking we could go and test it out. Jinchuriki are supposed to be powerful. We can't do that. It is not yet time. If we act now, we alert the others of our agenda and the hidden villages will take protective action. Kisame grinned. It would just make things interesting. Itachi glanced at the man for a moment. There is somewhere I wish to visit tomorrow. Where? Iwagakure. What is happening there? Chunin exams. Sasuke is there. I want to observe his progress. And see if his Sharingan has evolved. That means the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is also there. I should go with you. You'll just cause unnecessary troubles. That is a little cold, Itachi. He knew Kisame was joking, but it was true that he would cause trouble if they went there together. In his thirst for battle, there was no telling what the man would do. Either way, that wasn't exactly his reason. He just wanted to go alone. There were personal matters he needed to solve and Itachi didn't need to know. Regardless of where you were, the night was the same. Humans were the same. They stalked through the night. The stars dazzled through the heavens. There was nothing but peace there. So often, he wanted to reach out to it, but there was no going there. It was an impossible dream. Yet the fact that it was visible even when he was away from home just made him think that perhaps it was possible. As he'd come to learn, abilities do limit people, but sometimes, it was the imagination that limited people. Jutsu starts with imagination. Once we imagine things, we can try to give them physical form. But without thoughts, nothing would come to pass. Naruto trailed off in his thoughts, sensing a presence before he could hear footsteps. They were almost soundless. His narrow eyes turned behind. It was Kabuto. His expression came cold. The nightlight seemed to even make things worse. The man was wearing a sound headband. To think he dare show himself here when they already knew he was Orochimaru's guard. You don't have to look at me like that, Naruto-kun. Like that? This scum has stood before him while cutting him up and injecting needles in his veins. He had experienced pain so worse than the emotional turmoil he'd suffered in the hands of Konoha's villagers. It had been torture. And he knew, he wasn't the only one who suffered. At least, he hadn't turned into a hideous monster. No, most likely if Orochimaru had more time with him or if he was done with what seemed to be of interest to him, he would have either tried to clone him or just conduct more experiments that would have turned him into something that could no longer be called human. There is no better look aside from contempt. I'm holding myself from lunging at you right now. Kabuto chuckled lightly. Well, you have better self-control than Sasuke-kun. Perhaps it is experiences. Sasuke-kun can be called a child. And you an adult. He is a child. Indeed. Leave me alone, Kabuto. I would rather not lose my control because you are standing before me or have someone see me with you. I can imagine Konoha doubting your loyalty. Kabuto smiled. Thinking maybe they could use this strategy. It would work to drive the blonde away from Konoha. But it wouldn't likely drive him back to them. Which was not what he wanted. Just bear with me for a little while, Naruto-kun. I want to talk to you about something. Naruto glanced at Kabuto through the corner of his eyes. His eyes were just cold. How he loathed even talking to this human, but as always, he had to swallow his contempt and just hope for it to end quickly before he pulled off a Sasuke. The thought at least made him smile wryly as he took his eyes back to the night streets. I would rather not even talk to you as I have nothing to say to you. But it isn't like I can make trouble here. We are far away from home. And Iwagakure wouldn't be that willing to help you out if they were to know that you're the child of the man who tormented them in the Third War. Kabuto replied casually. The threat ever so present. So chilling that those words could just slip out of his mouth. What do you want, Kabuto? Just to talk. You think you'll ever return to Orochimaru-sama if things were ever to become difficult in Konoha? Hell no. I'd rather slit my throat than be around you people. If you were not sickening, I may have even fallen for Orochimaru's temptations. That isn't a nice thing to say about people who saved you and gave you power. Naruto scoffed as he replied in a bitter tone. Nobody asked you. You did what you did for your own interests. I owe you nothing. And don't make a mistake, you did not give me power. He paused, his tone sharpening. Why do I get the feeling that you'd intentionally make things difficult for me by spreading wild rumors? Kukukuku. Kabuto giggled lightly. There was no malice in his voice. At least, at first glance. We are not that cruel. But if Orochimaru really wanted to drive you out of Konoha, he'd do that. The villagers don't even know you were with him. Facts can be twisted slightly to say you left with him before Konoha used force to bring you back. How undesirable. There were many people like Kabuto in the shinobi world. Rotten to the core and cruel like devils. They cared for no one but themselves. Greedy piranhas. They would devour anything before them. As long as it can satisfy their thirst for knowledge and power. Now then? You spent a couple of years with us and we conducted some valuable experiments, but most of it was helped by the fact that we discovered that Yamato had survived. We managed to get samples from him. Kabuto paused, glancing around for a bit before continuing to speak. You survived various trials. Not because you're a Jinchuriki but because you are Uzumaki. I envy the rich life force of the Uzumaki. You have a vitality that no one has. Not the Senju or the Uchiha. It is a pity that these clans have become extinct, isn't it? No. Naruto disagreed just for the sake of it. In any case, the Uzumaki and the Senju are related. Tests have confirmed this much. Your powerful chakra made it simple for you to take in Hashirama's cells without the fear of them threatening to take over your body. But that wasn't the only thing that made it easy. There was one crucial element. Kabuto smiled, a wicked smile. Now, do you think that is the only thing we did to you? Who knows? Don't be like that, Naruto-kun. It isn't fun when you don't play along. You're testing my patience, Kabuto. Such a disagreeable child. Kabuto shook his head with mock disappointment. Do you know about the Sage of Six Paths? No. Unsurprisingly. Do a research about him. Our goal was to see if we could rebuild the power he once held. A pity, we couldn't finish things because Konoha came. Naruto snorted. You let them take me back because you were done and only left the research about Mokuton for Konoha to find. You were either done or did enough. Either way, having Konoha hunt you the way it was made things a little difficult as all its allies had been on alert. He stood up, ready to leave this place. He was annoyed already and slightly foul. Any more of this and he wouldn't want to be held responsible for starting a fight in a foreign land. You've seen the Sharingan and what it can do, right? Orochimaru wouldn't mind giving it to you. He wants to see if you could use it like an Uchiha? Naruto just walked away without responding. The offer stands. And Naruto, there is something else. What? It is possible that Orochimaru didn't give you Mokuton. We indeed injected Hashirama's cells in you. But we didn't know anything. How do you even test it anyway? That is the crucial element that made things simple. We have tried repeating the same experiments on other subjects, but it has ended up in failure. They die. Not you. At this rate, it is likely that one cannot even define Hashirama's cells in your body. Which is why we must have you back, Naruto-kun. We need you back to see what made you so special. Go slit your throat, Kabuto. The following day. The enemy had to suffer. There was no rational person who wished to see their enemy in good health. It was a cold thing, but this was the shinobi world. Kindness was a thing of rarity. Even honor amongst shinobi was unheard of. After all, it seemed that being a true shinobi was having the means to play a dirty game, like manipulation and stabbing people in the back. Being shinobi was all about that. Anything such as not striking the enemy while he was down or his back turned against you was the way of the samurai. Shinobi were merciless brutes who blurred lines of good and bad, right and wrong. Sometimes, you could get confused while thinking about such terms. The best thing was simply to accept that they were in this world and had to abide by its rules, if not, it was a battle to change it. But who had the stomach to wage such a war? While his eyes were closed, sitting in a meditative position, Naruto wrestled with such thoughts. They made a mockery of his intelligence. He was after all, just deadlocked with no solution coming into play. And his mind couldn't compute anything. Sensing a presence, Naruto's eyes snapped open. He was conscious of that he wasn't home. This was a territory that would not help him. Unlike usual where he often got so lost in thoughts that he wouldn't even be able to sense someone sneaking or just walking up to him, here, he couldn't afford that luxury. He always had to stand on his toes. Lucky for him, the presence was that of Kakashi. I thought I'd find you training. Not in this place. Would just be revealing too much to other contestants. We are already at a disadvantage as we do not know anything about them. Naruto explained lightly, before shutting his eyes to gather his raging thoughts of ideology. Was it that? Maybe not. Calming your thoughts? Naruto opened his eyes and stared at the Jonin with a raised eyebrow in question. Kakashi, I smiled. I can sense that you're a bit unsettled. Your chakra was giving a bit of an offensive feeling last night. His control over his emotions was not as good as he thought. If he was unconsciously leaking killing intent, it would have been bad for him. Was this situation of Orochimaru troubling him more than he liked? He'd chosen to suppress his contempt of everything, but nothing could stay buried forever. It was fine when nobody talked about it and Orochimaru didn't show himself before him. He couldn't ignore it anymore. Perhaps he was also taking out a bit of his contempt toward his unfortunate situation in Konoha. Either way, he needed to get hold of himself before the exam starts. He didn't want to be burdened by anything. He released a long breath, and glanced up into the clear sky before responding. Yeah. He fell silent, continuing his staring contest with the heavens. After a moment, he looked back at Kakashi with an expressionless mask. I had an unfortunate encounter with Kabuto last night. He said some mean things. Kakashi looked alarmed over the mention of Kabuto. Kabuto is here? Yeah. Representing the sound. Kakashi was silent. Iwagakure wouldn't know anything about Kabuto and his connection to Orochimaru. What did he have to do in this situation? Did he tell that Tsuchikage about it? Just keep an eye on things? But it would be difficult to keep an eye on things during the exams. What did he want? Just to piss me off with worthless temptations. Even went as far as to suggest they'd be willing to make things bad for me in Konoha just to see how I would react. As if things weren't already bad. Naruto replied with a shake of his head, his tone flat and his expression matched this. The idea that he may have had the bloodline of Mokuton before Orochimaru may be interesting to those people, but to Naruto, it made no relevance to anything. This is worrying. I will send a message to Konoha. But did he say anything about Sasuke? No. Still not in the clear. I doubt Orochimaru is here. He could be around just to see how you do in battle. Kakashi tried to make light of the situation. But be cautious. Naturally. Around people like him, you can't afford to blink. The Jonin nodded and whipped out a bingo book. This was given to me earlier in the morning by a shinobi of this village. He said, flipping through pages and then handed it to Naruto. There was the intentional purpose of writing this book. Iwagakure must have probably assumed they would come. Naruto's use of Mokuton wasn't a well-known fact. Hell, even some villagers in Konoha would reject this truth. Naruto stared at the entry. Naruto Uzumaki. Ranking, Genin. Bloodline, Mokuton. Taijutsu, C rank. Ninjutsu, uses Mokuton. Kage Bunshin. No other known ninjutsu capabilities. Bingo book rating, C. It was a small entry and the only thing it made mention of was Mokuton. It seemed to be the only thing that made them give him the rating of C. Either way, they didn't know everything and they were trying to sell him out by advertising Mokuton abilities. A pity for them, he had many more secrets. He wasn't just going to show them, at least not now. Sasuke is also in there. Both of you have been given the same ranking. Kakashi spoke in a serious tone. You may be marked. Which will make things difficult. But unless your life is in danger, you aren't to use the Kyuubi's chakra. He was saying that, but he didn't think that things would go that far. Naruto was skilled. And his partnership with Sasuke meant that even if they came across someone more powerful than them, they would still pull through. Besides, it was not that easy to counter Mokuton, especially if Naruto decided to use some of those deadly jutsu he never uses. Well, it will make things interesting. Naruto grinned. He was feeling a bit frustrated anyhow. Releasing his stress would help him. Hidden leaf. Tsunade stared at the village gates with an expressionless look on her face. Anger and frustrations bubbled within her. To think she would return to Konoha in this manner. Ridiculous. And Shizune had already been taken away from him. Damn that old man. The guards didn't give her a hard time. Not that she had the expression that welcomed stubbornness. As she strolled through the village streets, heading straight to the old man who forced her into this situation, Tsunade realized not much had changed. The people seemed to welcome her presence with open arms. At least those who saw her walking alone. If she had been in a pleasant mood, she would have waved back, enjoying their love for her. Upon arriving at the Hokage tower, Tsunade marched. She didn't even knock at the office of the Hokage. She burst the door open and stalked in, ignoring the shinobi who were in the office. The Sandai met her glare with a warm smile. Please wait outside. Hiruzen said to the shinobi in front of his desk. Tsunade won't take long. Hi. Hiruzen turned to face Tsunade with an expressionless face. Perhaps it was good that she wasn't slamming anything. Her anger tended to be felt by anything standing beside her. Maybe she was holding herself because of respect or whatever was left of it. She had nonetheless returned far sooner than he had expected. Of course, if he hadn't taken Shizune, she would have most likely weathered the storm. There was no fear that she would end up joining any great nation. She would never betray Konoha in that manner. But her continued absence here was always felt. I haven't seen you in a long time. Age really hasn't seemed to get the better of you. Hiruzen said in a light tone despite his expression. Can't say the same thing for you. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. I have lived long enough, burdened by responsibilities of this office. Tsunade moved closer, put a hand on the desk and pressed, cracking the desk. You had to do it, didn't you? Yes. I am the Hokage after all. I must take measures to protect and ensure Konoha's future is stable. Hiruzen replied with a wave of his right hand, leaning back to his chair. Now you think of being Hokage? Where was that attitude when you let Orochimaru leave Konoha? A low blow, but Hiruzen took it under the chin without wincing. He didn't expect anything less from Tsunade. She was angry. There was a way she reacted to this anger. But nothing was going to change his mind over what had happened. He made his mistakes and he was living with them. Could he say the same for Tsunade? She fled over his inability to handle the pain of losing those she loved. He lost many, but he was still here. Buried in my love for him as my student, I suppose. Hiruzen responded casually. In any case, you are back in the village. I want you to succeed me. But given your mindset, now is hardly the right time to talk to you. In any case, one cannot be forced to take up the mantle. If you cannot take up the position in the hospital and start making plans to train future medical Nin. And if I refuse? I didn't come here to do anything. I only returned because it has become convenient. I'm not ordering you to do anything. I'm asking you as your sensei. I will give you 3 months to settle and calm down. If you're not changing, I will order you. Failure to follow such orders will be insubordination. Tsunade picked up the chair in front of the desk and slammed it into a wall before turning away from the Sandame. Stop behaving like a child, Tsunade. You're better than this. Not even Minato's child throws a fit like you do. Observe the village, think about things clearly, and when you have done so, come back to me. Hiruzen paused. Shizune is at the hospital. I suppose I must thank you for training her. But do try not to take much of her time. She is serving her village well at the moment. Naruto nearly jumped when someone poked him on the ribs while he was walking along the streets. He quickly turned around to face the suspect and was welcomed by a laughing woman. If I had known you'd respond like that, I would have just sent one of my snakes to slip into your pants. I hate those damn creatures. Would have stabbed it until it became mince. Once more, the woman laughed. Naruto stared at the woman who was talking to him as if she knew him. A Konoha headband. A memory flashed in his mind and he then recognized her. If I'm not mistaken, you're Anko. A pupil or former pupil of that loathsome creature called Orochimaru. Anko raised an eyebrow. The brat surely hated Orochimaru. She grinned as she replied. The one and only. What are you doing here? I was told Orochimaru was after you, so I came. Just like that? Well, I had to flash my panties for the third to let me go. Naruto stared, wondering if she was serious or joking. The third couldn't have done that. Whether Anko would do something like that was debatable. But considering, the Sandame may be a perverted old man. He was like Kakashi after all. They read the same books. Although, the third was discreet about it. He never did it publicly, unlike Kakashi. Seeing his look, Anko laughed and then leaned over. You want me to flash them for you? She asked in a chilling tone. I'd have to kill you afterward. Can't have a brat seeing me. Naruto took a step back from the woman. Why would you come here because of Orochimaru? I can tell when he is closer. And I have a score to settle with that bastard. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That is curious. I know you were treated as suspicious in Konoha because you were his beloved pupil, but I didn't think he was a bastard to you. Considering, you refused to follow him. What did you say? Anko stared. She was surprised at the words the blonde just said. She knew he had been taken by Orochimaru. But that was news to her. Considering that she didn't even remember much about anything when it came to Orochimaru leaving. Naruto realized he said a little too much and then waved his hand. Nothing. Anko put a hand on his shoulder and whispered once more. Ah, come on, Gaki. You and I could get along just fine. After all, we have something in common, Orochimaru. We both hate him. Naruto's sharpened slightly. This only meant that Anko knew. But hardly surprising. If she came here, the old man would have told her. I suppose we could. Anko grinned. See, what were you saying about me refusing to go with him? You sound genuinely curious, as if you don't know that part. Are you going to tell or not? Naruto sighed. He used you as an example of what happens to people who are known to be associated with him. He pouted, recalling that after he offered you the opportunity to leave with him, you actually refused to do so. He'd been sure you would go with him. You and I are going to get along, kid. But I have dibs on stabbing him to death. Seniority comes first. Then we won't get along. Anko laughed. I'm taking a like of you. Just don't do anything like Orochimaru. I might stab you thinking it's him. Anko halted. She couldn't tell if Naruto was serious or not. This time, Naruto laughed. We will get along, Anko-san.